Hunter x Hunter, I became Killua brother. Chapter 81. At a glance, Jed had been waiting on the rooftop for a long time. His grayish-yellow pupils stared straight at Gray, and the resentment in his body was ready to burst out in the next second. I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you die, how deep will that kid's resentment be? Jade laughed and looked at the two. Yes, Jade's goal was to kill the two, so that Yunyi could activate the resentment in his heart and become one of them. At the same time, two black-robed men also came and stood behind Jade. Stand behind me. Jella slowly pushed Killua behind him. Suddenly, a strong energy burst out from his body, clinging to his body and activating various acupuncture points. In an instant, his strength increased linearly. Haha, you two go and test his strength first. Jed didn't take Gray seriously at all, and turned around and asked the two men in black robes to go and test the water. Puff. The two men in black robes threw their robes into the air, revealing their true appearance. A tall, long-haired handsome man and a sturdy, strong man, the two formed a sharp contrast. As you command. The two men accepted the order and rushed towards Gray. It's not good, Yunyi. The imprisoned Netero narrowed his eyes and watched everything. Humph. Gray drew out the two swords from his waist and rushed straight towards the two people who were coming towards him. Waltz of death. His body and the blade began to spin rapidly, attacking the two like a spinning top. Seeing this, the sturdy man relied on his strength advantage to fight against Gray, and his broad palms wrapped in air kept rubbing the blade. On the other side, the long-haired man rushed from the other side, constantly calculating Gray's flaws in his mind. Finally, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly came in front of Gray, trying to trip the spinning top with a sweeping kick. But Gray had already prepared for this. He jumped up and kicked the sturdy man in the chest, and at the same time, the sharp blade in his hand ruthlessly chopped at the long-haired man's neck. Puff! In just a moment, the sturdy man was almost kicked off the rooftop and fell from the top of the towering sky arena. The long-haired man retreated again and again, holding his neck tightly with his palm. A large amount of blood flowed out from the gap. You two, do you want to die? Seeing the two of them losing, Jed shouted angrily. Hearing that the two of them were injured, they dragged their bodies to attack Gray. Perhaps because of the fear of death, this attack was more fierce than before. In response, Gray resisted while observing calmly and trying to find flaws. Jade, what is your purpose? Netero shouted at Jade. Purpose? I want you to take out the dark notebook sealed in the Hunter Association, the public, and the world. And there will be no restrictions on hunters going to the Dark Continent. Jed finally showed his true fangs at this moment. Hearing these conditions, one more excessive than the other, Netero's pupil shrank. Who told you this? Netero said without any emotion, his eyes filled with silence and darkness. You don't have to worry about it, you just need to answer now. I am willing to include you in the entire Sky Arena life. If you don't agree, everyone within 100 miles will die, including you. Jade issued the final notice. This made Netero fall into a deep choice for a while. The Dark Notebook records countless secrets that cannot be revealed. Once made public, it will cause shocks in the 6 continents. As for the Dark Continent, it goes without saying that Netero, as a person who has been there personally, naturally understands the degree of danger. So after returning, he immediately issued a notice that all hunters cannot go to the Dark Continent before his death. Use yourself as a shackle to restrict all hunters. For a while, countless figures flashed in Netero's mind, and began to look for the ultimate mastermind. Because he firmly believed that it was impossible for Jade to get to this point alone, and he also released the conditions for removing the shackles. Finally, after a large number of random checks, a figure appeared in Netero's mind. Bijand. Netero said a name expressionlessly. It was his biological son, Bijand Netero. A hunter who was determined to explore the Dark Continent. Rather than restricting all hunters, it was actually to restrict him alone. Apart from that, he could not think of anyone else. Bang! 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 The battle on the other side was still going on. The long-haired man and the strong man were both exhausted. But Gray was still fighting against the two men with full energy. The next moment, he finally found a way to break the situation. When the long-haired man relaxed, he slashed at his already injured neck again. In addition, he used himself as a flaw. At the moment when the strong man attacked, he stabbed his head with another knife. Puff! In a trance, Two figures fell to the ground with a bang. They showed a look of relief on their faces, and then there was an explosion. The huge power generated by the two explosions directly lifted Gray up and fell quickly to the outside. Just as he was about to fly to the rooftop, a young figure forcibly pulled him back. "Brother Gray, are you okay?" Killua asked with a worried look on his face. "It's okay, just move back a little bit." Gray stood up again and looked at Jed, who was staring at him. "Yes, he took care of my two men by himself. You are qualified to fight me." Jed threw away the black robe that was in the way, revealing the gorgeous clothes underneath. "I will ask you about your question later, and I hope you can give me an answer then." Jed turned to Netero and said. The next moment, he came to Gray at a very fast speed and kicked him into the wall. The powerful force embedded Gray deeply in it. Then he looked down at Killua. "You and that kid look so much alike, you must be related. If I kill you, will he lose control?" Jade looked at Killua with interest, and his evil hand kept approaching Killua. For a moment, endless darkness enveloped Killua. "Don't touch him!" Gray yelled, and with a shake of his arms, he forcibly broke free from the wall and quickly came to Jed, waving his two swords. "It's really annoying." Jed dodged the attack slowly, his eyes gradually became impatient. A lot of resentment wrapped around his hands, and he punched Gray's chest. Instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Gray's mouth. You know, Jed was a man who fought with Netero. Even if he was defeated in the end, his strength should not be underestimated. But the next second, Gray stood up again and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Like a cockroach." "Your mother is not a cockroach, is she?" Jed looked at Gray with a mocking look. In an instant, two blades passed by his ears, and a trace of black blood flowed out. "What happened to my mother?" Chapter 82. Gray questioned with extremely cold eyes. A silent anger quickly gathered in his heart until it reached its peak. "I said your mother is a..." Before he finished speaking, a red fist hit Jade's face hard, leaving no room for maneuver. Bang! The huge force directly knocked Jed away, passing through layers of walls. Until he was only one step away from falling, he stopped forcibly. Looking closely, there was a deep fist dent on his face, which was still releasing steam slightly. "You guy!" Touching his face, Jed completely lost his mind and released all the resentment in his body. In an instant, the whole sky was shrouded in darkness, and anyone who saw it thought the end of the world was coming. A dark cloud with the momentum of destroying the city rushed towards Gray. The black wind swept Gray, but he still stood tall and did not move at all. As if sensing the danger, the energy in Gray's body once again stimulated the acupuncture points throughout his body. The next moment, his body became more rosy, and countless steam sprayed out from his skin. There was an inexhaustible furnace in his body that was providing powerful power. Die! Jed appeared in front of Gray in an instant and punched him. Facing this punch, Gray used all his strength to take it and returned it. Bang! Two equally powerful forces confronted each other. "What on earth did Yoon do?" Seeing this scene, Netero's eyes were slightly shocked. He clearly knew that Gray's strength was just that, but he didn't know what moves Yoon Yi taught him, but he actually burst out with the power to fight against Jade in a short time. Interesting. Jade's eyes showed great interest. The speed of his punches began to increase, constantly challenging Gray's limits. In the distance, Killua watched the battle with a worried look on his face, and kept saying in his heart, "Brother, come here quickly." At this time, in the sky arena, Yoon Yi and his group finally cleared the last group of people. Looking around, piles of corpses were lying on the ground, with only a few challengers still alive. "Without further ado, I'll go up and see what's going on. Lake, I feel there are some hidden dangers outside the sky arena, you go and solve them." Yoon Yi looked out the window and found some clues. Yes. Like did not continue to rest, but immediately stood up and jumped out of the broken window. He went to the location to conduct reconnaissance against the wind. "You should know this." Yoon Yi looked at Xi Suo with a smile on his face. "I don't know." Xi Suo spread his hands indifferently. "You don't need to quibble. If someone gets into trouble today, you will die with them." Yoon Yi said the cruelest words with the most gentle face. In an instant, the terrifying power included Xi Suo, making him feel cold all over. "Others can die, but not one of the important people can die." Xi Suo narrowed his eyes and fell silent for a rare moment. He knew that if he said a word, Yoon Yi would kill him on the spot. "Stop struggling, Just die quickly. Jed continued to press on with his fists. It was okay for a short time, but for a long time, no one could bear such pressure. In that case, let's kill him first. Jade looked at Killua. The next second, a black ball of resentment rushed straight towards him. Although it was relatively weak, it was enough to kill Killua. You are looking for death. Glau's eyes were red, and he used all his strength to knock Jade away and rushed towards Killua. But it was too late, the black ball of resentment was already close to Killua. Damn it! Faced with such an attack, Killua tried his best to dodge it. But no matter how he dodged, the black ball of resentment seemed to have a positioning function and rushed towards him. At the critical moment, an old big hand appeared again and prevented the tragedy from happening. Grandpa! Killua called out in confusion again. But no matter what, Zeno still stood there and ignored him. The instructions given by Yunyi to Zeno were to protect Killua. It had no consciousness at all and could not speak, let alone communicate. I didn't expect that there would be helpers. Jade really didn't expect Yunyi to have this trick up his sleeve. Die. Even though Killua was protected, Gray still had a lot of anger in his body that he hadn't vented. It was just a little bit away from causing an irreversible tragedy. If it really happened, he didn't know how he would face Yunyi. Open. A huge breath burst out from Gray's body and completely attached to various acupuncture points. As the acupuncture points continued to go deeper, Gray's strength increased several times. But in contrast, his body had reached the limit that it could not bear. Countless cracks appeared in various parts of his body, and blood continued to flow out of the cracks, which looked extremely creepy. The steam coming out of his body gradually turned the black sky into white. Hey! With a light exhale, thick steam floated out of his mouth. With his red eyes open and his blood-red body, everything looked magnificent and weird. You! Feeling the huge power in front of him, Jed frowned. Good boy! Netero opened his eyes wide and looked at Gray. He could clearly feel that a breath of death was quietly growing on Gray. Even if he won this battle, Gray would die directly. This was a battle of no return. You deserve my serious attention. 100 demons, Rakshasa. A female Rakshasa figure several hundred meters tall appeared behind Jed. She had 2 horns on her head, was wearing a kimono, had a smile on her bright red lips, and her sharp claws indicated her danger. Just as Jed was about to attack, a fist appeared in front of him and punched him hard. Bang! The huge force directly made Jade pass through the layers of ceilings under his feet. He was thrown into the 18th level of hell. But before Gray could relax for a while, Jade had reappeared, and Luasha's claws had already landed on him. Shocking scratches appeared on his body, looking extremely miserable. But Gray seemed to have no sense of pain, and countless fists fell on Luasha and Jade like raindrops. Just like the fight in the ring. Ha 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 ha. Jade laughed and started to collide with Gray. Bang! 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 Countless loud noises echoed on the rooftop of the Sky Arena, like fireworks. As the competition continued, the scars on Gray's body became more and more serious, almost broken. Netero, who watched all this, did not speak. He understood that this might be Gray's last battle. Finally, Gray still supported himself and flew out. His strong willpower still prompted him to stand up, but he did not move at all. Everything seemed quiet and normal. Bang! Finally, the door to the rooftop opened. Yunyi walked out quickly. Looking ahead, Gray stood there like a bloody man, refusing to fall even though he was already dead. The strong wind swept his tattered clothes, like a god of war who never gave up. In an instant, a terrifying murderous aura burst out from Yunyi's body, and a dark and captivating aura rushed straight into the sky, shattering the resentment that filled the sky. The world seemed to have fallen into endless darkness. An emotionless voice echoed in everyone's ears. Who did it? Chapter 83. His dark pupils swept across everyone present, and finally fixed on Jed, who looked indifferent. In an instant, he came in front of Jed, looked into his eyes and asked. Is that you? Before Jed could answer, Yunyi took the lead and said. Whether it is you or not, you will die today. After confirming, Yunyi's aura burst into the sky like a giant pillar. Gradually, it formed a vast purple-gold dragon, hovering in the air, with majestic pupils staring down. The aura on the body was like a ferocious beast that oppressed everything, all poured into Jade. In an instant, Jade deeply felt the feeling between life and death. Pay the price for your actions. As soon as the words fell, the purple gold dragon towering in the sky opened its bloody mouth. In an instant, a pitch-black ball of light condensed in its mouth, growing endlessly. The energy in it was enough to make people despair. How could I stop here? Jed still believed in his own strength, and mobilized the Rakshasa behind him to rush forward. The manic resentment wrapped around the claws to form the final blow, trying to kill Yunyi completely. But as Yunyi snapped his fingers, the huge ball of light in the mouth of the purple gold dragon suddenly turned into a beam of light that destroyed everything, and shot directly at the Rakshasa who wanted to attack. The beam penetrated the space and fell on the body of the Rakshasa. The huge power made the close distance seem as far as a natural chasm. The powerful Rakshasa who had fought Netero was annihilated in an instant, and even the amazing resentment that he had gathered was dispersed by this terrifying force. How is it possible? Jed was shocked and looked at this scene in disbelief. But there was no time to think about it. The black beam did not stop after killing the Rakshasa, and continued to shoot forward. The power did not weaken at all, and even became more powerful after swallowing the Rakshasa. I can't die here. I will also let the whole world feel the power of resentment. Jed used the last bit of his strength to form a barrier for himself, trying to block this force that could destroy everything. Buzz! The dark beam passed through Jed, without stopping for even a millisecond, and continued to shoot forward. Jed's figure had long since disappeared from the world. The fortress built up by the pile of resentment could not even resist for a moment. Everything around became silent, and the dark beam finally disappeared into the sky, and no one knew where it went. According to preliminary estimates, it would take about 3 days for it to dissipate on its own. It's over. Yunyi whispered. At this moment, the power in his body was already empty. The previous attack almost drained all his strength. Now even an ordinary non-user would probably be able to kill him here. It was right to let him do it, it was so exciting, so exciting. CK looked at Yunyi's back, his body shaking with excitement. He bet that this was the most shocking battle he had ever seen in his life. Even the previous battle organized by Netero was not as exciting as this one. This shot will definitely set off an unprecedented wave of enthusiasm. Turn off the camera and leave. Yunya turned his head and looked at Zyke. He didn't hide it just now because he wanted to let some people with ulterior motives know that it is best not to mess with people who should not be messed with. Yes. Sik decisively turned off the camera and organized others to leave quickly. He did not seem to be ready to bargain. With orderly command, the sound of the helicopter quickly disappeared in the sky. At this time, a ray of dawn light quietly emerged from the other side of the sky and landed on the rooftop. Jella. Yunyi looked at Jella who was still standing there. The wind was howling, and the last piece of his clothes was blown away and scattered in the air. Welcome a brand new future. Yunya took a step forward and mobilized the chi that he had prepared in advance. His hands released pure white light and touched Gray's already shattered body. A sacred six-winged angel appeared behind him, with a compassionate smile on his face. He seemed to feel sad for the silent person in front of him. As the treatment continued, countless white feathers fell from the sky and scattered on Gray's body. In an instant, a dazzling white light instantly filled Gray's body, even more dazzling than the dawn. What is this? Netero stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. He had lived for so long and seen countless wonders, but he had never seen such a mysterious and miraculous scene. An unimaginable guess appeared in his mind. It's so bright, am I not dead? What a pity. I haven't met my mother yet to tell her that I am doing well. I don't know if she will be sad if I die. Did the boss help me get revenge? What is this? Such a familiar angel. Have I seen it somewhere before? Jella's consciousness was gradually pulled back into his body. His broken body gradually reunited under treatment, and countless cracks began to heal. The breath of life was also constantly returning, replenishing the dry body. But with the continuous treatment, Yunyi's hair and skin became whiter, from the initial snow white to pure white. Even though there is not much difference between the two, it indicates that angel healing is not without cost. Especially in exchange for death, snatching people from the hands of the King of Hell, it costs more or less. Fortunately, everything was not in vain, and Gray's eyes blossomed with a glimmer of spirit. Boss. The familiar voice sounded again, and Yunyi smiled gently. The morning light shone on his sickly white skin, making him look extremely gorgeous. Welcome home. This sentence made Gray laugh happily. Miracle, this is simply a miracle. Netero saw that his guess had come true, and his originally calm face suddenly turned horrified. Brother, are you okay? Kia carefully stroked Yunyi's hand. It's okay, just some minor problems. Yunyi calmed Killua down. Killua felt deeply guilty. If it weren't for him, Gray wouldn't have been injured to this extent. If it weren't for him, Yunyi wouldn't have become what he is now. Well, when you become stronger in the future, brother may still need you to protect me. Yunyi saw through Killua's little thoughts and comforted him again. Killua nodded vigorously, and the desire to become stronger in his heart became deeper. On the other side, Yunyi came to the black-robed man after seeing Netero was still imprisoned. Her resentment ability was specially made to deal with Netero. With her own life as the cornerstone, the imprisoned target is Netero's single choice. Just like the oath that Kurapika made to deal with the phantom troop. So once the imprisonment is forcibly released, it may directly cause Netero to be seriously injured, or even close to death. Your persistence is obvious to all, but your companions are all dead. I know that what you did was not your original intention, and it is not your fault. Yunyi squatted down and said softly. Chapter 84. The most useful move is nothing more than the verbal persuasion. Just by talking, thousands of strong men can feel ashamed and give up what they have been holding on to for decades or even hundreds of years. As if touched by Yunyi's words, the black-robed man shed a tear that fell to the ground. Yunyi gently took off his hood, revealing the delicate face inside. She still looked like a little girl who was ignorant of the world. It's okay. Yunyi touched her head and said slowly. The next second, the restraints on Netero's body began to fall off gradually, and the black tail turned into resentment and dissipated in the air. A wooden clog landed on the ground, Netero loosened his muscles and bones, and a popping sound rang out. How is she? Netero asked. The breath is very weak, find someone to treat it quickly. Yunyi stood up and said slowly. Because of Jade's death, the oath effect of the resentment ability disappeared, which indirectly caused the girl to survive. But if she is not treated, death is only a matter of time. Do you need treatment? Let me do it. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind. Tyr came to the girl and used his telepathic ability. Healer's recovery. The next second, a turquoise light bloomed from her hand, entered the girl's body and began to travel through her internal organs. Tyr, where did you go just now? Netero asked with a little confusion. If he hadn't appeared on his own initiative, everyone might have really forgotten about Tyr's existence. Haha, I ran away at the beginning. Tyr said a little embarrassedly. When the three black-robed men got off the helicopter, Tyr took his equipment and left quietly. You are still like this. Netero was a little helpless. Tyr was good in every way, but she was very afraid of death. She would stay away from the slightest danger. After all, she was just an ordinary nurse. If Silva hadn't forced her to come here, she would not have been able to go there by herself. But this also allowed her to avoid many disasters and life and death choices. There are pros and cons. Almost done. Just as they were chatting, the treatment was finally over. The girl slowly opened her eyes, and the grayish-yellow pupils had disappeared, turning into bright black. Thank you for saving me. The girl stood up and said with gratitude. What are your plans for the future? Do you want to participate in the hunter test and become a hunter? Netero asked appropriately. It is really rare to find a president as responsible and dedicated as him. He would pull people into the trial at the slightest disagreement. Is it really possible? The girl asked in disbelief. It was not until she saw Netero nod that she smiled happily. After all, I owe you. Netero muttered with a complicated look in his eyes. The girl's identity is from the Dark Clan. She once worked for the Hunter Association, but was eventually killed because she knew too many secrets. Otherwise, they would not have come with Jade to seek revenge on him. President, I have something to ask you. On the side, Yunyi looked at Netero after talking to Gray. What's going on? Netero had a bad feeling in his heart. Who is the mastermind behind the whole incident? Yunyi said with a smile. From the discussion just now, he had already learned about Jed's negotiation conditions. As long as he thought about it carefully, he would know that there was a big hand behind the whole incident. Alas! Netero sighed slowly. It must be your son Bai Yangde. Yunyi said a name. This made Netero look at him in surprise, wondering how he knew it. Good. 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 He did this for his own ambition. Yunyi's tone was mixed with anger. He would do anything to achieve his goal, and even wanted to kill his father through Jed. They are really a loving family. Your son has no one to discipline him, so I will help you do that. Yunya immediately made a plan. Don't be impulsive. Even I don't know where he is. Netero shook his head and said. Hee. Yunyi smiled and said nothing. How could Netero, a smart man, not know where his son was? He was just afraid that he would be killed on the spot if he went there. Old man, sooner or later you will die because of your choice. Yunya said seriously. If I were to die, he must have died in a battle with a strong man. Netero smiled calmly, not caring about what Yunyi said. The martial arts in his heart only allowed him to die in a battle with a strong man. Everything else was false. You are so optimistic. Yunya shook his head and said nothing more. Bang! The door to the rooftop opened again, and Like appeared from inside. He quickly came to Yunyi's side and whispered in his ear. All solved. Hearing this, Yunyi nodded gently. Jade had planted many resentful puppets and installed bombs around the sky arena, intending to destroy all creatures within 100 miles. Fortunately, Yunyi had noticed the resentment scattered around the periphery and asked Like to solve it. Otherwise, it would have likely caused an irreparable disaster. The matter has been resolved. I don't think there is any need to continue the competition. Netero looked at the messy environment around him and couldn't help saying. The remaining contestants were either dead or disabled. Even if they could fight, with the strength that Yunyi had just shown, it was just a handicap. There was no suspense at all. The champion of this fighting tournament is, Yunyi Zaldik. Netero announced the result of the competition on the spot. This was unexpected, but reasonable. So far, the champion of the fighting tournament was born. Yunyi successfully climbed to the top of the 251st floor throne and became the true uncrowned king. His name will be recorded in the Sky Arena and will be admired and worshipped by countless people. Thank you for your kindness. Yunya did not refuse. It just so happened that he did not want to continue the game. He was already exhausted physically and mentally. The move just now really consumed too much energy, not to mention that reviving Grey had overdrawn his body. Now, he really needed a long rest. Keep going, Yun. Netero looked forward. At this moment, the bright sunshine shone on everyone. They all had a bright future. Chapter 85. Hey, I almost couldn't wake up. Yunya got up from the big bed and yawned. This sleep can be said to be endless, with days and months passing by. After returning, he directly shut down his computer and didn't wake up for 5 days. But after resting, his body has completely recovered to its peak, and through the extreme use of qi, the current qi volume has increased significantly compared to before. But the less this happens, the better. Once overdrawn, you will completely become a lamb to be slaughtered and at the mercy of others. Get out of bed, put on your shoes, walk to the window, and open the curtains that have been dusty for a long time. Bang! Suddenly, infinite sunlight rushed in and hit Yunyi's body. A refreshing feeling filled his whole body. Looking ahead, Yunya unexpectedly found that the streets were full of his posters. It clearly read Fighting Tournament Champion, Youngest Top Floor Owner in History, and King of Sky Arena. All kinds of titles that could show strength were written on it and posted in every eye-catching place. It's really a headache. Yunya was somewhat helpless. He could already imagine what it would be like to be surrounded by people talking about him when he went out. He hadn't expected that the advertising function of the Sky Arena was so powerful that it would directly fill the area within 100 miles with his logo. It seemed that he would not be able to go out in the short term. This was good, as he had something to deal with right now. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yunyi was thinking about something, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Grey standing outside with a happy face. How are you? Is there anything wrong with your body? Yunyi took a glass of water and handed it to him. Although angel healing can indeed reverse yin and yang and revive the dead, it is not certain whether it has the side effect of invisibility. No problem, I'm in very good health. And I feel my strength has increased. After drinking the water in his hand in one breath, Grey showed his muscles. After the deep stimulation of the 6 layers of acupuncture points, the limit of what his muscles can bear has been raised to a higher level. If he uses it again, he will not be as embarrassed as last time. And his own strength has also increased a lot accordingly. That's good. Yunyi nodded and immediately felt relieved. Boss, thank you for your hard work. Geralt looked at Yunyi's glowing skin and a tear flowed from his eyes. Men don't cry easily, but they are not too sad. This was the first time that Ge La saw someone other than his mother who was willing to pay a price to save him. As early as the moment he closed his eyes, he decided that if there was an afterlife, he would still follow Yunyi. Okay, stop being a bitch. If you are a man, stand at attention and face the future bravely. Yunyi couldn't stand seeing a man crying in front of him. By the way, we agreed to go see your mother together. The game is over, I will take care of the things at hand, and then we will set off immediately. Yunyi still remembers what he said to Gray. I will take you home after the game. He always feels that this is a flag, and the appearance of Jade may be related to this. Okay, boss. When he heard that he was finally going home, Gray's face was immediately filled with smiles. Wait. Yunyi suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared in Xisuo's room. At this time, Xisuo was wiping his red hair, wearing a bathrobe, looking very tempting. Yunyi-san, peeping is a bad habit. Hisoka said nonchalantly. I'm not here to tell you this. Tell me Bai Yang's location. Yunyi didn't say anything more and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Bai Yang, who is that? I don't know him. Hearing the name, Xisuo was confused. Don't you remember what I told you before? If something happens to someone, you will die too. Yunyi said with a chuckle. For a moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. He is in O'Neill City in the Kajin Empire. After weighing the pros and cons, Xisuo tactfully said a slightly more precise location. Hearing the location, Yunyi's eyes were still fixed on Xisuo until he sighed softly. He seems to be acting as a high-ranking official in the Republic of Shas. You will know if you ask around. Xisuo naturally said a place again. Until this moment, Yunyi nodded slightly and disappeared on the spot. It's really hard to deal with. Looking at the place where Yunyi disappeared, Xisuo shook his head with some trouble. Senior official? It seems that this guy has made a lot of preparations to go to the Dark Continent. Yunyi kept shuttling through the shadows of various parts of the world. The Republic of Shas is located in the Mitna Federation, in the same place as the Republic of NGL. With Yunyi's connections, he could immediately find out Bai Yang's location with just a little check. What surprised him was that Bai Yang was actually a senior official. Although it was not worth mentioning compared to the prosecutor at the V5 level of Wu Xi, it was also a position that ordinary people could not reach. But with Bai Yang's strength and background, he simply disdained to be such an official position, which showed that there were some secrets hidden in it. While thinking, Yunyi finally arrived at the location. Looking at the green grassland that formed a sharp contrast with NGL, Yunyi suddenly had an idea. When NGL really rises, the Republic of Shas will be the first object to be swallowed. This will ensure that basic supplies will not be missing, and the territory can also be expanded. Wait for me. Yunyi continued to move forward. As he went deeper, he soon arrived at the innermost NGL autonomous country. Basically, there was no big change. After all, it was less than a month since he last left. He came to the king's palace with ease. Zayuluo was looking at the documents in his hand with a headache. What's wrong? A familiar voice echoed in the spacious palace. Lord, why are you here? Zayuluo immediately stood up and made room for Yunyi. There are some things that need to be resolved. Please tell me about your situation first. Yunyi walked up and sat down on the seat, asking softly. Just wanted to contact you. It is like this, our country lacks a symbolic flag. Zayuluo said the reason for the headache. Flag. Yunyi extended the sharp claw of his right hand and slowly slashed towards his arm. A trace of bright red blood flowed out from the wound. Dazzling red. This is our flag. Remember, our ultimate goal is to make him appear in territories all over the world. Looking at his blood, Yunyi set a goal. He wants the whole world to be his. Yes. Zayuluo nodded immediately and began to convey. How is the country running? Yunyi asked, tapping the table in front of him. After a substantial increase in productivity, NGL's operations in all aspects are increasing at a very fast pace. It won't be long before we usher in a new era. Become a true industrial power. Zayuluo said with a little excitement. Not bad, keep up the good work. By the way, do you know Bai Yang? Chapter 86. I know this person. He is the head of the Special Agents section of the Xiaz Republic and has considerable power. A few days ago, he negotiated with us and wanted to purchase some special mineral resources. I don't know what they are going to be used for. Zai Luo told us all the information he knew. Special ore. Yunya muttered to himself. NGL's special ore plays a very critical role and is one of the indispensable materials for making super-large destructive weapons. Therefore, once mined, it will almost be snapped up by major forces. This is also one of the reasons for the rapid development of NGL. And Bai Yang chose to purchase these ores. In addition to making weapons, he could not think of any other reasons for the time being. It seems that this old guy has great ambitions. Yunya had a guess in his mind. Bai Yang might want to make some super-large destructive weapons to explore the Dark Continent. This might also be one of the reasons why he chose to develop in a small place like the Xia's Republic. Do you know where he is now? Now that we have locked on to the target, the next step is to determine the location. He should still be in the Republic of Shas. I just talked to him, in his office. Zai Luo told the exact location. After getting the answer, Yunyi disappeared from the spot. Zai Luo was the only one left in the spacious palace again. He returned to his seat and continued to deal with the trivial matters in the next plan. On the other side, Yunyi, who had left, returned to the Xia's Republic again. There were many villages standing on the endless plains, with wisps of green smoke. Seeing this, countless black shadows appeared around Yunyi in an instant, standing in place neatly, waiting for orders. Find Bai Yang's location. As soon as the voice fell, the overwhelming black shadows immediately merged into the shadows and began a grid-like search. After a while, the black shadows sent reliable information. As expected, Bai Yang was processing documents in his office. After confirming, Yunya disappeared into the darkness with an expressionless face. Luxurious office. There is still a lot of material left for production. Sooner or later, I will master NGL. Bai Yang frowned as he looked at the production drawing in his hand. The drawings were densely packed with materials for production. It was estimated that at least hundreds of different things were needed. While he was still looking forward to the future, he didn't know that the shadow behind him was moving violently. The next moment, Yunyi's figure appeared behind him silently. Not good. Bai Yang reacted quickly and was about to leave his seat when a sharp claw had already been placed on his neck. With a light touch, a wound suddenly appeared. A drop of cold sweat slid from Bai Yang's forehead to the ground. Who are you? Bai Yang is indeed a hero, sitting back in his seat and questioning calmly. There is no panic on his face. But the next second, an extreme murderous aura enveloped him. This feeling is like being thrown into the 18th level of hell, and the whole body is cold. A feeling of death arises spontaneously. I don't care if you want to kill your dad to lift the restrictions, he'd be happy to do it anyway. But if you dare to touch the people around me, I will shave off your skin bit by bit, and then throw you into the deepest abyss of the Dark Continent, and you will suffer endless pain. This is my last advice to you. Extremely cold words rang in Bai Yang's ears. At this moment, he felt that an ancient beast was whispering in his ear, with a fierce look in his eyes, constantly controlling the desire to kill in his heart. Saliva slowly passed through his throat, and Bai Yang nodded with difficulty. The window behind him was suddenly opened, and the strong wind swept through the office wantonly, lifting countless notes. After waiting for about a minute, everything returned to calm. Bai Yang sat quietly in his original position, his eyes constantly wandering between thinking and fear. Let's go. After everything was over, Yunyi returned to the sky arena. He greeted the three people behind him. Killua, Gray, and Lec. As for Hisoka, perhaps he was afraid of getting into trouble and had left here long ago. It was just a pity for Yunyi that he would have one less person to work for him in the future. Finally I can go back. Gara's eyes were filled with longing. A slightly blurry figure emerged in his mind. Brother, where are we going? Kia asked with a puzzled look on his face. Go to Gara's hometown. By the way, where is your home? Yunyi realized at this time that he had never asked where Gray's hometown was. Ah, didn't I say that? My home is on Whale Island. Gara smiled and told me the location of his hometown. Whale Island. This surprised Yunyi. The terrain of Whale Island is very complex, with lush rhine forests and bottomless wide lakes, breeding all kinds of rare and exotic animals. The fantasy island named Whale Island because of its whale-like appearance is an isolated island on the sea where fishermen stay for a long time. It is also the place where the son of Destiny, Jay Freeze, has been living. It is the starting point of the whole plot. It is where the dream begins. What's wrong, boss? Do you know where it is? Gara asked with some doubt. He knew clearly that his hometown was just an inconspicuous little place, and only a few people knew about it. Slightly heard of. There is no time to lose, let's go quickly, otherwise we will miss the airship and fishing boat. Yunya planned the route in an instant. The group left the Sky Arena and headed for the Dreamland. Whale Island. 3 days later. Brother, how long will it take us to get there? Killua was sitting on the deck board, enjoying the sea breeze and watching the seagulls. Hearing this, Like couldn't help but cast a look at it. It's almost there. Yunyi gently stroked the seagull in his hand. In 3 days, they had used countless means of transportation and finally reached the last means of transportation after going through untold hardships. It was the fishing boat they were currently riding. Boss, we are here. Gara pointed to the front with excitement. At a glance, a huge whale appeared in front of him, and countless plants and trees painted it green, symbolizing life. Countless seagulls were circling in the sky, looking very beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Wow, Brother Gray's hometown is so beautiful. Kia couldn't help but admire it. He had always lived in the lifeless Kukuroku mountain, where had he seen such a scene? Passengers, please note. We'll be arriving soon. Whale Island. Chapter 87. The captain's voice sounded, and the people on the deck began to move and pack their things. Soon, the fishing boat docked on the shore of Whale Island, and a large wooden board was extended for people to disembark. Killua was the first to jump off the deck and landed directly on the ground, breathing fresh air. This surprised the people around him. Then came Gray and Lek, and finally Yunyi, who looked leisurely, walked down the board. It's very lively. Yunya looked around. It was noon now, and many vendors were selling their products and chatting with customers from time to time. Half of them were selling fish products. After all, most of the people here were fishermen. Are you Gra? Suddenly, someone said in surprise. Turning around, a beautiful woman carrying a basket looked at Gray in shock. Aunt Mit, long time no see. Gara replied in a friendly manner. Hearing this, Yunyi couldn't help but look over. A fair and beautiful face, a simple dress, and calluses on the palms from years of labor. This is Mit, who has been raising Xiaja and is regarded as his biological mother. Unexpectedly, he met a key person as soon as he got off the boat. Yeah, I haven't seen you for 5 years. Who are these people? Mit asked hesitantly. They are my friends who came to visit my mother. Hello, Auntie. Yunya smiled and greeted her first. Seeing that the other two did not move, they all gave her a look. At this time, they reacted and said a little awkwardly. Hello. Hello, Auntie. This made Mit a little flattered. Hello, if you have time, come and play. I have a child who is about the same age as you. I hope you can be good friends. Mit looked at Yunyi and Kia and said with a smile on her face. She likes polite children the most. Okay, we will definitely visit him when we have time. Yunyi accepted the promise. He also wanted to see what kind of person Xiaja, the child of destiny, was. You are always welcome. I will go back first. After saying that, Mit gradually disappeared from sight. Let's go. Yunyi walked forward slowly. Gray reacted instantly and walked to the front to lead the way. Gray, do you know Aunt Mit's children? On the way to the destination, Yunyi asked appropriately. You mean Xiaja? He's a very good kid. I am very strong when encountering things, and I will never give up because of a little difficulty. And he is a person who is willing to give everything for his friends. Gara gave a very pertinent evaluation. Although the two had spent a short time together, they have left deep memories. Is that so? Yunyi muttered in a low voice. He already wanted to see Xiaja. Looking at the nonchalant Killua beside him, he didn't know at this moment that the gears of his destiny were about to start turning. We are here, boss. After passing through layers of dense jungle, we finally reached our destination. Looking ahead, a wooden hut stood beside the quiet blue lake. It looked like it had been patched up for many years. At this time, a slightly thin figure was busy washing clothes. This was the mother that Gray had missed for a long time. Mom! The excited voice resounded throughout the jungle, causing countless birds to flee in panic. Hearing the voice, the woman paused and turned back in disbelief. Ge. The woman immediately dropped the wooden barrel in her hand and ran towards Ge La. The mother and son finally embraced each other after a long separation. The woman couldn't stop shedding tears, and kept stroking Gela's face with her hands, muttering, "Grow up, grow up." Anyone who sees this scene will sigh. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, the mother's longing for her will not diminish with the distance. "What's wrong, Killua, do you miss your mother? Wait for a while, then we'll go back." Yunyi saw Kia's envious eyes. "I didn't." Kia pouted and said indifferently. "Haha." Faced with Killua's stubbornness and suffering, Yunyi has long been accustomed to it. He hasn't been back to this house for a long time. If he doesn't go back, I'm afraid they will come out to look for him in person. "Who are these people?" The woman wiped her tears and looked at them with some doubt. "They are my friends." Gray introduced them one by one. From this, I learned that Gray's mother's name was Sheila. "Mom, how have you been these past few years?" Back in the cabin, Gray kept asking. "Nothing happened, just like before," Sheila answered gently. While the mother and son were talking, Yunyi's eyes were on the dilapidated wooden house. The walls were made of wooden boards. Because of the humidity of Whale Island, the wooden boards were already a little moldy. This also caused the risk factor of the entire wooden house to increase extremely. Once a stronger storm or wild beasts were encountered, accidents were likely to occur. "Like A." Yunya called Like A over and whispered something in his ear. He nodded, took the knife and left the house, heading deep into the jungle. Soon, a large area of landslides sounded. "What happened?" Gray quickly stood up and looked around. "It's okay." Yunyi motioned him to sit down and explained the situation. The boss is still very careful. Because of his excitement, Gray obviously forgot some details. In the distance, Lecter was already carrying 7 or 8 trees more than 10 meters high and walking towards him. The spectacular appearance made the small animals on the side dare not even approach. Bang! 7 or 8 huge pieces of wood were suddenly placed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lek's eyes slightly opened, and he instantly drew out the long knife from his waist. In an instant, the trees in front of him turned into small pieces of trees of uniform size and neatly arranged. It was just enough to repair the cabin and expand it to a certain extent. Gray also raised his sleeves and began to help. Yunyi was also not idle. He controlled the black shadow to buy a lot of useful materials. And Killua was responsible for hunting on the side and preparing the next ingredients. From sunrise to sunset, after everyone's concerted efforts, a brand new wooden villa appeared in the field of vision. Compared with the past, it was just a pin for a villa, completely new. At the same time, Killua came over dragging the body of a brown bear. A bonfire feast is about to begin. Shira's craftsmanship is indeed not covered. The roasted meat made several people unable to stop eating. It's almost catching up with the level of gourmet hunters. It's still the same saying, masters are among the people. After everyone had eaten, it was already evening. "Let's go back and rest." Yunya saw that it was getting late and asked everyone to rest. When they returned to the room, Scylla was watching a brand new TV. The cabin was about to collapse, not to mention such a high-end thing as a TV. "Mom, it's time to go to bed. Come back tomorrow," Jella said helplessly. Finally, under everyone's persuasion, Scylla returned to her room to sleep. "Let's go see Zyja tomorrow." Chapter 88. Get up and eat. Early in the morning, a gentle voice resounded throughout the wooden house. Scylla had already prepared the food and was waiting for everyone to come. "Good morning." Yunyi greeted with a smile. He chose a seat and sat down. Looking at the delicious food in front of him, he picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. The rich fruity aroma burst out instantly, making people feel like swimming in a sweet ocean. "Good morning, brother." Killua, who came out second, was rubbing his eyes as he walked over. He got ready to eat after seeing the dishes on the table. Then came Lake, and finally Gray came out with sleepy eyes. Maybe because he had just returned home, the long-lost sense of security surged in his heart, so Gray couldn't help but sleep a little longer. "Mom, your cooking skills are still so good." Jella sat in his seat and ate the food in front of him like a starving ghost who had never eaten before. "If it tastes good, eat more. If it's not enough, there's more." Scylla looked at everyone kindly, with a smile on her face. It can be seen that everyone's presence also brought her joy and happiness. In the morning light, Countless birds chirped in the quiet jungle, and the warm sunshine sprinkled on the lake outside the wooden house, making people feel very comfortable. After dinner, I went outside and took a deep breath, full of the fragrance of soil and flowers. Let's go and take a walk. Yunya immediately made a suggestion. After all, apart from practicing, he generally doesn't like to stay in one place. Where are we going? Killua asked curiously. No direction, no purpose. Yunya walked forward leisurely, picking a piece of grass from time to time and throwing it away. Seeing this, the people behind him quickened their pace and followed. Not long after, the group arrived at the bustling market. Even though it was still early, many vendors and customers had gathered at this time. Everyone's face was filled with happiness. Just buy whatever you like. Yunya said to the people behind him. Since we are here, why would we leave empty-handed? Okay. Hearing this, Killua disappeared from the spot with an excited look on his face. He looked left and right and seemed to be very curious about everything. Boss, how much is this? Gray was obviously very familiar with this place and started to ask the boss for the price. Are you not going? Seeing Lai Ke not moving at all, Yunya asked unexpectedly. I don't like shopping. Unless... Suddenly, Lai Ke saw a shop and walked straight into it. Looking at the plaque, it clearly read blacksmith shop. It can be seen that the broken blade last time made him feel uneasy, so he likes to go to this kind of place. Looking around, several people have already started their own shopping time. Yunya did not hesitate anymore, and waved his hand to start filling the huge warehouse in the other world. Everything he went to was looted. These vendors thought that some rich young man had come, and they all cast curious glances. This purchase was completely completed from sunrise to noon. The giant warehouse in the other world was already half filled at this time, which shows how much Yunya bought. What did you buy? Yunya looked at the two of them and asked curiously. Food. Gray lifted the things in his hand, which were almost as tall as him. A whetstone. A grey stone was in Lake's hand. Not bad. Oh, where is Killua? Yunya looked around and found no sign of Killua. He seems to be going that way. Lake pointed in a direction. He clearly saw that Killua went there and never came back. Let's go and have a look. Yunya took a step and walked slowly. He was not very worried that Killua would be in danger. First, there were no particularly powerful monsters on Whale Island. Second, there was a child of destiny here, and even if he really encountered danger, he would most likely be able to escape danger. Thinking of this, a guess appeared in Yunyi's mind. The three of them passed through the dense forest, over the howling of countless beasts, and finally saw a ray of light. Walking straight ahead, there stood a small villa on the endless plain, surrounded by a towering green tree. The house was recognized at a glance. As expected, this house was where Zyja lived. Walking forward, as expected, Killua was playing with a hedgehog-headed child. Killua. The voice was carried to Killua's ears by the breeze. Looking back, Yunyi was looking at him from a distance with a gentle face. Brother. Killua waved his arms excitedly. This made Zyja look over with some confusion. At this moment, Yunyi also turned his eyes. The two eyes met and had their first communication. No wonder it is called a gem. Yunya couldn't help but admire. Xiaoji's eyes were very pure, without any impurities, revealing perseverance and determination, as if all the filth in the world could not infect him. Killua, who is he? Zyja asked curiously. He is my brother and the most talented member of the Zaldik family. Killua said proudly. At this time, 3 people also came over. Brother Gra. Xiaoji opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last saw Gray. Long time no see, I didn't expect you've grown so big. Gara replied with a smile. When he saw Zyja before, he was still a tiny boy. In the blink of an eye, his head was almost as tall as his waist. While the two were talking, Yunyi carefully looked at this child of destiny. He and his father were simply carved from the same mold. I didn't know if they were different forms. I wonder if that standard hedgehog head can stab someone to death. In an instant, Yunyi's mind was full of thoughts, and countless possibilities appeared in his mind. Hello, my name is Ji Fulishi. Xiaoji smiled and stretched out his hand to Yunyi, not shy at all, but very generous. Hello, I am Killua's brother, Kumono Zaldik. It seems that you and my brother have become friends. Yunya said with a chuckle. This sentence made Killua look at Zijia a little nervously. Yes, we are already friends. Zijia said with certainty. This sentence made Killua turn his head away and no longer look at him. Zijia, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Mit looked at them curiously. Ah, it's you. Seeing the person coming, Mit said with a little surprise. We came here specially to visit you. Did we disturb you? Yunyi asked politely. No, no, you are welcome to come. Mit said quickly, welcoming them into the house. As soon as they entered the house, they saw an old woman sitting in a seat drinking tea. Oh my, are there guests coming? Chapter 89. The old lady's voice caught Yunyi's attention. She looked kind and was slightly short because of her age, about the same height as Maha. This was Zijia's great-grandmother. She was also the grandmother of Jin and Mit. Her identity was unknown, but the people related to Jin were not simple characters. Grandma, hello. Yunyi greeted her with a smile. The grandma smiled and nodded and didn't say anything else. Why don't you all stay here tonight? Mit said enthusiastically. No, it's too much trouble for you. Yunyi rejected Mit's kindness regardless of Killua's expectant eyes. After all, who would live in someone else's house after just meeting? Stay, I believe you. Anyone who is with Gray is trustworthy. Xiaoji said to Yunyi seriously. This made Gray scratch the back of his head in embarrassment. Brother, I want to live here too. Kia held Yunyi's arm with a begging look. Apparently he had forgotten his old brother because he had a new friend. Then we'd better obey your order. Yunyi had no choice but to agree. Looking outside, there were already a few stars hanging high in the sky, and the black barrier was invading the entire sky. Aunt Mit, can I ask my mom to come over with us? Gray asked a little embarrassedly. Sheila, of course. I haven't talked to her for a long time, let me sleep with her tonight. Mit agreed repeatedly with a look of surprise. Even though the two were far apart, it still couldn't stop them from becoming good girlfriends. Hearing that it was okay, Gray disappeared instantly. The incredible speed made Zijia open his eyes wide in disbelief. He clearly remembered that when they played together before, Gray was always bullied. Unexpectedly, he has changed so much now. This feeling is equivalent to others have become gods, and you are still laughing in the novice village. This guy is still so anxious. Yunyi shook his head. When he mentioned his mother, Gray seemed like a different person. Killua, are you hunters? Zijia asked with his eyes shining. As soon as he said this, the scene fell into silence. Mit looked at Killua with a worried look on his face, and even the old lady put down the teacup in her hand and looked over. I'm not, but my brother is. Noticing the gaze, Killua cleverly passed the blame to Yunyi. As soon as the words fell, everyone's attention was focused on Yunyi again. Hunter? Why are you interested in this profession? Is it because of Jin? Yunya said softly. This sentence is undoubtedly like throwing a torpedo in the sea, causing thousands of raging waves. Do you know my father? Zijia asked cautiously. This question made Yunyi look around and found that although Mit didn't care, his movements were obviously slowed down. He is a legendary figure. His life achievements are enough to make people look up to him. Even the Hunter Association's president Netero praised him highly. When I was chatting with him, he also talked about you, saying that he also had a child who was about my age. Yunya slowly told Jin's information. Every word he said made the light in Xiaoji's eyes more dazzling. Until the end, when he heard Jin talking about him, his eyes couldn't stop shedding a tear. Hasn't he forgotten me? This distressing look made Mit unable to help but hug him. You are his son, how could he forget you? Seeing Zijia like this, Yunyi's tone softened unconsciously. Throughout the plot, Zijia, a 12-year-old boy, insisted on looking for his father. In the end, his body withered because of the oath he made. After going through countless hardships and obstacles, he finally met his father. Anyone who encounters such a thing will collapse and blame his father for abandoning him, but Zijia relied on his own will to complete all the difficulties. Zijia. Although Killua didn't understand what happened, he still cursed Jin in his heart. Bang! Just when the scene was filled with sadness, Gray brought Scylla to the living room. He was still confused at this time, not knowing why the atmosphere was so strange. Mit, what's wrong? Sheila asked gently. It's okay, let's eat, everything is ready. Mit brought the prepared food to the table. Fortunately, the table is big enough, otherwise it might not be able to accommodate so many people today. Looking at the people in front of her, Mit felt a dream. This was her first time to eat with so many people. In the past, it was just Zyja and his grandmother. "Auntie, your cooking skills are really good," Killua praised while eating. His hidden hands occasionally took away the fried shrimp in Zyja's bowl. "Killua, you stole my food again." Zyja ignored etiquette and stuffed all the food in Killua's bowl into his mouth. His puffed-up cheeks made everyone present laugh. Soon, the lively and happy time was over, and only a mess was left on the table. Sheila helped Mit clean up by herself. As a good sister, of course she helped immediately. "I'm really full." Gray burped and slumped on the sofa. Looking to the side, Lake, Yunyi, Killua, and Zyja were all curled up on the small sofa watching TV. The old lady who was drinking tea at the side couldn't help but smile when she saw this warm scene. "This is my brother." Kia stared at the TV with wide eyes. Looking closely, Yunyi's figure appeared on the TV. With just one palm, he sealed the opponent's telepathy. This is the replay of the fighting competition. This kid Zyke is really fast. Yunyi was a little helpless. The game had just ended, and the replay had already started. How could he go out in the future? Fortunately, people on Whale Island don't watch TV much, otherwise he would have suffered a lot. Is this the battle of the strong? Xiaoji looked at the TV with shining eyes. Obviously, a seed of yearning has been planted in his heart. As time goes by, it will slowly become a towering tree. "Okay, kids, it's time to go back to your room and rest." Just as everyone was fascinated by the scene, Mit's voice came from behind. The originally messy table had now become brand new, without a trace of dirt. "Lake, you sleep with me tonight?" Gray hooked his arm around Lake's shoulder, as if he was talking to a brother. "Then you two can come with me." Yunya looked at the remaining two and said. After deciding on the room, everyone began to rest for the night. Yunya slept on the bed made by the shadow, looking at the bright moonlight outside the window. In the silent night, a voice sounded. "Brother Yunyi, how do you know that Jin is my father?" Chapter 90. Turning his head, Zyja was looking at him with bright eyes. Even though the lights in the room were turned off, he could still see clearly. "Has anyone ever told you that your eyes are special?" "I have seen these eyes on Jin as well." Yunyi looked into Zyja's eyes and slowly explained the reason. This sentence made Zyja fall into memories. The only thing he remembered about Jin was those bright eyes and the hazy face. "I want to know how to become a hunter." Xiaoji asked with a firm look in his eyes. "Do you want to see him?" Yunya did not answer immediately. Xiaoji thought for a while and then spoke slowly. "I want to see what kind of job can make him abandon his family and children to complete it." Xiaoji's thinking circuit is different from that of ordinary children. The reason why he became a hunter is very simple, just to see what kind of mystery is hidden in it. To become a hunter you need to take part in the hunter trial and pass. But your current strength is still too weak, it is difficult to pass. The truth was revealed. Zyja is only 8 years old, and his strength is only slightly better than that of an ordinary child. From the fact that he caught a several-meter-long kingfish, it can be seen that he is definitely not an ordinary person. Of course, if you are eager to become a hunter, I can also help you. No thanks. Xiaoji shook his head and rejected Yunyi's proposal. This did not surprise Yunya, after all, he had expected Xiaoji to refuse. With his personality, he rarely bothered others to do something. "In that case, I wish you good luck." After that, Yunyi stopped talking. Only Zyja was left on the bed, thinking. As for Killua, he had already fallen asleep, with no sign of waking up. There was no conversation that night. The next morning came faster than expected. When he came to the living room, Mit and Sheila were busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for the whole family. Yunyi took the opportunity to sit in front of the old lady. "Grandma, if Zyja wants to go out for adventure one day, will you stop him?" While drinking tea, Yunyi asked doubtfully. "Zyja is just like his father. Once he makes a decision, he cannot change it. Whale Island is too small. He will fly away sooner or later, just like the seagulls in the sky," the old lady said leisurely. "She has seen through the world and is used to leaving." "Is that so?" Yunyi murmured to himself. "It's time to eat." At this moment, Mit's voice sounded, and he came upstairs and kicked everyone out. Soon, the lively breakfast time began. Killua, we will be going back soon. Just when Killua was having fun, a reminder made his face fall instantly. Brother, we have only been here for a few days, I don't want to go back yet. Compared to the lifeless Zaldik family, Killua still prefers the popular Gon family. It doesn't matter, you can stay as long as you want. Seeing this scene, Mit said with a smile. She also likes this lively atmosphere. We are just going back to take a look and we will come back again. Yunya was a little helpless. He became the bad guy instead. Okay then. Killua replied reluctantly. Soon, they packed their luggage and walked on the plane. Killua, come again. Zyja waved his hand and said loudly. Yes. Killua nodded and agreed. After a while, he disappeared from sight. Zyja was still watching Killua's disappearing back until he could no longer see his outline. Hey, I'm finally back. Yunyi looked at the familiar yellow spring gate in front of him. He walked forward, stretched out his hands and pushed hard. Bang! 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 The long-forgotten sound rang out, and all 7 doors were pushed open. The gatekeeper saw this and immediately called the higher UPS. You guys come and try it too. Yunyi let go of his hand and said to the 3 people behind him. Bang! The moment it was released, the yellow spring gate returned to its tightly closed state. Gray was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. After loosening his muscles and bones, he pushed hard towards the yellow spring gate. Veins popped up all over his body, and his body gradually turned red. The huge force slowly pushed open the 6 doors, and there was only 1 step left for all of them. But at this step, he spent all his strength and still couldn't open it. This was Gray's pure physical strength. If he added the 6 gates of Dungia, he could give it a try. Let me try. Lake took off the knife from his waist and slowly walked to the door. He took a deep breath, tensed his body, and used both hands to bang. A loud noise was heard, and the doors were forced open one after another. Looking closely, Lec's muscles had expanded to the limit, and it could be seen that he had used all his strength. In the end, like Gray, he stopped at the 6th door. Not bad. But we still need to work hard to open the 7th door as soon as possible. Yunya encouraged. While they were talking, a figure approached them quickly. Young master. A shy voice came to my ears. Turning my head, I saw Lazy Eye and Mian Ying approaching quickly. Long time no see. Yunyi said with a smile. 2 years, 4 months, and 8 days. Liza said a number accurately. This sentence made Gray and Lei look at Yunyi at the same time, with ambiguous emotions in their eyes. Haha, you are really careful. Yunyi forced a smile. Master, the room has been cleaned and you can go back anytime. Mianying was as considerate as ever. Well, we are just back this time and may leave soon, so we don't need to prepare too many things. What, you're leaving again? Lazy Eye said in surprise, tears gathering in her eyes. Let's go in. We haven't seen our mother for a long time. Yunyi chose to be selectively blind and went directly into Kukolo Mountain. When she heard that they were leaving, Lazy Eye immediately held back her tears and quickly followed behind. The others saw this and followed as well. After climbing several hundred meters of stairs, they finally reached the palace on the top. Once inside, the empty hall was only cleaned carefully by the housekeeper. Seeing this, Yunyi turned around and went straight to the garden. Once inside, the fragrance of flowers filled the air, and countless beautiful and delicate flowers could be seen everywhere. Going deeper, Ji Chu was quietly drinking afternoon tea inside. Still wearing the same court costume, he looked like an elegant aristocrat. At this moment, Ji Chu was looking at the beautiful roses in front of him with some sadness. Mother. Chapter 91. A familiar voice brought her back to reality. She turned around in disbelief and saw Yunya with a smile on his face. Yun. You are finally back. Mommy missed you so much. Ji Chu immediately threw away the teacup in her hand, picked up her skirt and ran over. A long-awaited hug finally came true. Why did you leave without saying a word? Come, let Mom see if you have lost weight. Ji Chu kept kneading Yunyi's face with his hands. He looked left and right, fearing that there was any accident. After confirming that there was no problem, he hugged Yunyi again and digested the long-accumulated thoughts. Where is that kid named Chi? After reminiscing for a while, Ji Chu asked in confusion. Seeing this, Yunyi grabbed Killua's collar without mercy and dragged him out. In Killua's horrified eyes, a set of small combos appeared on him again. It didn't stop until Killua was dizzy and about to pass out. Finally, Ji Chu returned to her seat and turned back into an elegant lady. "Where is my father?" Yunyi asked curiously. "He is at your grandfather's place, I don't know what he is doing," Ji Chu said with an unhappy look on his face. "Is there anything wrong? I'll go check it out." "Killua, you stay here with your mother first, after all, you haven't seen each other for a long time." After saying that, Yunyi disappeared instantly without any hesitation. This speed made Killua look confused. He never thought that Yunyi would cheat him like this. But before he could say anything, he was caught in the arms of Killua the next second. "Let me see what you are doing." Yunyi shuttled through the shadow of Kukolo Mountain and came directly to the cabin. He quietly blended into the shadow of Silva and listened to the conversation between the two. "Yun is really amazing, even more powerful than the founder of the Zaldik family. Maybe he could really leave here and go outside," Zeno said solemnly. This made Silva's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said seriously. "Let Yun decide this matter herself. And didn't my great-grandfather say that ordinary people can't get close to that place?" Hearing this, Zeno sighed deeply. "What are you talking about?" A voice made the two men alert instantly, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Yunyi's figure slowly emerged from Silva's shadow, looking at the two curiously. "Yun, when did you come back?" Silva said in surprise. Zeno, who was standing by, was slightly shocked. He didn't know when Yunyi came. A guess slowly emerged in his mind. "I just got back. I heard from my mother that you two were talking together. Did something happen?" Yunyi asked in confusion. "Just some normal things. By the way, your great-grandfather asked you to visit him when you come back." Silva seemed to remember something and said to Yunyi. When he heard Maha, a short and calm figure appeared in his mind. "Really? Then I'll go check it out now." Yunyi nodded, opened the door and left. He usually wouldn't ask about things he didn't want to talk about. Anyway, he would say what he should say sooner or later. "Let's go see how my great-grandfather is doing first." Yunyi crossed the entire Kukolo mountain at a very fast speed and came to the lake that he was most familiar with. Looking forward, Maha was still sitting quietly on the bench fishing as before. He was still the old man, without any change. "Great-grandfather!" Yunyi stepped forward quickly and shouted. Hearing the voice, Maha slowly turned his head and looked. "It's Yunyi, long time no see." Seeing the person coming, Maha said with a smile. He put away the fishing rod in his hand and turned around. "I heard from my father that you have something to talk to me about." Yunyi asked curiously. "You should know Jag, right?" Maha asked slowly. "Great-grandfather? I know." Yunyi nodded. It was he and Netero who went to explore the Dark Continent and finally brought the surprise of Nanaga. He recently sent me a message saying that I need to bring Nanaga to him. Maha revealed the final truth. Jaeger, who was exploring the unknown area of the Dark Continent, somehow informed Maha to bring Nanaga over. "So, why are you looking for me?" Yunyi asked again. "Nanaga is a child who only listens to you, so I want you to go with me. But if you don't want to, you don't have to go." Maha still respects Yunyi's choice. Dark Continent. Yunyi immediately fell into deep thought. The Dark Continent symbolizes extreme danger, and it hides treasures pursued by countless people and countless regular creatures. The treasures known as the Five Hopes are vanilla that can cure all diseases, unmanned stone that can generate electricity, longevity Nidonomi, Sanyuan water, and alchemical plants. The dangers known as the Five Disasters are the human cultivating beast Papu, plant weapon gold and silver ingots, hell bell double-tailed snake, gas life form E, and immortal disease Zabat disease. Each risk factor is no less than level B. When Bai Yang led the team deep into it, not only did they suffer heavy casualties, but they also brought several super creatures with extremely high risk factors. Even V5, the leader of mankind, dared not enter it easily, for fear of bringing an unsolvable disaster and destroying the survival of mankind. "Don't worry, even if I let you go, it's definitely not now." Maha saw Yunyi's hesitation, and he himself knew the degree of danger. "Okay, give me a few more years." Yunyi said the minimum deadline. A few years would be enough for him to reach a level where he could survive in the Dark Continent. And he certainly couldn't go alone, he had to bring a few smart people along. For example, Jin or Paristan. Or the leader of the Union School, Liuyan. These are all good candidates. Yes. Maha agreed to Yunyi's request. He could still wait for a few years. Jaeger should be able to do it too. Then I'll go see how Aluka is doing. After confirming it, Yunyi left here directly. After all, the protagonist is still Nanaga, so naturally he has to go and see how he is doing. At the original place, Maha did not continue to pick up the fishing rod, but walked into the depths of the forest. It's still the same as I remember. Looking at the mansion where he had lived since childhood, Yunyi's eyes revealed longing. Entering, Riza was preparing the next dinner. As for Lake and Grey, they had already been practicing and waiting in the room. Back in the room, a young figure was quietly waiting inside. Brother! Aluka shouted and hugged Kumono. He had heard that Kumono had returned, so he was waiting in the room early. Aluka, long time no see. Chapter 92. Yunyi stroked Aluka's black hair and said in a gentle tone. Brother, why did you leave so suddenly? Aluka looked up and asked in confusion. When Aluka was still a baby, Yunyi left the Zaldik family to go out for training. So when Yunyi came back, he had already learned to walk and talk. But the scene when the two met for the first time and Yunyi firmly chose him has been deeply engraved in Aluka's memory and can never be erased. Because my brother is still too weak, if I want to help you, I need to go out and gain experience to become stronger. Yunyi explained. Facts have proved that his original choice was correct. He has experienced all the ups and downs along the way, not only has he transformed in strength, but he has also reached another level in his mind. These are things that cannot be obtained in the Zaldik family. It is obviously not advisable to isolate the country. For Yunyi, the Zaldik family is just a novice village. Brother! Just as Aluka was about to say something, his pupils suddenly became dark and empty. Nanaga, long time no see. Yunyi's expression did not change at all, and he replied gently. Hee. Seeing that Yunyi had not forgotten him, Nanaga laughed out loud. In the quiet room, it seemed a little weird and scary. Okay, it's time to eat. Yunyi called Nanaga out. When they came to the kitchen, Liza had already prepared a table of carefully prepared meals, each of which was filled with fragrance. Liza, your cooking skills have improved again. Yunyi took a bite and raised his eyebrows to praise. Compared with ordinary chefs, the food made by Liza has reached a superb level. Unexpectedly, she is also a good hand in this area. Eat more if you like it. Liza happily kept putting vegetables into Yunyi's bowl. Soon, the rice was covered and gradually piled up into a small mountain. In order not to waste Liza's kindness, Yunyi drank 3 bowls with tears. Finally, he lay on the bed with a full stomach and looked around. The room was the same as when he left, without any change, still as clean as new, without any signs of erosion by the years. It can be seen that Liza still performed the duties of a housekeeper even when he was away. Dark Continent. Yunyi gradually recalled Maha's words. According to him, Jaeger is currently exploring somewhere in the Dark Continent. One of the reasons for summoning Nanaga is probably that he encountered an unsolvable change and needed to fight rules with rules. If this is true, then Nanaga was not just brought here accidentally, but was deliberately kept here and waited for the critical moment to start. But the creatures in the Dark Continent are extremely dangerous, and almost every one of them has super strong rule-based attacks. With Jaeger's ability to explore the Dark Continent, he was trapped there, and I'm afraid he encountered extremely difficult rule-level creatures. We are brothers. If we are in danger, how can we just sit there and do nothing? Yunyi thought of the worst outcome. That is, Nanaga would die in the confrontation, or die together with the other party. No matter which option it is, Yunyi will not choose to agree. Not for anything else, just because he was the one who took Aluka in. He must be responsible for the choice he made. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He pushed open the door and Aluka's cute little head came in from outside. After seeing Yunyi looking at him with a smile, he quickly shrank back. What's wrong? Yunyi asked in confusion. At this time, Aluka finally came in and said shyly. Brother, I want to sleep with you. Hearing this, Yunyi smiled helplessly, then nodded. Aluka laughed happily instantly, threw the pillow he had prepared on the bed, and jumped on it. The soft big bed embedded his body deeply, and then bounced back. The cute appearance made Yunyi chuckle. Okay, it's time to rest. Yunyi straightened him out and turned off the light. The whole room immediately became dark. Aluka seemed a little scared and tightly grasped Yunyi's arm. It's okay. The soothing tone made him relax immediately. As if he felt a strong sense of security, sleepiness instantly swept over his body, and Aluka fell into a deep sleep. The moonlight outside sprinkled on the ground, as if it was daytime. Slowly, Yunyi closed his eyes. It's time to get up. Early in the morning, a gentle voice came from outside the door. Yunyi looked to the side, and Aluka was already looking at him with bright black eyes. He opened the door and saw that Ji Chu had come here at some point. Good morning, mother. Yunyi said with a smile. Yun, good morning to you too. Aluka, how old are you? Why are you still clinging to your brother when you sleep? Ji Chu saw Aluka following closely behind and teased with a smile. This made Aluka's little face a little confused. I just like my brother. The innocent voice made Ji Chu call it cute. Seeing this scene of loving mother and filial son, Yunyi came to the restaurant silently. Looking around, Killua, Letko, and Grey had already started eating at their seats. Good morning, boss. This meal is so delicious. Come and have some. Jella urged as he stuffed the food into his mouth. Lecter beside him ate the bacon and nodded in agreement. Eat as much as you want. Yunya sat down and started to eat up everything. After a while, only clean and smooth plates were left on the table. No one could imagine that there had been food on these plates. After we have eaten and drunk enough, we should set off. Yunya said slowly. Hearing this, Aluka turned his head and looked over in confusion. Brother, where are you going? The innocent voice immediately made the whole restaurant quiet, waiting for Yunyi to speak. We are going to play at Killua's friend's house, does Aluka want to go? Yunyi asked softly. Yes, I am willing to go wherever my brother is. Aluka jumped on the bench and raised his hand quickly. This positive look made everyone present smile. Now that. Wait, I want to go too. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the conversation. Turning around, Lazy Eye, who was wearing a housekeeper's uniform, said with a firm face. As the young master's housekeeper, I must ensure that I am always available. Liza's reasons were very sufficient. Hearing this, Yunyi did not rush to refuse. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a decision. Chapter 93. Okay, but you have to get Mianying's consent. Yunyi set a condition. After all, taking someone's sister away without saying a word is not a good choice. I'll go ask my brother right now. Lazy's eyes showed joy, and she immediately jumped out of the door. It can be seen that she is 100% sure of Yunyi's conditions. Sure enough, half an hour later, Lazy Eye returned to the room with a happy face. My brother agreed. Lazy Eye said excitedly, looking at Yunya with some expectation. Although he didn't know how she convinced Mianying, Yunya would not regret what he had promised. Then let's go. Yunya stood up and greeted everyone. After everyone packed their luggage, they officially gathered at the door. I'll let you know in advance that I might not be back for a long time this time. Yunyi turned to Rei and said. I'm fine. Lazy Eye agreed with a firm face. That's good, let's go. The group headed towards Whale Island again. This time they left quietly without disturbing anyone. Especially his mother, Ji Chu. Once she knew, it would be extremely difficult to leave. But fortunately, the process from leaving Kukulu Mountain to heading to the airship was very smooth. There were no people who stopped him from leaving as expected. On the airship, Aluka looked out the window with a fresh face, his eyes full of curiosity. This was the first time he had taken an airship since he was born. The others were resting or sitting cross-legged on the spot to practice. Found it, I wonder how much it can be sold for. In the corner, a masked man looked at Aluka slyly. His eyes revealed a hunting taste. He walked forward carelessly, slowly approaching Aluka, while constantly looking around to make sure there was no danger. It's so beautiful. Aluka was still immersed in the beautiful scenery of the mountains. He didn't realize that danger had quietly approached. People were coming and going on the airship, and the masked man was walking among them, giving people a hazy feeling. In just a moment, he came to Aluka's side. Little sister, do you want some candy? The masked man obviously mistook Aluka for a girl, but that didn't stop him from using his tricks. I don't eat candy. Aluka simply shook his head. He clearly remembered Yunyi once told him not to eat things given by strangers. Once he ate it, he might never see him again in his life. If you don't eat it, it's time to go to bed. Seeing that the candy didn't work, the masked man looked around and reached for his pockets. The next moment, he took out a rag. Just as he was about to do something bad with the rag, a big hand pressed his shoulder. Then came the second and the third. Each hand contained a powerful force, pressing the shoulders hard, as if trying to crush it. The masked man felt pain, his face was a little distorted, and he looked back with anger on his face. This look made him sweat coldly. He saw that the two big men, Lei and Gray, looked at him seriously, with murderous eyes. It seemed that they were going to kill him in the next second. Aluka, close your eyes and count to 10. Yunyi's voice slowly rang out. Good. 1. 2. Aluka covered his eyes with his hands and counted very obediently. Seeing this, Gray couldn't bear it anymore. He gently exerted force with his palm and crushed his shoulder completely. The severe pain made the masked man want to scream. But a white light passed through his neck, completely blocking his voice. This made the masked man only roar in a low voice, but he couldn't do anything. A silent despair spread in his heart. Write down your team, and I may let you die more easily. Yunya handed the paper to the masked man with a smile. Between tortured death and immediate death, the masked man chose the latter. After all, the feeling of living a life worse than death is too despairing. Since he was going to die anyway, the masked man's eyes suddenly became determined, and he wrote a long string of words. It clearly showed the position, number of people, name, code name of their team. Go and solve it. After getting the things, Yunyi gave instructions. Like He understood, and under the horrified eyes of everyone, he took the masked man to a secret place and killed him directly. Then he took out his hunter license, said a few words to the staff, and left. Someone will naturally solve it later. Killua, please take some time to solve it. It's time for you to move your bones. Yunya handed the list to Killua. This can not only train his assassination ability, but also greatly improve his tracking skills. After all, the hiding ability of human traffickers is very strong. Okay, brother. Killua read the note over and over again, then tore it up and threw it into the trash can. His eyes were filled with the murderous intent common to the Zaldik family. After getting off the boat, Killua will officially start hunting. 10. Aluka opened his eyes happily and found that the masked man was gone. Brother, where is that uncle? His troubles have been solved, and he just went back. Yunyi said gently. Hearing this, Aluka didn't care too much and continued his airship exploration. Soon, the airship began to land and arrived at the destination. After going down, Killua immediately left the team and jumped in one direction. As for the rest of the people, they entered a 5-star hotel and began to rest. There is still a lot of time, so there is no need to be so anxious. Take a good rest now, or you won't have the chance later. Yunya thought. The purpose of the island is not just for Zyja, but more for meditation. He has been practicing until the beginning of the plot. There are still 4 years left before the beginning of the plot, and this period of time is enough for him to reach an incredible level. In order to face various emergencies in the Dark Continent. For unknown areas, even if he has reached the strongest level, he still cannot easily make a judgment. After all, there is only a small area belonging to humans in the entire Dark Continent, and humans have very little information about it. Who knows if there will be creatures that can wipe out everything? Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yunyi was still thinking, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and Killua appeared. There was a trace of bright red blood on his face, which showed that the mission had been successfully completed. How is the situation? Yunyi asked after wiping the blood off his face with a handkerchief. It took a long time to track them down, but fortunately, they have all been solved. Kia had a victorious smile on his face. That's good, let's take a rest and then continue on our journey. Yunyi said slowly. There was still some distance to go before they reached Whale Island. Chapter 94. Brother, what is this? This is a seagull. Yunyi explained patiently. Hearing the name, Aluka's eyes lit up and he whispered, hoping to attract the seagull's attention. Perhaps it was because animals seek good fortune and avoid danger, no seagull was willing to approach Aluka, and they all avoided him. The reason was that the momentum exuded by Nanika was too strong. In their eyes, Aluka was a more dangerous creature than the horror ape. Hello, My name is Aluka. Even though the seagull didn't approach, Aluka still didn't give up and continued to call. The others watched this scene with interest, becoming the only place on the boat to relax. Finally, under Aluka's unremitting attitude, when he was about to dock, a seagull landed on his hand. I don't know if it was because of stupidity or because he was really moved by Aluka's persistence. When everyone saw this scene, they cheered for him. This made Aluka shyly hide behind Yunyi for a while. Bang! With a loud noise, the fishing boat came to the shore. The huge wooden planks extended to the ground for people to walk on. Yunyi and his party got off the boat in an orderly manner, and did not jump down directly to attract attention like last time. Looking at the market that was as lively as ever, Yunyi's mouth drew a smile. Passing the market, passing through the trees and birds singing, they arrived at the destination. It was still the villa in the forest, and Scylla's busy figure appeared in front of everyone. Mom! The familiar shout made Scylla turn around and look at everyone. She obviously didn't expect that Gray would come back so soon. What are you doing? Zilla asked with a puzzled look on her face. Mom, we have to practice here and won't be back in a short time. Jella's words were undoubtedly good news for Sheila. She quickly called everyone in, and at the same time accused Gray of telling him now. After entering the house, the joy in Aluka's eyes became even stronger. This journey has given him a lot of knowledge. These are things he has never seen before. This kid never stops. Yunya found that Killua had disappeared. Without exception, he went to find his good friend Zyja. Where is Killua, brother? Aluka looked around and also noticed that Killua had disappeared. Do you want to go find him? I'll take you there. Yunyi decided to go immediately. After all, Aluka is more suitable to play with children. Without much hesitation, he took Aluka and jumped towards Zyja's house. Soon, they arrived at the familiar plain. The wind was howling, blowing the green grass, and a touch of fragrance filled the nose, making people feel comfortable. Looking closely, the two little ones were playing on the giant tree wrapped around the wooden villa, with smiles on their faces. Kia! A voice brought the two back to reality. What's wrong, brother? Kia came down and asked with a little confusion. You can bring Aluka along, so you can play games together. Yunyi said bluntly. Okay, okay. Before Killua could answer, Zyja answered excitedly. There are obviously more places to play with 3 people than with 2 people. I can do it too. Killua nodded and took Aluka over. Soon, they started playing again, and Aluka's smile was obviously more cheerful. Back at the villa, Yunyi sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't practiced for a long time. Jella, Lake, come over here. Yunyi called the two of them over. In an instant, the two of them appeared in front of him. What's wrong, boss? Gara was the first to ask. In the next period of time, I will start practicing, don't let anyone disturb me. Unless there is something particularly important. Yunya explained everything. This made the two realize the seriousness of the matter. It is likely that Yunya will not appear for a long time. We understand, boss. We will complete the task. Gray assured Yunyi. That's good to know. You can go out now. Yunyi said slowly. After the two of them took a last look, they quickly left the room. After doing this, Yunyi's consciousness began to wander in the world and diffracted into the black shadow arranged by NGL. At this time, Zayulo was looking at the report in front of him with joy. What happened to make you so happy? Yunyi's figure slowly emerged from his shadow. Master, our processes are already on the right track. As long as we conquer the surrounding countries, we will be able to become a great power in a few years. Zayulo said excitedly. He never thought that his country would become a great power one day. Yes, Dirk will help you. In addition, there are some things I need to inform you of. Yunya told him about his retreat. After hearing this information, Zayulo was a little flustered, but soon calmed down. Without Yunyi's help, it would be much more difficult, but this was the time to verify his strength. Since you choose to attack, I will give you another general. After saying that, Yunyi summoned a black shadow. It was Li Fulishi. Lord, what are your instructions? You will assist Zayulo's development like Dirk in the future. Yunya gave instructions. After Li nodded heavily, he stood quietly in place. After doing everything, Yunya focused his attention on Zayulo again. Make this while I'm away. Make as many as you can. Yunya handed the blueprint to Zhe Yuluo. It was the super-large destructive weapon that Bai Yang had seen. Nirvana can release a temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius in an instant, destroying everything within a radius of 100 miles, evaporation and melting. It was used in the war, causing the death of nearly 4 million people. That war directly caused the land that was once full of life to become an irrecoverable wilderness, causing permanent damage. It was banned by V5 as early as after the war, and it was no longer produced or used. I really don't know where Bai Yang got the blueprints. This. Zhe Yuluo's hands trembled slightly when he saw the thing. Not only was the power huge, but also the materials and difficulty of making it. Just one piece might consume countless resources. If it was an ordinary small country, it might directly lead to bankruptcy. I will definitely do my best to complete it. After careful consideration, Zhe Yuluo chose to agree. Now is the time for him to give back. Do what you can. After saying that, Yunyi escaped into the shadows and disappeared. He returned to the room again and took a deep breath. After preparing everything, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to operate the Supreme Visualization Diagram and the Mind Ability Training Method in his body. Chapter 95. The qi lingering in the body instantly began to circulate continuously, constantly producing new qi. At the same time, his physical and mental strength were constantly improving. During this time, Yunyi had been immersed in cultivation. Naturally, he was completely unaware of the passage of time, allowing the sun and moon to change, and spring and summer to interweave. From a distance, Yunyi looked like an ascetic monk, practicing quietly, not even noticing the dust on his body. Practicing the Tai Shang visualization diagram saved him from having to eat or go to the toilet, etc. It was similar to the fasting of immortals, but only limited to this. Every day, the cycle was like this, without stopping. 4 years passed in a flash. Brother hasn't come out yet? Killua asked worriedly. 4 years had passed and he had grown into a teenager. He was no longer as naive as before, but had a slightly cold face that showed the style of the Zaldik family. It should be soon. Gray said uncertainly. He hadn't seen Yunyi's figure or even his hair for a long time. If he hadn't been told in advance, he would have wanted to break in countless times. Hey! In the room, Yunya exhaled the turbid air that had been pent up for 4 years. He opened his eyes, and golden light burst out from his eyes, flashing by and disappearing completely. He shook his body slightly, and countless dust was shaken off. Sure enough, I still need to retreat. Yunya muttered to himself. Feeling the power in his body, it has undergone a qualitative change compared to 4 years ago. Both his physical and mental strength have reached another level. It is no exaggeration to say that if he meets Jed again, he will definitely be able to blow him up with one punch. Not only that, in the process of practicing, he also comprehended a new technique. You comprehend the highest, see through the origin of the universe, and obtain the innate qi. You created the technique, Taisha cultivation technique. Taisha is a more primitive state of the universe than chaos. After practicing, you can produce innate qi in the body that is stronger than qi. This technique can be said to have created a new precedent, bringing Yunyi to the forefront. As early as 3 years ago, the technique was transformed. Now Yunyi has gathered thousands of qi in one body, and his strength is naturally self-evident. On the contrary, there has not been much progress in the ability of mind, and it is still a long way to go before the next ability is opened. This made Yunyi think that Ying might have reached his limit, but every time he practiced, Ying always grew at a very slow rate. I really don't know how perverted the next ability will be. It's time to go out. Yunyi stood up and looked out the door. The sunlight poured into the room from the window, revealing the young man's figure. Outside the door, Kia Gray and the others were still guessing the date when Yunyi would come out. At this moment, Lecter beside him suddenly looked at the door with a puzzled look. Bang! The door opened. Yunyi's figure slowly appeared. Killua and Gray were stunned. They never expected Yunyi to appear so suddenly that they couldn't react at all. Long time no see. Yunyi spoke first. Hearing the familiar voice, Killua suppressed his emotions and pouted his lips and said. Really, you've been in there for so long without coming out. As if he couldn't help it anymore, Killua hugged Kumono like he did when they were little. Boss, you finally came out. If you don't come out, I'm going to break in. Gray said with a big laugh. Okay, real men should stop being so sentimental. It seems that I have been in seclusion for a long time. Yunyi pushed Killua away and smiled helplessly. When they came downstairs, Xiaoji, Lazy Eye and others were watching TV intently on the sofa. They didn't realize that the person they had been thinking about was standing behind them. I seem to smell the scent of brother Yunyi. Suddenly, Zaija sniffed his nose and said with a puzzled look. How is it possible? Lazy obviously didn't believe that Yunyi would come out at this time. Coincidentally, Aluka wanted to go to the bathroom and met Yunyi's eyes directly. Brother! With a cry of surprise, Aluka rushed over excitedly. It has become heavier. Yunyi said with a smile. Lazy immediately turned around and looked at the person she had missed so many nights in disbelief. Tears immediately flowed out. Are you finally done? Yes. Yunyi nodded gently. 4 years have completely turned Rei into a girl, but she exudes a maturity and elegance that does not belong to her age. Her beautiful face looks even more beautiful, and her fair skin makes people fantasize. Brother Yunyi, it's you. I knew my sense of smell was right. Xiaoji said with his head held high. He looked like a winner. Zaija, you have grown up too. Yunyi looked at the boy in front of him. Hedgehog hair, golden eyes, lively smile. Just like in his memory, not a single bit changed. Killua misses you very much, he keeps talking about you to me. Zaija secretly told Yunyi the news. 4 years naturally cultivated their friendship to the point where it was stronger than gold. They were both very willing to trust each other, and they directly gave their backs to each other in countless battles. Really? Thinking of Killua's appearance just now, Yunyi believed that what Zaija said was right. Don't talk nonsense. Kia, who just came downstairs, got angry when he heard this, and rushed forward to play with Zaija. Aluka, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and laughed and clapped his hands, cheering for the two. Now that I'm here, I'll go prepare dinner first. You should watch TV on the sofa first. Lazy Eye said, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to work hard. As soon as she sat down, Lai Ke and Ge appeared on both sides at the same time. How have you two been practicing while I was away? Don't let me hear that you haven't made any progress at all. Yunya asked bluntly. Boss, I will soon complete my training of the 6 gates of Dunjia. Now let me face that Jed, I will definitely beat him to pieces. Gara said fiercely, still brooding over the situation. He swore after coming back that he must practice hard, so that one day he can defeat an enemy like Jed himself. I will soon master the heaven-slaying sword technique. If I were to face my brother, I would have a 60% chance of winning. Lake reported his situation seriously. Like Gray, he regarded the people who had brought him shame in the past as motivation to move forward. Sooner or later, he would pick up the knife in his hand again, cut off Alan's head himself, and resolve the obsession in his heart. Very good, it seems that neither of you let me slack off. Yunya nodded with satisfaction. These two people made him worry the least. Even without saying anything, they were very self-disciplined and could complete the task on their own. They were indeed the people he had personally educated. It's time to eat. Let's chat at the table if you have anything to say. Chapter 96. Ari's gentle voice came. When they came to the kitchen, Killua and Gon stopped eating without knowing when, and quietly sat in their seats waiting for the meal. However, the two of them still looked at each other with dissatisfaction. And Aluka was still a spectator, watching the eye fight between the two with a happy face. Where is Auntie? Sitting in his seat, Yunyi looked left and right but didn't see Scylla. She and Aunt Mit went out to buy something and should be back soon. Jella explained immediately. As soon as he mentioned the two of them, he heard a cheerful conversation at the door. Sheila, do you think this is good? I think it's pretty good. The two walked in together and immediately looked into everyone's eyes. This made them stand there awkwardly. Yoon, you're out. Mit said in surprise. She had heard about Yoon-Yi's seclusion a long time ago, but she didn't expect that he would be in seclusion for 4 years. A full 1460 days. Oh, Gaig, why didn't you tell me earlier? Sela blamed Gray for not telling her. As a result, she didn't cook for us today. I don't know either. Gray shrugged helplessly. He obviously just found out about it, okay? It's okay, come and eat. Yoon-Yi said with a smile. Soon, a sumptuous meal began. As time went by, Rise's cooking skills became more and more sophisticated, almost catching up with the level of the gourmet hunter. No need, Liza, it's enough. Looking at the familiar hill in front of him, Yunyi stopped in time. Hearing this, Liza's hand just stopped, but her eyes kept looking at Yunyi's bowl. Whenever there was a little food missing, she would add it in time. Brother Yunyi, I want to participate in the hunter trial. Suddenly, the table became quiet. Mit looked at Zyja with some disbelief, but after thinking for a while, he said nothing. Yunyi stopped eating and asked seriously. Are you sure? Faced with the question, Zyja nodded firmly, with a gleam of light in his eyes. Then you get ready, we are ready to go at any time. Yunya said with a chuckle. Aunt Mit, can I go? Zyja was not immediately happy, but looked at Mit who was silent with worry. After being stared at for a while, she finally couldn't help but sighed. Yes. Mit compromised. Really? That's great. The originally stagnant atmosphere at the table suddenly became lively. Killua looked at Gon with a smile, and was really happy for him. As a good friend, he naturally understood that Gon's heart was always thinking about that irresponsible father. Over the years, Gon has been looking for Killua for special training, hoping to meet the conditions before Yunyi came out. As a result, there were some slight deviations in the plot, and now Gon's strength is stronger than before. You should also prepare. Yunyi glanced at Gray and the others. They nodded seriously and began to think about what they should bring. After dinner, they returned to their rooms to rest. Yunyi lay on the soft big bed and looked out the window. The bright moonlight still emitted fluorescence. The gears of their destiny were about to start turning. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yunyi was still sighing, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and Lei Ziyi appeared in front of him. What's wrong? Yunyi asked with a little confusion. But Liza didn't say anything, but walked in directly. A relatively strong telepathic ability suddenly burst out from her body. This aroused Yunyi's interest. It's normal for you to learn Nen. Yunyi was not too surprised that Reiji learned Nen. After all, the butler center of the Zaldik family has a butler who specializes in teaching and practicing Nen. I want to ask the young master to take a look at my ability of mind reading. Liza said the purpose of her visit. Under Yunyi's gaze, she took out a small doll from behind. It was Yunyi's appearance that was depicted on it. This sound instantly made Ari's face red, but she did not explain and began to show her ability of mind. Soul doll. Instantly, a thought shot out from Ari's mind towards the small doll. The next second, the doll actually began to tremble, and its eyes gradually became bright. Under the gazes of the two, the doll jumped up and down, circling around Rei. Although it couldn't speak, it was enough. What are the puppet's abilities? Yunya was a little confused. It might be a bit far-fetched to say that such a small puppet has combat abilities, unless it has a regular attack method. But such puppets are generally very rare, and even one puppet out of 100 Nen users might not be able to fight. Its ability is to share vision. Liza picked up the doll and said happily. This ability can be used to detect enemy information, which may play a significant role at a critical moment. After all, if the doll is gone, it can be made, but if the person is gone, it is really gone. I think you can continue to develop your mind ability. There should be a lot of room for improvement. Yunya gave his opinion. The soul involves a lot of places. As long as it can be continuously developed, it will grow to an extremely abnormal level. Yes. Liza nodded heavily, her eyes full of expectation. She had already begun to imagine the time when she would help Yunyi. After a brief exchange of greetings, Liza happily left the room. Yunyi returned to bed, closed his eyes, and began his long-lost deep sleep. Where's your luggage? And you, why don't you have anything? Can you guys learn from Zyja and bring some with you? Outside the villa, Yunyi looked at the people in front of him speechlessly. Except for Zyja who brought a small bag, the others didn't bring anything. It shows what it means to leave the same way you came. It's really hard to even bring a bag. Boss, I've thought about it for a long time and I don't have anything to bring. Gara said with a smile. He thought about it seriously and found that there was really nothing he needed to bring. He could eat and sleep on the way. He could take everything on the way. He could only bring a mobile phone. The same goes for you, sir. Lake was even simpler, he came out with a long knife. Forget it, let's go. Yunya said helplessly. Anyway, everyone present is capable, so it doesn't matter whether he takes them with him or not. As for Aluka, he will be taken over after he is stable. He arrived at the dock with ease and boarded the ship to Port Dory. A new journey began. Chapter 97. The vast blue ocean was sparkling under the scorching sun, and countless seagulls were chirping around the sky. A huge sailboat was surging forward like a beast on the sea. I'm finally going to participate in the hunter trial. Xiaoji breathed in the oncoming sea breeze, his heart filled with excitement. He had been looking forward to this day since 4 years ago. It's just a hunter exam, why are you so excited? Killua looked at Gon speechlessly. He had been muttering since he got on board. Haha, are you here as expected? Yunyi looked at the blue sky and white clouds, with a smile on his face. Looking ahead, 2 strange yet familiar figures were resting on the deck. The man looked different from his age, dressed in a suit and looked like a businessman, holding a small bag and eating an apple in his hand. As expected, this man is one of the key figures among hunters. Leorio. Looking to the other side, with golden hair, a beautiful face, special clothes and 2 wooden short swords on his waist. This man is known as one of the handsome hunters. Kurapika. Seeing him today, he is indeed worthy of his reputation and is worthy of the title of handsome man. I wonder what kind of sparks these people will create. Yunya looked at them with interest. The 4-member team, Gon, Killua, Leorio and Kurapika were all present. This was a moment worth remembering. Boss, what are you looking at? Suddenly, Gray came over and asked curiously. Looking ahead, he also saw Leorio and Kurapika. They are quite strong. Gray gave a fair evaluation. But that was all. These people were still in the initial stage, and they couldn't even open the gate of Hades. Their strength was just like Zyja, only slightly stronger than ordinary people. If Kurapika opened the scarlet eyes, he might be stronger than the other 2. I wonder what he would think if he saw that. Yunya recalled the auction he had participated in with Hisoka. Among them was a pair of scarlet eyes, which were now quietly placed in a huge warehouse in the other world. Once Kurapika saw it, he would most likely come to snatch it or make an oath to exchange it. There will be a storm soon. On the deck, Zyja sniffed the air and looked at the restless seagulls in the sky and suddenly said, this is one of his abilities, the ability to communicate with animals. It is the most common skill for the protagonist. How is that possible, kid? You told me there would be a storm in this weather. Don't laugh at me. This statement drew ridicule and disbelief from Leorio. He looked carefully at the sunny sky and didn't believe that there would be a storm next. Really, Seagull told me. Zyja said firmly. But Leorio didn't believe it, and even thought Zyja was talking nonsense. You're right, there will be a storm next. Yunya came to the deck at some point, holding the railing with his hands, looking at the dark clouds in the distance and said with certainty. Others may not be able to see it, but with his strength and vision, he can perceive and see it clearly. At this time, the red-nosed captain came out of the cabin and happened to hear the conversation of several people. Boy, are you telling the truth? Yunya nodded seriously and said to Xiaoji beside him. He also thinks there will be. This sentence made the red-nosed captain turn his head and look. He saw the pair of bright eyes at a glance, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Suddenly, he frowned and looked at Yunyi's face again with a serious face. A feeling of surprise surged in his heart. Did you recognize him? Yunyi thought. The red-nosed captain's expression must have revealed his identity. Although ordinary people may have forgotten it after 4 years of fermentation, the legend of Yunyi has been passed down in the hearts of every non-user. The battle launched all over the world set off an unprecedented huge heat wave. Get ready, we are about to face the storm. Captain Red-Nose made a decision immediately and shouted loudly to the captains present. This shout immediately caused a commotion at the scene, and everyone stood up with a serious expression. Even Leorio asked in disbelief. Do you believe what these 2 little devils say? How could there be a storm in this weather? These words did not convince these people, instead, they rushed to the room in the cabin one by one. Just when Leorio was still angry, a shadow covered his body. Looking up, the originally blue sky was now blocked by endless dark clouds, without a trace of sunlight. The surrounding sea breeze began to become restless, as if it would be angry in the next second and drive away the invaders from the ocean. Seeing this, Leorio ran into the cabin very consciously. Soon, bean-sized raindrops hit the hull, and soon it turned into a real storm. The wind was howling, and the originally calm sea surface became turbulent, making the big ship shaky. It seemed that it would turn over in the next moment and be completely swallowed up by this endless ocean. On the deck, many crew members were still racing against time to make preparations. At this moment, pulling down the sail became the most difficult task. It's not good. The red-nosed captain looked at the dark clouds with thunder and had an ominous premonition in his heart. In the cabin, all the passengers gathered, all of them were challengers going to participate in the hunter test. Because of the beating of the waves, the hull became extremely unstable, which also caused the environment in the room to be constantly reversed. From time to time, it moved to the right, and from time to time to the left. Many people have vomited or even fainted because of the violent shaking. I don't know when it will end. Yunya lay calmly on the recliner, calculating the time to end. Bang! Just then, the door of the room suddenly opened. The figure of the red-nosed captain appeared. He looked inside and found that many people were already in poor health due to the storm. But there were also some who were not affected and were quietly doing their own things. Leorio was eating a green apple, Kurapika was lying on a hammock reading a book, Gon was treating a patient, Killua was bored, Lake was cleaning his knife, and Gray was practicing boxing. Finally, there was the contented Yunyi. Come with me, all of you. The red-nosed captain said to the few people who were not affected. Soon, a large group of people gathered in the captain's room. Introduce yourself. The red-nosed captain said first. After hearing this, Leorio and Kurapika remained silent. My name is Yunyi. My name is Zyja. My name is Kia. My name is Lecter. My name is Jella. As soon as Yunyi spoke, everyone said their names. Why don't you two introduce yourself to each other? It will be good for you too. Yunya turned around and reminded. Chapter 98. After hearing this, they began to weigh the pros and cons in their hearts, and finally spoke slowly. My name is Kurapika, and I am the only survivor of the Kurita tribe. My name is Leorio. After hearing the introduction, the red-nosed captain glanced at Yunyi. Tell me your purpose of becoming a hunter. Another question was raised. This immediately aroused Leorio's anger. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to keep asking us questions? This made the red-nosed captain laugh and took out the pipe in his mouth. Qualifications. I am qualified to eliminate you. This statement surprised everyone present. They didn't expect that an ordinary captain would be one of the examiners of the hunter trial. For a moment, the whole place fell silent. I became a hunter to give someone a face. Yunyi said slowly. As for who it was Netero who had always wanted to win him over. When the red-nosed captain heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't say anything, but turned his eyes to other people. Everyone has his own goal. Leorio wants to make money so he became a hunter. Kurapika wants revenge so he became a hunter. Gon became a hunter to find his father. Killua became a hunter for fun. Everyone has his own goal. I am here to follow the boss. Gray's goal is very simple and clear. He will go wherever Yunyi goes. Same for me. Like said with a cold face. He was already a one-star hunter, and he came here purely to follow Yunyi. If there was any other purpose, it might be to find Alan. Is it about to start? Suddenly, a fierce quarrel caught Yunyi's attention. Turning his head, he saw Leorio and Kurapika clashing because of their different goals. Sparks burst out from their mouths. Let me wipe out your race completely. Leorio's words completely ignited the powder keg of the battle. Take that back, Leorio. Kurapika yelled with anger in his eyes. Call me brother Leorio. Leorio walked out the door. Kurapika was driven by anger and went straight to the deck. The storm did not stop but became more violent. The shaking of the ship and the fierce beating of rain did not extinguish the anger in the hearts of the two. It's not too late for you to take back what you said now. Kurapika took off his robe, drew the two swords at his waist and issued a final warning. Stop talking nonsense. Leorio took out his knife with a serious expression and confronted him. The battle was about to break out. Both of them rushed towards each other, and the competition of strength began with a bang. Yunyi did not watch this scene, but turned his eyes to the turbulent sea level not far away. There was a lot of energy hidden. A monster was approaching here quickly. Captain, you have sensed it too. Yunya glanced at the red-nosed captain with a serious face. Yin. Suddenly, an extremely huge figure leaped out of the sea, splashing hundreds of feet of waves and making a loud cry. Just this one glance made the red-nosed captain's eyes become more serious. Horned demon whale. This name caused Yunyi's world library to flip through quickly, and soon he found the corresponding information. Horned demon whales live in the deep ocean. They are hundreds of meters long, covered with hard black scales, and have a sharp and long horn on their heads. It contains deadly toxins, and any creature attacked will die instantly. It is a well-deserved overlord of the ocean. It is extremely aggressive and will attack and devour any creature it sees. It is said to be a creature that is rarely seen in 100 years, perhaps because everyone who has seen it has died. We have to leave quickly, this is not a monster we can deal with. Captain Red-Nose made a prompt decision to retreat. Looking at the busy crew in front of him, he urged them again. If we don't leave, we will all die here. Seeing this scene, Yunya couldn't help but praise him. He is indeed an old driver. He is very calm in the face of danger. You two should help too. I'll go check this thing out. With a command, the two people beside him disappeared instantly. Yunyi looked forward and saw the horned demon whale swimming towards him at a very fast speed. It was obvious that this ship had become his target. Is it really different? Forget it, it's all the same anyway. Yunya walked forward slowly, muttering to himself. Although the plot was a little off, it was still acceptable. It was just a horned demon whale that had dominated the ocean for many years, no big deal. Brother Yunyi is so handsome. Zaijia looked at Yunyi standing at the stern of the ship facing the storm with his eyes shining. As a young man, he never wanted to be so majestic. Killua, who was standing beside him, also secretly swore in his heart that he would be like this in the future. Let me see what kind of stuff you are. Yunya looked closely, and the huge figure of the horned demon whale slowly emerged from the water. Looking around, the entire ship in front of it was just a newborn baby. The horned demon whale opened its mouth, and countless sea water and big fish rushed into its mouth. This also affected the ship, and its speed slowed down. But every time the horned demon whale opened its bloody mouth and prepared to swallow the whole, it was dodged by the captain's superb operating skills. He is indeed a man who can be a captain. But this also aroused the anger of the horned demon whale, swinging its huge body and swinging its tail. It wants to smash the hull. Once the horned demon whale hits it, no one on the ship will survive. You can't live without it. Let you see the real power. A black shadow appeared on Yunyi's body. The roar of the sea monster. In an instant, a vast shadow appeared behind Yunyi. It had a human body, an octopus head, a trident in hand, and blood-red eyes. It was 100 feet high, approaching the clouds. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire sea, causing the horned demon whale to stop moving unconsciously and stare blankly at the shadow of the sea monster in front of him. You are the overlord of the ocean, and I am Thulhu. Yunyi smiled slightly and waved his hand. In an instant, the vast sea monster waved the trident in his hand and cut off the tail of the horned demon whale. The next moment, the deep blue blood infected the entire ocean, forming a unique landscape. What is this? I don't know either. On the deck, Leorio and Kurapika, who were fighting, were stunned when they saw the sea monster in front of them. When had they ever seen such a scene before? Even the captain, who had been paying attention to this place, couldn't help but show a horrified expression. He knew that Yunyi was very powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Even the ocean overlord, the demon whale, could easily deal with it. Want to run? Chapter 99. The horned whale, whose tail was cut off, struggled and rushed backwards. This attack made it feel a rare fear, and it could not face the sea monster in front of it. This is one of the sea monster's abilities. Eyes that cannot be looked at directly. Any creature that is stared at by the scarlet eyes will have countless chaotic information in its brain, which will continue to fill its brain. Only unconscious creatures can escape this disaster, such as shadows or dead people. It's too late to run now. Yunyi pretended to swing the giant trident again, and fiercely stabbed it into the center of the horned demon whale's body. Just like Runt is stabbing a wild boar. Puff! The vast force directly penetrated the body of the horned demon whale and imprisoned it on the trident, unable to move. It was like a small fish hunted by fishermen, waiting for death. The imprisoned horned demon whale suddenly became silent, as if dead. In a trance, everything became calm. The next moment, an extreme force suddenly burst out from it, as if all the strength of the body was mobilized in an instant. It forcibly broke free from the trident at an extremely fast speed and fled to the distance at an unprecedented speed. This decisive look is worthy of its reputation as the overlord of the ocean. It is not shameful to run away if you can't win. I wonder where you can run to. Yunya took back the sea monster and quickly came to the captain's room. He passed by the red-nosed captain who looked puzzled, and went straight forward to control the rudder. As soon as he touched it, the familiar feeling instantly came to his mind, and all the knowledge was poured into his brain. Under the shocked eyes of the red-nosed captain, Yunya began to operate astonishingly. The horrific storm outside was still raging, and the turbulent waves did not calm down with the passage of time, but became more and more fierce. But even in this situation, there is still a huge sailboat on the turbulent sea. Yunya used the propulsion of the waves to increase the speed to 1,500 km per hour. Just to catch up with the horned demon whale that was fleeing in front. Even with such a fast speed, the hull was still very stable, without the ups and downs at the beginning. With the unsolvable operation, the sailboat was getting closer and closer to the horned demon whale, and it was about to get close. Yunya directly handed the rudder to the stunned red-nosed captain behind him, and went straight to the bow. Behind him, the shadow of the vast sea monster appeared again, still holding the huge trident in his hand, showing bursts of cold light under the flash of thunder. This scene made the horned demon whale flee more frantically, constantly consuming the remaining strength in his body, just to escape the devil's palm. But all this is futile. I wonder what equipment you can drop for me. Yunya looked at the horned demon whale with interest and slowly raised his right hand. The next second, the huge trident pierced into the body of the horned demon whale again at an extremely fast speed, and the deep blue blood once again infected the entire sea surface. In order to prevent the horned demon whale from escaping again, Yunya pulled out the trident and stabbed it again. After 749 times of the same operation, the pupils of the horned demon whale were dilated and it completely floated on the sea surface. Put it into the inner world and let the shadow deal with it. Yunya glanced at the sky covered with dark clouds, and the shadow behind him began to expand infinitely. In just a moment, it covered the sea surface within a radius of 100 miles, and directly swallowed the huge body of the horned demon whale into the inner world. What awaits it is an inhumane decomposition. While Yunya was still thinking, a bolt of lightning struck the statue on the deck directly, forming a brilliant and magnificent scene. This made Yunya raise his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Legend has it that anyone who sees this spectacle will have a difficult life. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, it doesn't matter to Yunya. Since he came here, fate has become unpredictable. Did you really kill it? The captain appeared at some point, smoking his pipe with lingering fear, looking at the deep blue sea in horror. He never thought that Yunya could actually defeat the ocean overlord horned demon whale. There were people who came to attack before, but all of them were eaten by the horned demon whale. A full 5 one-star ocean hunters stayed on the sea forever. Even the top 2-star hunters had to consider whether they were sure of winning. The captain was already ready to fight with the determination to die, but who would have thought that there was such a big Buddha on the ship? It's just a fish, of course I killed it. Yunya looked forward calmly. This made the red-nosed captain gasp. As expected of the champion of the fighting competition, he killed it as he said. At this time, the sailboat had left the rainstorm area and welcomed the bright sunshine again. Everything became sunny and bright again. On the boat, everything is fine outside. Those who can stand up, get out. The captain shouted. Soon, people came to the deck one after another. Looking around, there were no more than 10 people. Alas, a bunch of losers, still coming to participate in the hunter trial like this. Captain Red-Nose shook his head in disdain. Every year, countless people come to participate in the hunter trial, but only a few can pass. Even so, it does not stop these people's enthusiasm, but it becomes more and more intense. To date, the number of people participating in the hunter trial has reached tens of millions. Why is brother Yunya with the captain? Xiaoji looked at Yunya, who was talking to the captain, in confusion. Brother must have something important to discuss. Killua answered like a detective who solved a case. Hearing the answer, Gon nodded with deep understanding. On the other side, Leorio and Kurapika stood side by side, not knowing when their grudge had been resolved. In the following time, nothing else happened on the ship, and everything was moving in the established direction. During this time, Gon still became familiar with Leorio and Kurapika. Even if there was a little deviation, fate still brought them together. We are almost there. Looking ahead, the image of Port Dory gradually emerged before his eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, the ship approached the shore and stretched out a giant wooden board. Remember to show mercy to the examinees when you meet them. The red-nosed captain advised Yunye earnestly. After all, with his strength, he could break someone's bones with just a wave of his hand. I won't take action unless it's necessary. Yunye was a little speechless. He has never been a person who advocates violence, so he naturally won't take action just because of a disagreement. Bang! Suddenly, a man with a big nose and shifty eyes bumped into Yunye's shoulder. He turned around and instead of apologizing, he looked at Yunye with a mocking look on his face. Why are there still little brats coming to participate in the competition? Go home and find your mother to drink milk. If I meet you later, I will definitely lock you up and have some fun with you. Bang! In an instant, Yunye grabbed his head and smashed it hard on the ground. The huge force directly flattened the man's head, which looked like a deflated volleyball. A small pit with a human face appeared on the originally flat ground. This was still under the condition of controlling the force. Once the force was really applied, the man's head would not be able to withstand the pressure during the descent and explode. In order not to dirty himself, Yunye chose a gentle way. Seeing this, the red-nosed captain took a deep puff of his cigarette and said nothing. He said he would not take action, so how could he flatten someone's head the next second? Chapter 100. Haha, I accidentally used too much strength. Although he said this, Yunye's face did not show any guilt. After all, the person he taught a lesson would set a trap to harm others later, so he naturally couldn't let him stay. Not to mention scolding him. I understand. Look at the fir tree over there, that's where you'll take part in the next hunter trial. Good luck to you. The red-nosed captain told us the address of the second trial. Then he said goodbye and returned to the ship to prepare for the next batch of candidates. Let's go. Yunye called out to the people in front of him. Under Gon's persuasion, Leorio and Kurapika joined the team. Look at the fir tree over there. That's where you're going next. Yunye pointed to the towering fir tree on the top of the mountain. Then he looked at Lei and Gray. You two follow them first, I have something to do. After saying that, Yunye disappeared from the spot. Only a few people present were left looking at each other. Then let's go. Zyja took the lead and walked towards the top of the mountain excitedly. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed. On the other side, Yunye quickly shuttled through the shadows and came to the NGL Republic. Looking around, all you can see is the territory of NGL. In the past 4 years, Zayuluo led the army in the Black Shadow, and with the help of Li, he successfully conquered the surrounding countries. He has separated from the suzerain country and established his own republic. During this period, NGL reached an unprecedented peak and directly jumped to the level of an industrial power. Whether it is the materials, productivity, military strength, or economic output, they are already incomparable to ordinary countries. Everything is on the right track. Even V5 has to send envoys to do their best to build a good relationship with Zayuluo. Long time no see. Yunye's voice resounded throughout the hall. Zayuluo stood up quickly and turned around. Lord, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The last time they met was a year ago when they attacked the Republic of East Galyugo. Because the enemy had lethal weapons, they wiped out the attacking team in an instant. Finally, they had no choice but to ask Yunye for help. At that time, Yunye directly took out the head of the enemy leader and confiscated the weapons to end the war completely. You asked Dirk to convey the message to me. It seems that the things I asked you to make have been completed. Yunye said slowly. The things made are naturally the super-large destructive weapons that were originally given to Zayuluo. Nirvana. Yes, it has been made. There are 3 in total. They are waiting for you in the laboratory now. Zayuluo nodded. He gathered the common resources of the 5 conquered countries and finally made 3 Nirvana. It can be seen how difficult it is to make. Very good, take me to see it. Yunye said with relief. His vision of people was indeed correct. Soon, the two of them passed through the heavy guards and came to the laboratory. At a glance, various sophisticated instruments were running slowly, waiting for the results to appear. Countless researchers were walking back and forth in a hurry, holding important reports in their hands. They are the most essential part of NGL, in charge of the operation of science and technology. Each of them is a genius among 10,000, and their scientific talent is enough to look down on countless people. Looking at the center, 3 egg-shaped objects are standing quietly in place. Not surprisingly, this is the destructive weapon Nirvana that can instantly burst out 6,000 degrees Celsius. Although it looks plain and unpretentious, as long as it is detonated, countless people will lose their lives in the sea of fire. He quickly leaned forward, touched it lightly with his palm, and a cold feeling came to his heart. No one would have thought that this thing could melt millions of people in an instant. You did a good job. I'll take this thing first. The shadow behind Yunyi expanded rapidly, swallowing up the 3 Nirvana. If you encounter something that you can't solve in the future, just throw one out. Killing people, destroying traces, and burning corpses is done in one step. If possible, continue making. Do what you can. Yunyi turned around and said to Zhe Yuluo. Yes. Master, we have already found the chimera ant remains you told me about before, and have conducted relevant research. Zhe Yuluo suddenly thought of something and said to Yunyi. Take me to see it. Yunyi was not surprised to hear that the remains had been found. According to the plot, the chimera ants first appeared in NGL, and the closed environment caused them to grow wildly. Hearing this, Zhe Yuluo personally led the way and came to an instrument. At this time, the remains of the chimera ants were being scanned and blood was drawn for analysis. Yunyi looked forward and saw that both the appearance and the size were consistent with the chimera ants. You, come over here and explain the information about the chimera ants. Zhe Luo pointed to a researcher who was working. Mr. President. According to the information provided by the T20 scanner and genetic testing samples, the chimera ants are not part of the local species. They have extraordinary fecundity, survival, growth, size, and strength. According to genetic testing, they have the potential to learn mind abilities and can devour organisms to achieve rapid growth. It is one of the most powerful species known to date. Currently, there are 12 ways to eliminate different types and forms of chimera ants. The researcher quickly told Yunyi the information about the chimera ants. This surprised Yunyi. As expected of a professional, he was able to get all the information about the chimera ants and provide a solution just by research. It is clear why V5 does not take the chimera ants seriously. Because they also have a way to eliminate the chimera ants. But even so, they still chose to let Netero go to attack the Ant King and forcibly stop everything at the cost of his life. In the end, only the president was injured and the world was completed. Not bad, the research is very thorough. Yunyi chuckled and praised. No wonder they all said that they should develop the technology tree first. Whoever has enjoyed it knows the sweetness of it. If they encounter creatures that cannot be solved in the future, they can research the superstar annihilation cannon to directly destroy them. Technology must be developed well, it will be of great use in the future. Yunyi said earnestly. In the future, he is destined to go to the Dark Continent to see all kinds of creatures. At that time, it will inevitably require some researchers to be responsible for research and come up with new solutions. Only by continuous progress can we fight against the next crisis. Chapter 101. The Lord is right. I have always put technology first. Zhe Yuluo agreed with Yunyi. Otherwise, he would not have specially prepared such a large laboratory to be responsible for various experiments. As a leader, he understands the importance of technology the most. Once he develops something that surpasses other countries, the country's status will undergo a qualitative change. I am very pleased that you have such awareness. If you encounter problems that cannot be solved later, you can contact me. Yunyi said appreciatively. With the faster and faster development, the subsequent problems will not decrease, but will increase. It may even cause disputes among V5. At this time, Zhe Yuluo's ability to adapt to changes will be tested. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint the Lord's expectations. Zhe Yuluo looked at Yunyi with fanatical eyes. Very good, I'll go first. After saying that, Yunyi disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already a shadow behind Killua. What are you looking at? The sudden voice made Killua tremble and jump forward quickly. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he saw the person coming. Have we arrived here yet? Yunyi looked at the trees surrounding him. He immediately guessed that the current trial was to find a magical beast that could be transformed. A vicious fox. Brother, where have you been? Kia came to Yunyi and asked in confusion. There are some things that need to be resolved. Tell me about this trial. Yunyi asked. Killua didn't hesitate and directly told him the rules of this trial. Find the family of evil foxes. If you catch them, you can complete this trial and move on to the next level. Hearing this, Yunyi began to sense the surrounding environment and found that Gray and Lei were walking slowly in the jungle. It can be seen that they have no interest in catching evil foxes. On the other side, Leorio was in a small wooden house taking care of the injured. Kurapika was confronting a woman. As for Zyja, he kept running on the trees, chasing the evil fox in front of him. "What are you doing here?" Yunyet asked Killua in front of him. In his perception, there was no existence or even trace of the vicious fox around. "Catching these monsters is really boring, I came out to see if there are any other hidden levels." Killua obviously played the game too much, and the first thing he thought of was to find a hidden level. "Then you can search slowly. I wish you success." Yunyi suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Leorio. At the same time, he ordered the shadow to convey the message to Gray and Lei. "Stop pretending and get up." A voice appeared in the quiet little house. "You are that mighty little devil." Leorio turned his head quickly, with a look on his face he looked at Yunyi in surprise. It was obvious that the memory Yunyi had given him was very deep. "Why don't you get up, you vicious fox?" Yunyi ignored Leorio's call and walked straight to the injured man. He gently stroked the injured part of his body with his fingers, and then pressed hard. "Hiss!" The man gasped in pain. "Hey, what are you doing?" As a doctor, Leorio would not let this happen. But no matter how he tried to stop him, Yunyi remained unmoved, his blue eyes staring at the man in front of him. "Your companions have been captured, why don't you show up?" Yunyi said slowly and softly. Looking outside the door, Gray and Lei came over, each carrying a magic beast. Following behind them was Xiaoji, who looked frustrated. "Okay." The man sighed and his body shape gradually changed. The next second, a fox-like monster with slender limbs appeared in front of him. Leorio's eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out that he had been treating monsters instead of people, and he was deceived. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you discovered my identity at a glance." The fierce fox stood up and said helplessly. "It's too conspicuous." Yunya said it honestly. "This poor disguise can easily reveal the real body at a glance. Don't forget, he has the ability to clone disguises. Speaking of disguise, there may be no one in the world who can be better than him." "Boss, how do we deal with these two?" Gray stepped forward and raised the ferocious fox in his hand and asked. As long as Yunyi said to cook and eat, he would definitely say nothing. "Let it go, this is the examiner, you can't eat it." Yunyi said lightly. This made the ferocious foxes sweat coldly and their hearts couldn't stop pounding. If they were not examiners, they might have ended up in the stomachs of several people today. Rustle, rustle. There was a sound coming from the bushes on the other side. Kurapika came here with a petite and fierce fox. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was a little stunned, but he reacted quickly. "It seems that I'm a little slow," Kurapika said helplessly. Soon, the whole family of the evil fox stood together neatly. They comforted each other like a loving family. "Ahem, we are the examiners of this trial. Each of you has your own characteristics, so I hereby approve all of you to pass the level. But we can't take so many people with us." The fierce fox looked at the large group of people in front of him and felt a little overwhelmed. "It's okay, we have our own transportation." As soon as the voice fell, the shadow behind Yunyi quickly expanded. The next moment, a combat helicopter emerged. Under the moonlight, it looked even more mysterious and dangerous. "Nian!" The fierce fox was shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't understand why Yunyat, a person with the ability of Nian, would come to participate in the hunter trial. But the current situation is not, he thinks so much. "Let's go." Yunyi sat in the driver's seat, and the propeller began to rotate rapidly. Gray, Lec, and Killua quickly got on. The rest of the people went to the next trial site with the help of the fierce fox. In the dark night, the group started their next journey. In Saba City, in a busy ramen restaurant, the ferocious fox transformed into a human form brought a few people into the restaurant and said to the chef. "Boss, grilled meat set meal, slow roasted over low heat." The signal was successfully connected, and the elevator next to it opened. "I can only take you here, and the rest is up to you." After saying that, the fierce fox returned along the same route. The few people walked in without hesitation. "Is this really an elevator?" Leorio asked in surprise when he saw the scene inside. It was not like an ordinary elevator with only a small space. On the contrary, it was very large, like a well-prepared small room. There was a small table in the middle for the contestants to rest. Buzz. As soon as they sat down, the elevator started to move. Everyone could clearly feel that they were moving downwards. A sense of weightlessness permeated everyone's body. Pang! Not long after, with a loud bang, the elevator arrived at its destination. Everyone stood up and the elevator door opened directly. When they walked outside, the scene inside instantly came into view. Chapter 102. Hundreds of people gathered in an empty field, waiting for the test to begin. Everyone's face expressed a look of keep away from strangers, as if talking here has become a taboo. Yunyi and his group entered, but only attracted a few glances and no one paid any more attention to them. There are so many people. Xiaoji said in surprise. He didn't expect so many people to come to participate in the hunter trial. Do you all want to become hunters? Lioreo looked at the crowd in front of him with some concern. Yunyi didn't care about the number of people, but glanced inside. Is this guy really here? Sure enough, in the crowd, the long-lost Xisuo was successfully found. Just like before, his bright red hair was very eye-catching, and his flexible hands were playing with the poker in his hands. As if he felt the sight, Xisuo narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Yunyi. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he walked towards this side. But before he came over, a figure had already arrived in front of Yunyi before him. Senior brother Yunyi. The familiar voice made Yunyi turn around. A man with a shiny bald head, black armor and a big smile on his face was walking towards him. Hanzo, long time no see, how have you been these years? Yunyi said with a chuckle. That's right, the person in front of him was Hanzo, a disciple of the Kumagakuer. With the help of the senior brother, he has become a jonin. Now I am strong enough to go out and practice. Hanzo proudly showed off his muscular body. At the same time, he looked at Yunyi with a look of deep gratitude. If Yunyi had not recommended him to Lian, his current strength might be much worse. It's good that you've become stronger, which means that I didn't make a mistake in choosing you. Yunyi encouraged him. Hanzo's talent in the ninja lineage is indeed outstanding, so it's not entirely due to Yunyi, but more to his own efforts. Mr. Yunyi, have you missed me after not seeing you for so long? Just as the two were talking happily, Hisoka appeared from nowhere. In an instant, Hanzo's eyes became sharp, and a powerful aura burst out of his body, rushing straight at Hisoka. Who are you? Hanzo frowned and asked loudly. Unfortunately, this did not make Hisoka feel timid at all. Instead, he looked at Hanzo with an interesting look. It's okay, I know this guy. Yunyi stopped him. Fighting here is obviously an unwise choice. The noise here naturally attracted the attention of others, and they all had the idea of watching the show. After all, for them, one less competitor is one less. But they obviously don't understand how good Hisoka is at killing people. The scene of him sitting on hundreds of corpses and playing poker in the fighting competition is still vivid in his mind. It really made Yunyi exclaim, this guy is really good at pretending. Humph! Hanzo snorted coldly and retracted his aura. This made Hisoka, who was originally ready to fight, extinguish his desire to fight. They were all giving Yunyi a face. Ignoring the two, Yunyi's eyes were on a man with rivets all over his body. Looking closely, this man moved around like a robot that only followed the program. After seeing Yunyi looking at him, his movements were obviously stiff for a moment, but he quickly recovered. This old guy is really good at playing tricks. Yunyi was speechless. As expected, this man was Illumi in disguise. Once the rivets were removed, he would return to his original appearance. Hey, do you want some water? Suddenly, a voice caught Yunyi's attention. Looking sideways, a fat man was giving someone a special drink he made himself. My name is Dongba, let's meet each other. Dongba's simple smile immediately made the other party let down his guard. He took the hand but did not drink it. After all, the people present were all experienced people, and they would not easily eat or drink what others handed to them unless it was necessary. Newcomer killer Dongba. Looking at this man, Yunyi suddenly remembered the legend that belonged to him. Many people had said that this man might be Dong Fulishi, who lived in seclusion in the city and returned to the 6 continents to be a candidate who cheated people. Some people also said that his ability of mind was a transformation system, and he could add 10 times the concentration of laxatives to the unopened beverage in his hand. Some even said that Dongba was only 16 years old. Anyway, there are all kinds of outrageous conclusions, and to this day, no correct answer has been revealed. What's wrong? Do you want to drink too? Dongba noticed Yunyi's gaze and handed him a drink with a smile. Looking at the drink in his hand, Yunyi just chuckled and drank it all. Afterwards, he licked his lips. It tastes good. Do you have more? This sentence surprised Dongba for a moment, and he took out another bottle and handed it over. As usual, Yunyi drank it down in one gulp again, and then asked for more. This made Dongba a little unconvinced. In the end, under the bottle's request, Dongba gradually broke out in layers of cold sweat. There is no more. Looking at Yunyi stretching out his hands to ask for it, Dong Baiqiang smiled and spread out his hands. Only then did Yunyi give up completely. Next time, you can try to increase it by 100 times. Yunyi's voice gradually faded away, but it made Dongba's heart pound wildly, and he stood there in a daze. The examiner hasn't come yet. Really, as an examiner, he hasn't come yet. He is just playing tricks on us. On the other side, Leorio sat on the ground and complained in boredom. Leorio, calm down and face the next test. Kurapika sat cross-legged on the ground quietly, advising Leorio. But this made him rub his head even more angrily. Finally, with a strong resentment throughout the whole process, the examiner walked towards this side with his slender legs. Hello, everyone. I am the examiner of this test. The examiner's half-smiley voice resounded throughout the venue. He had a mustache, squinty eyes, and a suit. No one would have thought that this person would be the examiner of this test. But now that the facts are in front of them, they can't help but believe it. Next, the trial will officially begin. Please follow me closely. The trial was faster than expected, and there was no long speech. The examiner took an exaggerated step forward and walked forward slowly. Everyone present was still confused until Gon and Killua rushed forward first. Then they reacted. For a moment, the whole venue began to sound violent footsteps. From now on, it all depends on your own ability. Chapter 103. Yunyi looked at the two people beside him and said. Then a black shadow attached to his body, and the thunder and lightning wrapped around every part of his body. From a distance, he looked as sacred as the god of thunder. I haven't exercised for a long time. Jella stretched his body and said lazily. Hearing the gesture, Lecter instantly became alert, fixed the knife on his waist and made preparations. Looking around, only 3 people were left in the originally crowded venue. The others had already disappeared from sight. Are you all ready? 3, 2, 1. As Yunyi counted, their muscles became tense. Let's go. In an instant, Yunyi rushed forward like a flash of lightning. Everything around him was moving backwards quickly, as if traveling through time and space. Wherever he went, he left behind a sizzling electric current. At the same time, the large army was still moving forward quickly. The speed seems to be getting faster and faster. Kurapika keenly noticed that the examiner's steps were getting bigger and bigger. Some people behind him gradually couldn't bear it and fell to the ground, which showed that their endurance was not up to standard. At this time, about half an hour had passed since the start. Killua, where are brother Yunyi and the others? Zyja looked left and right, but he didn't see Yunyi and the others. Don't worry, my brother will definitely find a way to catch up. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling lightning flashed past everyone, and everyone was shocked as if they were electrocuted. Before they could react, the lightning had disappeared from their sight. It was as if nothing had happened. What just happened? My body seemed to be electrocuted. Is there a trap here? It's really a hunter test, it's too scary. Many people started to talk, they were a little scared by the scene just now. Only a few people knew what had just happened. I've become stronger again, that's great. Hiso looked at the darkness ahead with a smile on his face. Just now, Hisoka seemed to have turned his head in sync and happened to meet Yunyi's gaze. But he disappeared the next second. Hey! Just as everyone was accepting the fact, 2 strong winds appeared beside them. Gray and Lec competed with each other and rushed forward at a very fast speed. This scene infected many people, and they rushed forward one after another. Among them were Hanzo and Killua. I didn't expect that there would be such a person among the candidates this year. The examiner walking in front of us naturally noticed this phenomenon. But he didn't care and continued to walk forward at his own speed. After 2 hours, everyone finally arrived at the door. Looking closely, they saw Yunya, who was directing the meeting at the door. Yes, that one is good, and this one is also delicious. Yunya pointed to several magical beasts hiding in the dark. These are precious ingredients that are hard to come by. Since we are here, we must take some away. Okay, boss. Yes. Jella and Lei nodded and started a hunt. Soon, the monsters on the list piled up in front of Yunyi. Looking at this scene, the examiner's mouth twitched, but he did not stop it. Since these monsters can kill people, people can naturally kill monsters. The only disadvantage is that it is not very friendly to the subsequent assessment. After all, the monsters have been killed. It's too scary. The examinee stared at the corpses of the monsters in amazement. The time is up, and those who follow will be eliminated. With the announcement of the examiner, the gate was gradually closed. Those who were about to arrive could only bang on the gate helplessly, begging for a chance. But I'm sorry, this is the hunter trial. Pity is the most worthless thing. Dear candidates, we are going to continue our journey. Before they rested for a while, the examiner announced the start of the test again. It was not until this moment that the first hunter trial really began. The place where they were about to take the test was called the Shimala Wetland, which was called the lair of the fraudsters by the outside world. There were all kinds of cunning monsters gathered there. They would disguise themselves as various traps to trick humans into stepping on them and then killing them. Some monsters would even use the voices of familiar people to mislead you. Faced with such a dangerous place, the examiner walked into the misty jungle in front of him with his long legs as always. Please follow me closely, or you will get lost. The examiner reminded. The visibility here is no more than 10 meters, and the jungle is full of hidden monsters of all kinds. Once you get lost, death will be waiting. This made everyone dare not relax at all, and hurriedly followed. The chaotic footsteps sounded again. Another round of running began. This is delicious too. Yunya had come to the center of the Shimala wetland without knowing when. He wandered in the dangerous jungle, leisurely as if he was in an uninhabited place. Under his instructions, many monsters died and fell to the ground, causing a sensation. For these situations, Yunya naturally stretched out his shadow and accepted them all. Strange, where are the monsters? On the other side, the examiner looked around with some confusion. In his perception, there were very few monsters within a radius of 3 kilometers, only a few scattered ones. This situation was very rare. Little did he know that all the monsters within a radius of 30 kilometers were buried under Gray's fist and Lec's blade. It looks dangerous here. Leorio looked at the quiet environment around him, feeling a little scared. No problem here. There are only some residual traces. Xiaoji said firmly. As he spoke, he sniffed hard with his nose. No problem. Kia waved his hand without any concern. For him, the monsters here can be dealt with, and even if they can't, they can call for help from Yunyi. Hearing this, no one around spoke. Unexpectedly, after 3 hours of travel, everyone arrived at the location safely. The examiner looked at the densely packed candidates behind him and fell into silence. Where did this guy go? Killua looked at Hisoka with blood on his body and began to speculate. Ladies and gentlemen, the first test has ended. Total number of people who passed the customs: 153 people. The examiner said the final number with a little hesitation. A full 153 people. This result has never appeared in previous hunter trials. Is this the end? I didn't expect the hunter trial to be so simple. This is a sure win. Something is wrong, 150% wrong. Some people are happy, and some are confused. Many people feel that this hunter test is too simple, and the whole process is just a simple run. If it were in the past, at least half of the people would die. This is the real hunter test. Okay, everyone, please follow me to the lounge. Chapter 104. The examiner pulled his mustache and said with a smile that he was not responsible for what happened next. Under his leadership, a large group of examinees came to the lounge. Fortunately, there were many rooms here, enough to accommodate thousands of people, otherwise the extra people would not know where to go. The room is not bad, but a little small. Yunyi came to his own single room. At a glance, the whole room had nothing except a bed and some simple furniture. But it was enough for him. While there was still some time before the next trial, he summoned Killua and others to the open space outside. Kurapika and Leorio were also brought along. When they arrived at the open space, the shadow behind them expanded rapidly, and the body of the ocean overlord horned demon whale emerged, and it had been carefully processed. Even though it was dead, the residual breath it emitted was still uncomfortable. Only a small part was taken out. After all, the size of the horned demon whale was too large, and they could not finish it even if they ate it for several months. I can't wait any longer. Gramos held his hands impatiently. Without hesitation, Yunyi took out the cooking items and began to show off his gourmet hunter-level cooking skills. After a while, one exquisite dish after another appeared, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. The smell spread throughout the area within a radius of 10 miles, and even the contestants in the room couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Let's eat. Yunyi gave the order, and several people immediately started eating. The scene of whirlwind of eating appeared again, and everyone ate the delicacies in front of them with big mouthfuls. This is so delicious. Leorio took a bite and immediately showed a surprised expression on his face. He was sure that this was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life. Karapika on the side also nodded in agreement, his eyes full of amazement. Halfway through the meal, they all felt a warm current in their bodies, which was constantly improving their physical fitness. This feeling was not wrong. As a top-level magical beast, the meat of the horned demon whale naturally has extremely high nutritional value. Every bite is a profit. If it were placed in the outside world, a small piece of meat could be sold at a high price of billions of genii. Knowing this benefit, and the fact that everyone present was not weak, the originally sumptuous table was instantly left with only a large number of empty plates. Let me do it. Karapika seemed a little embarrassed and volunteered to clean up the mess. After everything was done and he returned to the room, Yunyi took out a blue bead from the inner world. This was exactly what fell from the horned demon whale. After careful observation, it contained an extremely powerful energy. What is the use of this thing? Yunyi played with the bead in his hand with a little doubt. Looking at the bead, the world library in his mind began to search quickly. Soon, a more appropriate explanation appeared in his mind. According to the Peerless Treasures Atlas, this bead is called the Essence Bead. Only a very small number of terrifying monsters can drop it. The non-ability user can absorb the energy in it and increase the amount of chi in the body. The increase in the amount of chi depends on the energy contained in it and the strength of the user. As the overlord of the ocean, you should be able to provide me with a lot of chi. Yunyi stroked the bead. The whole body was smooth and shiny, very suitable for playing with it. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began to practice the Taisha cultivation technique in his body, absorbing the energy of the essence bead. A deep blue energy line was continuously transported into Yunyi's body. It can actually be improved. Yunyi was a little surprised. He clearly felt that his chi was rising at a very fast speed. This was a feeling he had never had before, very refreshing, as if he was in the warm sun. In contrast, the energy in the essence bead was disappearing at an incredible speed. The surface began to wither a little bit, no longer shiny. Bang! Half an hour later, the essence bead finally couldn't stand Yunyi's crazy squeeze and completely shattered. It turned into countless powders and dissipated in the air. That's great. I'll have to collect more in the future. Yunyi felt the chi in his body increase slightly. Although it was very small, he firmly believed that quantitative change would lead to qualitative change. As long as he continued to absorb, sooner or later he would be able to reach a realm that ordinary people could not catch up with. Please go to the second test site. Biscayne Forest Park. Just as Yunyi was thinking, the broadcast sounded. Outside the door, there were already many footsteps running out in a hurry. So fast. Yunyi stretched and walked out the door. At this time, many candidates were already walking together outside, heading towards Biscayne Forest Park. And Like and others were standing there waiting for him. Let's go. He called everyone to Biscayne Forest Park. Looking around, there were steep mountains, dense primeval forests, and wide deep blue lakes. Countless rare animals gathered here, enjoying the most natural food and life. This is also the favorite place for gourmet hunters, and many precious materials come from here. Is this the location of the second test? In the distance, someone has noticed the direction of the test location. Walking quickly, there are already 2 examiners waiting inside. Is this Miss Angry? Yunyi looked over. She had 5 turquoise braids, a well-proportioned figure, and a playful face with a hint of impatience. Already here. Let me introduce myself first. I am your examiner. My name is Menchi, and the one next to me is Boera. Menchi introduced herself seriously. Everyone unconsciously looked at Boera, who was like a giant beside her. This time the test is to make sushi. You need to find the ingredients yourself, and then you can go in and cook. As long as both of us are satisfied, you can pass. The rules are very simple, as long as the ingredients are delicious, you can pass. Many people are still immersed in the simplicity of the previous level, and have no idea of the difficulty of this level. After explaining the rules, Menchi stopped talking and closed his eyes and waited in place. Let's go and look for materials. Yunya called like and Gray as usual. As usual, since we are here, there is no reason to leave empty-handed. Okay boss. I'm ready. The two understood what Yunyi meant. In an instant, their figures disappeared. As for Yunyi, he took out the fishing rod he got from Maha and headed towards the forest. Not only him, but all the candidates rushed into the forest, hoping to be the first to pass. The second test officially began. Chapter 105. Let me see if there are any good places around here. Yunyi closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the places around him where he could fish. His huge mental power covered the entire dense and complex forest, and soon locked onto a location. It's you. Almost in an instant, Yunyi determined his target. Passing by countless candidates looking for their targets, he turned left and right and came to a deep blue lake. Under the scorching sun, the lake was full of golden light, and with the complex trees around it, it had a unique flavor. A small bench emerged from the shadow behind him, and he sat on it and started his fishing trip. In an instant, Yunyi felt that his mind was unprecedentedly calm. Even though the surroundings were full of the sounds of candidates hunting animals, it still did not stir up the slightest ripple. As time passed, Yunyi's fishing rod began to swing. Finally, a fish has taken the bait. Yunyi reacted quickly and held the fishing rod tightly. Bang! With a loud noise, the lake was stirred up by a surging wave. Looking closely, a fish several dozen meters long was struggling desperately, trying to escape the hook. The fishing rod was pulled at an extremely exaggerated angle, but no matter how the big fish dragged, the rod did not show any signs of breaking. I really don't know what material Maha used to make the fishing rod, which is so tough. Those who are willing to take the bait will be the ones who are greedy for it. Yunya gently exerted force with his arms and suddenly fished out the big fish, forming a beautiful skyline in the sky. Pa, pa, pa. The big fish reached the land and kept hitting the ground, hoping to return to its homeland. Yunyi sat quietly on the small bench and watched the big fish struggle. After waiting for a long time, the big fish finally couldn't hold on and died completely. The ingredients are ready, it's time to go back. Yunyi swallowed the big fish with his shadow and turned back to the cooking place. On the way, he also picked up a lot of precious seasonings to make the ingredients more delicious. As a gourmet, Yunyi has always been very rigorous. Are there so many people here already? Coming to the kitchen, many people have already started cooking. Looking around, Leorio, Karapika and others have already started making. Jella and the others haven't come back yet. Looking around, he found that there was no sign of Jella and Leke. The two were probably still on a crazy hunt and hadn't finished yet. Thinking of this, Yunyi didn't hesitate, picked up the kitchen knife beside him, and started slicing the already cut fish. The quick and sharp knife skills quickly turned the large pieces of fish into neat and uniform sashimi. Ding! With a slight sound, the rice is cooked. After putting it aside to cool for a while, the real cooking begins. Take the ingredients just picked and mix them evenly with the cooled rice, and use your hands to knead it into a perfect rectangle. Then cover it with the freshly processed sashimi. A delicious sushi is ready. Looking outside, people have already handed the prepared sushi to Menkai for tasting. The rice is not cooked yet. The slices are too old and not tasty. The taste is too bland, and there is no seasoning at all. Menkai could find a lot of problems with each one he ate, resulting in more than 30 people going there, and not a single one passed. This is too strict. This is deliberately targeting us. Is this really an examiner? I am here to be a hunter, not a cook. Voices of varying sizes echoed in the crowd, all expressing their opinions about Menchi. In response, Menchi ignored them and continued to eliminate candidates according to his own standards. Really, is there no one that can satisfy me? Menchi shook her head helplessly. At this moment, a fragrant sushi appeared in front of her. Try mine. Yunyi smiled and raised the sushi in his hand. This taste, this image. Menchi, who was originally disappointed, was instantly full of energy, and stuffed the sushi in front of her into her mouth with a serious face. Instantly, a bursting feeling came over her heart, making her feel as satisfied as if she were in heaven. The gourmet heart in her body was jumping wildly. It's so delicious! A tear of happiness flowed from the corner of Menqi's eyes. This scene shocked everyone present, and even the complaints stopped. What kind of food could make such a picky Menqi shed tears? The sound of saliva sliding rang out in the silent place. How about my sushi? Yunyi asked with a smile. You passed. Are you interested in being a gourmet hunter? I think you have a talent for this. Menqi looked at Yunya with shining eyes. If there is a chance, maybe I can give it a try. Yunya did not say that his current skills and knowledge are enough to become a gourmet hunter. Otherwise, with Menqi's personality, he would probably compete with him. Okay, the people behind don't need to come up anymore. Except for this person, all of you are eliminated. Menqi announced the final result expressionlessly. This once again set off a wave of excitement among the crowd. Why do you have the right to refuse just because you say so? This is too much. The people behind were eliminated before they even got on stage. This is just making fun of us. Once an opinion is formed, it will be echoed by others. As if he was irritated by these words, Menqi glanced at everyone present. Then I'll give you another chance. This forest is inhabited by a creature called the porcupine. You hunt it down and cook it. As long as both of us are satisfied, you will pass. Menqi gave the candidates another chance. 60 minutes. Just as the examinees were about to say something else, Menqi spoke again. This made them dare not say anything more and quickly ran into the forest, including Yunyi. But strangely, the jungle that was full of wild beasts just now was now empty, as if it had never existed. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the silence. Where is the hognose boar? Why is it gone? I just saw it. The examinee looked around in confusion. Seeing this scene, Yunyi seemed to understand what happened and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the monster corpse that was as high as a small hill. Looking up, the monster corpses were still increasing at a very fast speed, piling up continuously, gradually approaching the level of a mountain. Okay, we can stop now. Yunya said softly, and the two of them immediately stopped what they were doing. These were enough for them to eat for a long time, so they didn't need to continue hunting for the time being. I was wondering why there were no hognose pigs, but now they are all here. Looking around, the foundation of the hill is made up of countless hognose pigs. This is why the candidates can't find one no matter how hard they try. Boss, do we really not need to continue hunting? Gara asked doubtfully. No, it's enough. Yunya naturally knew what Gray was thinking. He was afraid that the monsters in front of him would not be enough to eat. Let's go back, the exciting scene is about to begin. After using the shadow to devour the corpses of the monsters, he turned and walked towards the assessment point. Chapter 106. As expected, many candidates had gathered at the examination center to protest. The porcupine you are talking about doesn't exist at all, you just don't want us to pass. I didn't expect the hunter test to be like this, it's so disappointing. That's right. The crowd was full of complaints, and everyone had some opinions. How could a hunter make such a low-level mistake in the experiment? Kurapika realized that something was wrong and looked at Yunyi, who looked calm. How could it be that it is not there? I just saw it yesterday. Menqi's eyes were full of doubts. Without thinking too much, she did a backflip and came to the front of everyone, running towards the dense forest. Only the candidates with a bewildered look on their faces stood there, letting the breeze blow. After a while, Menqi came over with a face full of doubts about life. She searched for a long time, and indeed did not find the porcupine, not even a single hair. But she keenly discovered the murderous atmosphere in the air, which showed that everything was not that simple. What a trouble! Just as Menqi was about to report, his body was suddenly covered by a shadow. Looking up, he saw a huge airship hovering in the air with the Hunter Association's big logo printed on it. Someone is coming from the headquarters. Are you here? Yunyi's mouth curled up into a smile. Before everyone could react, a figure suddenly jumped down from the airship. Bang! There was a loud noise, smoke filled the air, sand and stones flew everywhere, and a big hole was instantly smashed out on the spot. Menqi, what happened? The old voice came. The smoke dissipated, and Netaro's figure appeared. He was wearing a long robe and had a small braid on his head. Compared with 4 years ago, he only had a few more wrinkles. Mr. President. Menchi looked at Netaro in surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect Netaro to come in person. After calming down, she walked forward and explained everything that happened. I see. Hearing this, Netaro looked at Yunyi meaningfully. Have you been discovered? Yunyi's calm expression did not change. As long as there is no concrete evidence, I will always be innocent. Is this the president of the Hunter Association? Kurapika looked at the old man in front of him and found that he exuded a peaceful aura. Netaro came in front of everyone with a smile on his face. Menkai has just told me the matter. I'm sorry for the trouble. In this case, the second test will be held at a new location. Please get on the airship. As soon as the words fell, the airship that was originally in the air landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The door slowly opened, and a retractable ladder extended out. Airship. Zaija looked at the huge thing in front of him with shining eyes. He pulled Killua and ran up. This caught Netaro's attention. This child. Obviously, Netaro also noticed Zaija's difference. Then, after everyone got on the airship, it flew to the next location. It is indeed the exclusive airship of the Hunter Association. It is different. Leorio felt like he was coming from the countryside to the city. Everything he saw seemed high-end and classy. Looking around, all kinds of equipment were state-of-the-art, much more luxurious than ordinary commercial airships. Let's find a place to rest first. Kurapika suggested. He was really tired from all the running around, and he needed to rest and replenish his energy. They came to the examiner gathering place, found an empty space and sat down, and began to close their eyes and concentrate. In the office, Netaro had no expression on his face and asked Yunyi. Yun, that child. That's right, it's Jin's son. Before Netaro could ask, Yunyi had already given the answer. This made Netaro narrow his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. I don't know where Jin has gone now. Jin's face appeared in Yunyi's mind. After all, after 2 years of getting along, even a dog would have feelings for him. What's more, Jin is the key figure in promoting the whole plot, which is full of mystery. It makes people want to find out. He should be in some ruins now. Do you want to go find him? Netaro smiled. Do you know where he is now? Yunyi raised his eyebrows and asked. I don't know. Netaro said seriously. For a moment, Yunyi felt speechless as never before. This old man still likes to play tricks. I don't know, that's fine. Bang. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Killua's furry head poked in, and when he saw 2 people looking at him at the same time, he quickly retracted it. The next second, Zaija's head poked in again, but also retracted it. This back and forth made Yunyi a little confused. Come in, don't hide outside. After saying this, Kia opened the door with an embarrassed look on his face. It was Zaija who insisted on coming here. After hearing this, everyone's eyes were on Zaija again. Were you talking about Jin just now? Xiaoji looked at the 2 of them firmly. It was obvious that he had heard the conversation just now. It seems that not only the nose is good, but also the ears are good. Yunyi thought to himself. It seems that the president's room is not well spaced. The teasing voice appeared, but Netaro didn't care. You are Zaija, right? We were talking about Jin just now. Netaro admitted the conversation. Do you know where he is now? Xiaoji asked with a firm look. I'm sorry, I don't know. Netaro shook his head. Jin's whereabouts have always been very secretive. Unless he shows up himself, no one can find out. This answer disappointed Zaija, but the light in his eyes did not dissipate, but became brighter. Thank you, President. After saying that, Zaija took Killua and turned to leave the office. At this point, there were only 2 people left in the office again. It really looks exactly like Jin. Netaro smiled, and was very satisfied with Zaija, who was carved from the same mold. I thought so at first. Let's not talk about this for now, Mr. President. I remember you once issued a restriction against all hunters. Chapter 107. After these words came out, Netaro's eyes became more solemn. Just tell me your purpose directly. He said straight to the point. I heard earlier that the president had been to the Dark Continent himself and knew a lot about it. So I would like to invite you to follow me there. Yunya said the real purpose. Tell me your reasons. Netero did not refuse immediately, but asked. My great-grandfather is currently in a corner of the Dark Continent, waiting for rescue. You know, our Zaldik family has always been committed to unity. Yunyi said seriously. At the moment, without knowing whether Netero is sure to go, he cannot tell him about Nanaka's existence. Maha should go too. A short figure appeared in Netero's mind. That's right, it was my great-grandfather who told me to go to the Dark Continent. Yunya did not hide it. Netero only needed to figure out who was behind this. You don't have to give me an answer right away. Anyway, we're not leaving now. Seeing Netero was thinking, Yunyi didn't urge him. This matter concerning all mankind really needs to be thought about carefully. If I think it through, I will give you an answer. Netero nodded. After that, Yunyi Mali got up and left the office and went outside. Only Netero was left sitting in his seat, thinking, his eyes changing constantly. This has been resolved, and the next step is to wait patiently. Yunya sat in a corner of the hall. There is a reason why he went to confront Netero first. He is the only one with high power and good words. Even Jin or Paristan and other non-users have to give him face. Once they really set out, the matter of recruiting people will naturally be based on Netero's reputation and face the entire human society. I wonder what will happen to the fate of these people. Looking at the four sleeping protagonists around him, Yunyi's eyes showed curiosity. His arrival will definitely change the plot and shift the fate of several people to a certain extent. Maybe they will die, or maybe they will become stronger. No one can tell. Looking out the French window, the bright moon hangs high in the sky, illuminating the room like daylight. Layers of clouds and mists around him, as if he has strayed into a fairyland. Yunyi slowly closed his eyes, and the Taisha cultivation technique gradually circulated in his body. Bang! With a loud bang, the airship landed completely on the ground. At the same time, a broadcast came from overhead. Please go to the destination. Mahu Mountain. The new assessment site has been reached. When everyone came outside, they were greeted by gusts of wind, sweeping across the barren land. Looking around, Yunyi found himself on top of a mountain formed by red rocks. Surrounding him were wide plains and endless rivers that ran through the entire land, with no end in sight. Why did you bring us here? Someone asked. Look at the valley over there. Menchi pointed in a direction. Everyone saw that the center of Mahu Mountain seemed to be split open by someone, leaving a huge valley. There lives a creature called a grape spider. Your task is to obtain the eggs they produce and bring them back to cook. Menchi pointed to the prepared pot again. After she finished explaining, she stood there quietly without saying anything. Everyone hurried to the front of the valley and looked down. This sight made people with acrophobia almost collapse on the ground. The valley was like a huge abyss with no bottom to see. There were also scattered stones falling from the surrounding cliffs, but no echo was heard for a long time. Looking closely, there were tough spider silks intertwined on the rock wall. The grape spider eggs that the target of this mission was to obtain were tied to the spider silk. This means that if you don't go down, you can't complete the trial. For some people, the difficulty this time has undoubtedly increased a lot. It's so deep. Zyja looked at the valley with curiosity. Can you really get this? If he falls, he will die. Leorio was a little bit unbelievable. If he falls, he will not only die, but also lose his whole body. He will be smashed into ashes directly. I won't give up. Karapika took off his robe neatly, revealing the white shirt underneath. Then he jumped down without hesitation. But his bright red pupils showed that he was not calm at the moment. Uncle, I'll leave first. Killua waved to Leorio beside him, put his hands in his pockets and fell down with a nonchalant look on his face. Killua, wait for me. Zyja shouted loudly and jumped down. It would be terrible if this really fell. It's really scary. Yunya said as he jumped down. He stood on the soft spider silk easily, which made the candidates next to him stunned. He squatted down and gently picked the grape spider egg with his hands. For Yunya, this trial was as easy as taking something out of a bag. Buzz. As soon as he got the grape spider egg, the spider silk began to vibrate violently. Looking sideways, Leorio was holding the spider silk tightly in fear of death, not daring to let go at all. I almost died. Leolai looked down with lingering fear. This sight made him even more frightened, and he didn't even dare to move. Leorio, take it. Yunyi threw the extra grape spider eggs to the trembling Leorio. Thank you. I received the grape spider egg, but how to get up there became a problem. Looking around, many candidates were already unable to hold on. Time passed by bit. Ah! No! Finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer and fell into the endless abyss with a scream. This made the people around him even more frightened and they held the spider silk tightly. How can we get out, Killua? Zyja pulled the spider silk innocently, without any burden. After all, he has lived in the jungle since he was a child, and his endurance is very outstanding. I don't know, ask my brother. Kia turned to look at the contented Yunyi. Brother, how are we going to get up there? This cry immediately attracted the attention of the people around. Just in time, watch my moves. Yunyi felt the presence of the wind. He stood up and jumped into the abyss below without hesitation. This sudden scene made everyone unable to react. But before they could say anything, Yunyi, who had originally fallen, suddenly emerged and flew upwards at an extremely fast speed, and soon reached the ground safely. Be aware of the wind. It's very simple. Yunyi's nonchalant look made the people in the valley doubt their lives. Wind. Kurapika grasped the key point and muttered to himself. Thinking of the sudden strong wind just now, the answer suddenly appeared in his mind. Gone, Killua, Leorio, jump when I say so. As he spoke, the wind blew again. Kurapika jumped straight down. Killua and Gon looked at each other and followed with determination. Do you really want to jump? Chapter 108. Leorio looked at the people who jumped down with a look of despair. Forget it, if I die, I die. With a resolute mindset, he jumped down. Feeling that he was falling rapidly, Leorio suddenly calmed down. The next second, a violent gust of wind rose wildly from the abyss, wrapped around several people and carried them up. After a while, they landed safely on the ground. I'm not dead. Leorio opened his eyes slightly and found himself standing on the ground. The feeling of surviving a disaster instantly surged into his heart, and he collapsed on the ground. This scene made the candidates below confused, and they jumped down. But the timing was obviously not good, and they fell into the abyss forever, unable to extricate themselves. In the end, people kept discovering the real secret and came to the ground on the wind. As for those who didn't discover it, they naturally fell down because they couldn't hold on. Yes, there are still so many people. Netero smiled, stroking his grey beard. Those who can come to the surface alive are all people with big hearts and strong observation skills. Those who didn't get the egg returned to the airship. Menchi looked at the people in front of him mercilessly. Some people got it, and naturally some people didn't. Boy, give me the egg in your hand, you have already passed the level. A fat man with pockmarks on his face looked at Yunyi with a covetous look. It was obvious that he regarded Yunyi as a soft persimmon and wanted to snatch the grape spider egg from him. But he obviously picked the wrong target. Sure, come get it yourself. Yunyi said with interest. Hearing this, the fat man took a step forward and pounced on him, trying to press Yunyi under him. Disgusting. Yunyi looked at him with disgust and passed by the fat man. Damn little devil. The fat man turned around immediately, and just as he was about to take action, he found that his body was so stiff that he couldn't move at all. It was as if he had lost the most core energy. Even the heart is so disgusting. Yunyi said coldly. At first glance, he was holding a bright red heart that was still beating. This is... The fat man looked at the heart in disbelief. Before he could say anything else, his consciousness gradually blurred and he fell heavily to the ground with a bang. His pupils were dilated, his body was stiff, and he was completely dead. But looking at his appearance, there was no trace of injury. This was the most advanced assassination technique of the Zaldik family. They could take the heart without revealing any blood. It's better to fight for it than to die in my hands. Yunyi helplessly threw the heart in his hand into the valley behind him. If this thing is given to the Black Shadow to eat, who knows what kind of disgusting consciousness it will give birth to. Those who didn't get the egg, get out of here. Menchi shouted angrily with a dark face. She had seen the farce thoroughly. Everyone looked at each other, and finally a few people walked onto the airship with reluctance. It's time to start cooking. Yunyi came to the iron pot first and casually threw the 3 grape spider eggs in his hand. With a pop, it splashed a little and sank to the bottom of the pot. Seeing this, Zyja, Killua and others also threw their eggs in. When Yunyi took it, they would take it. It's that guy. You can't go wrong with him. I remember him. He was the only candidate who passed the sushi making test. He looked very young. Don't hesitate, throw it in quickly. Many people recognized Yunyi, and thinking of his record, they followed suit and threw the grape spider eggs in. Time passed by minute. The scenery here is really nice. Yunyi looked into the distance. Under the sunset glow, everything looked extremely beautiful. It was like a painting in front of him. The breeze blew on his cheeks, and a comfortable feeling was rendered, making everyone relax. This is one of the reasons why I want to explore. Yunyi looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him. One of the reasons why he wanted to travel all over the world was to see such beautiful scenery. The human society alone was so beautiful and magnificent. I dare not imagine how magnificent and magical the Dark Continent would be. Pop! A light sound attracted Yunyi's attention. He turned his head and looked at the iron pot. The grape spider eggs he had thrown in earlier had already surfaced. He transformed his chi into a large spoon and scooped up the eggs. The eggshell, which was originally spotted with complex spots, was now extremely white, as if it had been washed. He used his ruthless iron hand to pry open the eggshell, revealing the egg white inside. Just one look made people want to bite it and taste the fragrance. It smells so good. Is this the power of food? Stop talking, my mouth is watering, I should be fine soon. No, I can't wait any longer. The examinees beside him couldn't help but drool when they smelled the smell, and some even fished out the unripe eggs. The final result was that they were not ripe, and the taste was just barely acceptable. Soon, more and more grape spider eggs emerged from the water. It's delicious. Xiaoji chewed the grape spider eggs with a happy face. The other people also had the same expression. At this moment, everyone present realized the true power of food. Well, that's right. Looking at this scene, Men Chi nodded with satisfaction. Every professional hunter must have his reason for existence, and the gourmet hunter is also. Boss, we have collected them all. Suddenly, Gray appeared from nowhere and said mysteriously. Yunyi understood and followed his steps to the back of a huge rock. There were countless grape spider eggs spread out on the ground, forming a dense patch. You could crush several grape spider eggs with just a step. In the center, Like was standing there, holding on. Thank you for your hard work. The shadow enveloped and swallowed the grape spider eggs to fill the giant warehouse. Then he handed the grape spider eggs that he had prepared in advance to the two people. Eat slowly, don't burn yourself. The two worked so hard, Yunyi naturally couldn't forget them. Seeing that it was getting late, Yunyi calmly took the two people to the airship. If someone took a look at the valley at this time, they would definitely find that there was not even a grape spider egg. The third test is next. How about doing the opposite? Chapter 109. Yunyi thought of the location of the third trial. The trap tower. A tower standing on a high mountain, filled with thousands of traps. If you are not careful, you may be trapped inside forever. So you need to be cautious and careful every step you take to pass the level. But Yunyi thought of another way to pass the level. He could skip the trap tower and complete the test directly. Finally reached the third level. It's a hunter test, it's really too difficult. Leorio said helplessly. He was still vividly remembering the thrilling moment. It's really exciting. Kia is still thinking about the feeling of jumping down the valley just now. The feeling of falling down quickly against the wind is really addictive. I guess we're almost there. Looking out the window, I could see the traces of the trap tower in the distance. From a distance, it was surrounded by trees, forming a natural barrier. On the mountain in the center stood a tall rectangular tower that soared into the sky. Bang! Half an hour later, the airship landed safely on the tower. A group of candidates walked down and looked around in confusion. Okay, now you need to find the answer yourself. Then I will leave first. Netero did not explain the rules of this test and the way to pass the level. He turned around and left after saying a word. Soon, the airship took off and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Faced with this sudden situation, the candidates just complained and started looking for the answer to pass the level. We have to start looking as soon as possible. Kurapika observed the surroundings. This test is too easy for me. Suddenly, a strong man said confidently. He came to the edge of the trap tower, found the right place and began to climb down. As expected, this man's unique skill is climbing. Everyone watched him move down bit by bit, and envy appeared in their eyes. Gah! Just as everyone was about to look away, a sound attracted their attention. In the distance, a large bird-like creature that looked like a vulture was flying towards the climbing man, with fangs in its mouth constantly dripping with saliva. Hey! Don't come over here! Someone come and save me! The strong man shouted in fear. But this made the strange bird even more excited. It flapped its huge wings and flew away quickly, swallowing it in one gulp. Blood kept flowing out of the bird's mouth and dripping onto the ground below. This bloody scene undoubtedly made many people give up the idea of going down from outside. Quietly looking for the answer from the iron plate under his feet. Found it! Suddenly, an excited voice appeared. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the originally smooth ground suddenly lifted up a corner and brought the man in, and then closed again. It was as if nothing had happened. But this gave everyone a hint, and they all began to look for the same place. Soon, pieces of floor were opened, and many people successfully entered the tower. Zyja, Killua, and others were no exception. Found it! But only 4 people can go in. Each floor can accommodate different people, and can accommodate up to 4 people. But there are 7 people present, and it is not enough to share. Don't worry about the 3 of us, you go first. Yunya did not choose to enter, but gave way to others. Hearing this, Xiaoji and others no longer hesitated, jumped down and disappeared from sight. Yunya looked around and found that only a few people were still looking for the entrance. Among them was the great god Dongba. He was still searching aimlessly. Perhaps because of good luck, he actually found an entrance, and it was a level that could accommodate 4 people. Do you want to come with us? Dongba invited with a smile on his face. Anyone who heard this would feel deeply grateful to him. No need, we will find a way to get through it. Yunya shook his head and refused. Dongba had no choice but to retreat and invite the remaining few people on the platform. At this point, only Yunya, Like and Grey were left on the entire platform. Let's go get the props first. Yunya quickly found an entrance, took out the 3 bracelets inside, and walked out again. He put them on his wrists, and everything was ready. Okay, now it's time to show off your skills. Yunya stretched his body and came to the edge. At the same time, in the monitoring room of the trap tower. What does this kid want to do? Didn't the situation just now teach him a lesson? A man wearing glasses and eating biscuits looked at the screen with a puzzled look. The figures of Yunya and others were reflected in it. As expected, this person was the invigilator of this test. While the invigilator was still confused, Yunya jumped directly from the edge of the trap tower. Grey and Lek followed closely and jumped down desperately. This scene made the invigilator stunned, his mouth slightly open, and he didn't even notice the biscuit in his hand falling. Are you looking for death? After over 50 rounds of hunter tests, this was the first time the examiner had seen someone like Yunya jumping down without knowing whether to live or die. After watching for a while, he saw that there was still no sign of Yunya, so he shook his head and looked at other screens. To him, no one who jumped down would survive. On the other side, Yunya was falling down at a very fast speed. In his pupils, the ground was infinitely enlarged, and it was almost approaching in an instant. Bang! A sound resounded through the sky, scaring the birds in the jungle and scattering. A huge cloud of smoke instantly enveloped the entire ground. Countless pieces of rubble flew outward rapidly and deeply embedded in the outer skin of the trap tower. It's really exciting. The voice came from the smoke. When the thick fog dissipated, the figures of Yunya, Like, and Grey appeared. There was no scar on their bodies caused by the huge impact. Let's get started. Yunya gave an order, and the 2 instantly disappeared from the spot to complete their mission. Not long after, countless roars and death were heard in the jungle. There is no entrance? Then I will create one myself. Yunya looked at the iron sheet in front of him, pinched a corner with one hand and gently tore it. Clang, clang, clang. The iron sheet was torn apart as quickly as paper, making a harsh sound. Looking at the darkness ahead, Yunya walked in calmly. It was indeed a trap tower, and even the roads inside were crisscrossed. After walking for a long time, he still couldn't find the exit, and even the entrance at the beginning was nowhere to be found. For ordinary people, if they took the wrong path, they might really be trapped inside forever. But for Yunya, it was just a piece of cake. Let me see where the end is. Yunyi closed his eyes and concentrated, sensing the surrounding environment. Everything could not escape the search of his mental power, and was fully reflected in his mind. In an instant, Yunyi found the location of the end point, which was located not far away in the southeast direction. Bang! Without going around in circles, he punched through the wall and headed straight ahead. After endless darkness, he finally saw the last glimmer of light and successfully arrived at a hall. Congratulations to candidate number 1 for successfully passing the trap tower. The current ranking of candidates who passed the exam is 1st. Chapter 110. The sound of the radio echoed in the silent and empty hall. Someone has already passed? Who is so fast? The invigilator looked at the surveillance camera in the hall with some surprise. The next second, the biscuit in his hand fell to the ground again, and his eyes were filled with shock. How is it possible? On the screen, Yunyi, who he thought was dead, not only appeared unscathed, but also became the first candidate to pass the test. No one would dare to believe such a fantasy. But now it happened in front of him. Why does he look so familiar? Could he be? The examiner looked at Yunyi's face, and the more he looked, the more familiar it became. A figure gradually emerged in his mind. Fighting tournament champion. The invigilator slowly uttered a few words. After seeing this, everything became normal. I'm the first one. Looking at the empty hall, Yunyi was a little surprised. He found a place to sit down and started practicing. As time passed, the second player who passed the level appeared. I'm number 1. Hanzo shouted excitedly. In order to get the first place, he used all his skills to pass all the levels as quickly as possible, and finally came here. Congratulations to candidate number 67 for successfully passing the trap tower. The current ranking of candidates who passed the exam is 2. The voice of the broadcast came as expected, but Hanzo frowned. He was not the first. He quickly spotted Yunyi. Senior brother Yunyi is so fast. I really want to admit defeat. Hanzo admired Yunyi. He did not disturb him, but found a clean place to sit down and practice. Later, more and more candidates passed the test. There were more than 20 candidates in the hall, including Ilmi, who was good at disguise. At this moment, he was staring blankly at the front, like an idiot. It's time to come back. Yunyi still closed his eyes. The next moment, 2 figures appeared beside him, standing quietly. Boss, everything is ready. Hearing the voice, Yunyi nodded gently. In the jungle outside, a black shadow emerged from the shadow of a tree. It received the order and ran quickly into the depths of the jungle, and soon arrived at the target location. In front of it, the corpses of monsters were placed on the ground, crawling, flying, burrowing, and every kind. Each one had scars of varying sizes, enough to be fatal. The strong smell of blood in the air kept lingering. If someone came, they would be shocked by the pungent smell and have an uncomfortable reaction. Obviously, Lei Ke and Gray started an inhumane fight again. The black shadow didn't care about these, and his figure gradually turned into a huge shadow, transporting the corpses of monsters to the inner world for slaughter. After completing everything, the black shadow merged back into the shadow and disappeared completely. It's done. Now it's time to wait. Yunyi slowly opened his eyes. Today's food collection has been completed. In fact, the purpose of participating in the hunter test is to store food for subsequent adventures. Taking the hunter license exam is just a side job. There are still 5 minutes left before the end of the test. The broadcast sounded, indicating that the test was about to end. In the hall, many candidates had gathered, such as Xi Suo, who looked playful, and Dong Bie, who was chatting and laughing. But Xiaoji and others were nowhere to be seen. Yunyi ignored them because he already knew the result of the matter. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the wall. The harsh sound of iron sheets rubbing against each other rushed into the eardrum. Then, Zijia and others rushed out at a very fast speed in the rail car. The strong inertia rolled the car directly, and the people flew out with it. Seeing this scene, Yunyi smiled. Great, I finally caught up. Xiaoji sighed after surviving the disaster. Really, I'm all dirty. Killua looked at his dirty appearance with an unhappy face. Leorio and Kurapika didn't know what they had been through. They were so tired that they leaned against the wall and gasped. Although there was no obstruction from Dongba, they still encountered obstacles and almost failed to pass the level. Congratulations to candidate number 102 for clearing the trap tower. Congratulations to candidate number 103 for clearing the trap tower. Zyja and others passed the customs and announced that they appeared in response. The time has expired and this test is over. Those who fail to pass the level will be considered eliminated. Candidates who have passed the test, please go to the rest area and wait for the next test to begin. The broadcast announced the end of this test. Everyone in the hall finally breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Suddenly, a platform rose in the middle of the hall. The figure of the invigilator slowly appeared. He first glanced at the leisurely Yunyi, then turned to the crowd and said, "Hello everyone, I am your invigilator for this exam. Congratulations on passing this test. Please follow me to the next test location." After saying that, the invigilator walked towards the door. Seeing this, everyone followed him and soon arrived at a coast. A huge ship was docked at the shore, waiting quietly. Seeing the candidates coming, the ship stretched out a wooden board for them to board. After everyone boarded the ship, the hull began to move and slowly set off towards the target location. Phew, I can finally take a break. I am so tired. Leorio sat on the deck half dead, enjoying the sea breeze. Even though the scenery outside was very beautiful and pleasant, it still did not stop him from resting. But before he could rest for long, the ship that was originally in operation suddenly stopped. What happened? The candidates stood up alertly and found themselves in a sea area. There were damaged shipwrecks all around, some of which were even sunk to the bottom of the sea and had been corroded beyond recognition. It seemed as if this place had experienced an unprecedented shipwreck. What does it mean? Could this be the location of the fourth test? Here? What can be tested here? Many people expressed their opinions and looked at the invigilator, wanting to ask for an answer. This is not my place. The invigilator smiled and shrugged, looking at the two elderly people behind him. One of the old ladies slowly said, "According to rumors, countless ships that passed by here sank to the bottom of the sea due to some force, so this place is also called the Cursed Sea. On the other hand, it is also filled with many precious treasures. It takes 3 days to get to the next location. You need to fight for the right to use the room during this period. You need to search for treasures here and exchange them with us in exchange for the key to the room. The higher the value of the treasure, the more luxurious the room. But if the treasure you are searching for is not valuable, you are not entitled to stay in the room. The monsters under the sea are very scary, especially at night." Chapter 111. The old lady's mysterious look made everyone present nervous. No matter what, this house is settled. Damn, now even the room costs money. Leorio said with an unhappy face. He regarded money as his life and naturally had strong complaints about this kind of thing. But fortunately, he did not pay out of his own pocket, but went out to find. Instead of complaining here, it is better to go down early. Karapika took off his clothes calmly and jumped into the sea quickly. The current situation is that there are more wolves than meat. Who knows how many treasures are hidden in this sea area? So at this time, of course, the sooner you act, the better. Okay, I'll go too. Leorio quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the sea to search together. Seeing this, everyone present stopped hesitating, fearing that they would go too late and not find good treasures. For a moment, there were only a few people left on the entire deck. Interesting. Hisso smiled and stared at the calm sea. He turned his head to look at Yunyi who didn't move, and then jumped into the sea gracefully. Let's go too. Yunyi said to himself. The two people behind him nodded and disappeared instantly. He swam in the sea and began to look for. This kid's stuff really came in handy. Yunyi turned his head and found that Zyja was fishing with a fishing rod. After a while, he caught a valuable fish. This is also one of the ways to earn room fees. Without hesitation, Yunyi merged into the darkness and began to look for treasures. The silent and dark seabed was full of shadows, and he entered it as smoothly as a fish returning to the sea. Everywhere he went was searched clean, leaving no room. Yunyi kept shuttling between various shadows, and after a while he found many treasures that were enough to mortgage the room fees. Looking around, many candidates were still trying to find treasures. Among them was Illumi, who was full of needles. At this moment, his appearance was still as stiff as a mummy, but the speed of finding treasures was not slow at all. Looking closely, he already had an expensive ring and gems in his hands. Enough to provide him with housing. But he was still looking, just to find more treasures to fill his small treasury. It's still the same. Yunyi shook his head speechlessly. Illumi is very obsessed with money. Once money is mentioned, his spirit will change from being listless to full of energy. Among the family commissions, he is the most diligent. Suddenly, Yunyi keenly sensed a strong breath coming from the depths of the sea. It was as if a prehistoric beast was sleeping in it, emitting pressure unintentionally. The location was very far, but he could still clearly sense it. Essence bead, here I come. Yunyi's mouth drew a smile. He immediately merged into the shadows, going against everyone else and heading towards the depths of the sea. The deeper he went, the more he could feel the powerful pressure. Similarly, the fish inside also became strange and scary. And the breath emitted by these fish was no weaker than that of ordinary people. This is one of the reasons why humans have never been able to fully explore the seabed. Because they have no idea what kind of terrifying creatures exist in it. Once forced exploration, it is likely to bring disaster to the entire human society. It's getting stronger and stronger. Yunya narrowed his eyes and stared at the depths of the sea. He could clearly sense that this force was far greater than the ocean overlord, the demon whale, that he had encountered before. This was enough to show the harmfulness of creatures in the deep. After half an hour of rapid travel, they finally reached the target location. Yunya felt that the pressure on himself had reached an extremely exaggerated level. Even if a heavy tank came, it would be crushed in an instant. Roar! A low roar entered the eardrum, causing Yunyi's body to pause. Pulling past the water plants in front of him and looking forward, he saw a huge eye tightly closed, as if sleeping. The terrifying pressure emanating from it made people shudder. Face to face at this moment, Yunyi deeply felt that the creature in front of him was definitely not something that human society could defeat, and it didn't even have the power to fight back. Just one eye was so huge, and I couldn't imagine what its body would be like. Even Yunyi didn't dare to guarantee whether he could defeat it. According to the standards, the preliminary estimate is S+, or even SS level of danger. Suddenly, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. The creature in front of him might be from the Dark Continent. If this is true, then how many such extremely dangerous creatures are there in the entire Lake Mobius? This is an unknown number. Fortunately, this creature is currently in a dormant state and will not wake up in a short time. Let's leave first. Yunyi did not choose to alert the enemy, but chose to leave quietly. What is that thing? Suddenly, Yunyi saw a dark purple stone tablet in front of the giant eye, which seemed to be engraved with a language different from that of human society. His intuition told him that he had to get this thing. After thinking for 0.001 seconds, he held his breath, blended into the shadows, and slowly approached the giant eye. The closer he got, the more Yunyi could feel its hugeness. At first glance, he couldn't see how big its body was. He could only see a dark mass covering the depths. In front of it, he was like an ant. Don't be impatient. Yunyi forced himself to calm down. Time passed by bit, and soon he arrived at a position 10 meters away from the stone tablet. Just as Yunyi was about to take it down in one fell swoop, the huge eye opened without any warning. A blood-red eye appeared in front of him, staring at the direction of Yunyi. Although Yunyi was hiding in the inner world, he could still be sure that the eyes were staring at him. Rather than staring at him, it was better to say that they were staring at the shadow where he existed. The next moment, a terrifying pressure was released. It even affected the sea area within a radius of 100 miles, making all the fish surrender. Let's go. Yunya frowned and swallowed the stone tablet. Then he fled to the distance at an unprecedented speed. Roar! Bang! A deafening roar pierced through the sea and resounded through the sky. Almost in an instant, the sea area within a radius of 10 miles was completely destroyed, and even the sea water was emptied in an instant. Although it was quickly filled up, it was enough to show how powerful this creature was. Roar! An unwilling roar followed. It did not leave the spot to chase after Yunya, who had already escaped, but stayed where it was, staring at the direction he left. Is it imprisoned by something? On the far sea, Yunyi stepped on the seawater as if walking on flat ground. He guessed that the reason why the terrifying creature did not chase him was that it was imprisoned by a mysterious strong man to prevent it from harming the world. That's right, if it was not imprisoned, with such a strong destructive power, it would have cleared out the entire human society long ago. At that time, only nuclear weapons could fight it. I wonder if my Nirvana can fight against it. Chapter 112. Yunyi thought of the Nirvana stored in the other world. It could instantly generate a temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius, enough to evaporate the ocean in this area. But using high-temperature destructive weapons deep under the sea is obviously irrational, which is why Nirvana was not chosen to eliminate the terrifying creatures. What happened there? The Invigilator and the two elders stared at the tranquil sea level in the distance with solemn eyes. Not only them, but anyone with a little strength could feel the terrifying force deep in the sea that was enough to destroy the world. What happened? Leorio surfaced with a red face. Just a moment ago, he felt his heart stop, and even his breathing stopped. Looking around, all the candidates surfaced at the same time and breathed in fresh air. All candidates, stop collecting and get on board immediately. Get on board immediately. A warning sounded, and the people on the sea hurried back to the boat. Although they didn't understand what happened, it was definitely not good. Within a few minutes, all the candidates returned to the boat and waited for the next step. Boss, where did you go just now? Have you ever felt the terrifying breath from the depths of the ocean? It really scared me to death. Garab patted his chest with lingering fear. The stronger a person is, the more he can feel the horror of that creature. Even if he is thousands of miles away, he will still be affected. I feel it. Yunyi didn't choose to say more. He needed to ask Netero about this matter later. He didn't know if he knew anything about this creature. On the deck, the two elders came to the front of everyone and said in a slightly hurried tone. Due to an emergency, the most important thing now is to leave here as soon as possible. Because time is short and the treasure you have collected is limited, we have unanimously decided to lower the requirements. Now, those who have collected treasures, please come to me and register. The exchange of treasures for houses is still going on, but the conditions are much lower. But there are still some people in the crowd with very ugly faces. Some people are quick to collect treasures, and naturally some people don't collect them. This is my treasure. Xiaoji quickly stepped forward and handed the fish he caught to the old lady with a smile on his face. A basket full of rare fish showed that Xiaoji's fishing skills were quite mature and he did not catch any fish empty-handed. Medium room No. 157. The old lady pondered for a while and gave the final answer. Not as good as the best, but better than the worst, it's pretty standard. Holding the key, Xiaoji entered the ship with a happy face. This is mine. Hanzo took out the sword in his hand with a serious look. Although it has been corroded by sea water for a long time, the sword is still shiny, and the hilt is inlaid with a ruby. It can be seen that it is worth a lot of money. Yes, room 23, superior room. The old lady nodded with satisfaction. Hearing this, Hanzo's serious face instantly broke and a smile appeared on his face. The next person to come forward was Illumi. He took out a broken ring with less than 3 carats of diamond on it. But Yunyi clearly saw that he was holding a treasure in his hand. He is really a miser. It is estimated that taking out this diamond has made him feel distressed enough. Room 236, lower class. The old lady said expressionlessly. She threw the diamond in her hand into the box behind her and looked at the next person. Her sight finally settled on Yunyi. Please comment. Yunyi took out a dazzling sapphire. Under the warm sun, it exudes a brilliant deep blue light, and there is a beautiful figure faintly inside. According to the information in Yunyi's mind, this gem has a great origin. Legend has it that King Arthur specially found a world-famous craftsman to make it for his beloved woman. It is a fusion of hard work and skills, and it is a well-deserved treasure. It is said that on every full moon night, if you point the gem at the full moon, you can see a hazy figure of a woman from it. Its value is even more incomparable to money. It is estimated that no woman can refuse to wear such a gem on her hand. But for Yunyi, it is of no use. The old lady took the gem and observed it carefully for a while before handing it back to Yunyi. The president specifically said that you don't have to hand in the treasure. This is the key to room 1. Hearing this, Yunyi took back the gem and the key. Don't miss out on something for free. This made the people behind him dumbfounded, but they didn't say anything. There is no way, background is sometimes a kind of strength. It is better to have a good relationship than to humiliate yourself. In the following time, the candidates with treasures got their room keys. Those without treasures came to the boiler room at the bottom of the ship to provide power for the entire ship. The corresponding reward was the key to the lower room. The room is not bad. Yunya came to the room and took a look. The space is about 50 square meters in total, and all kinds of advanced furniture are available. Compared with the previous lounge, it can be said that there is a world of difference. Lying on the bed, feeling the turbulence of the ship. Who could have imprisoned that creature? Yunya thought of that huge blood-red pupil. Just looking at it made people feel cold all over. I couldn't imagine how strong it would take to seal it deep in the sea. Could it be that person? A figure emerged in Yunyi's mind. It was the legendary figure of the Fulishi family. Dong Fulishi. A mysterious figure who traveled alone in the Dark Continent 300 years ago. During the exploration, he wrote various information about the Dark Continent and compiled them into a book called New World Travel Notes. It was sold on the market for a while, but people regarded it as a fabricated book, and eventually it gradually disappeared from people's sight for some unknown reason. Until today, the book, which originally had 2 chapters, only has the eastern chapter left. Maybe I can meet him in the future and ask him about it. Yunyi smiled. In the near future, he will go to the Dark Continent in person to see the truth. By then, he might meet Dong Ye who is traveling. Let's take a look at the stone tablet first. Putting the future aside for the moment, the shadow behind Yunyi squirmed violently. The next second, the dark purple stone tablet emerged, emitting a dangerous black aura, full of ominous. What on earth is written on it? Yunya observed the ancient handwriting on it. He quickly flipped through the world library in his mind, searching for information about the text. At this moment, his brain was working at an extremely fast speed. 5 minutes later. No. Yunya muttered to himself as he looked at the stone tablet in front of him. Even after all the information was searched, there was still no explanation for the relevant text. By the way, Li might know something. Chapter 113. The image of Chu Li emerged in Yunyi's mind. His predecessor was an explorer, and he must be very sensitive to knowledge about words. Moreover, his identity came from the Fulishi family, so it goes without saying that he was an authority. The decision is yours, Li. The next second, a figure appeared behind Yunyi. Master, long time no see. Li half knelt on the ground and said respectfully. It's been a long time since we last met. Come and see if you recognize the words on this stone tablet. Yunya pointed to the stone tablet in front of him. After receiving the order, Li stood up and looked at it carefully, his eyes gradually becoming solemn. Lord, this is not a text. To be precise, this is a rough map. Li said his own opinion. It turned out that Yunyi's direction was wrong from the beginning. There was no text on it. Is it a map? It's really easy to be misunderstood. Yunya was a little surprised. No wonder there were no results when searching at the beginning. But whose map looks like this? Can you understand the route on this map? Yunyi asked, stroking the stone tablet. Yes. Li nodded. Since he could understand it, he could naturally know how to take the route above. But you need to find the starting point before you can start. Li immediately poured out a bucket of cold water. Although the route is clear, you still need to find the starting point before you can start. Is this the starting point? Yunyi pointed to a towering tree at the top of the stone tablet. That's right, it's here. Li nodded in agreement. This made Yunyi narrow his eyes slightly, and an answer suddenly emerged in his mind. As expected, the starting point is the only world tree in human society. Apart from this, the only place that exists can only be the Dark Continent outside the circle. I understand. You can go back first. Yunya nodded. No matter what, after the trial is completed, we must go out and verify it. By then, all the answers will surface. Forget it, let's rest first. Looking at the quiet night outside the window, Yunya sat cross-legged on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. In the following time, apart from eating, he practiced, which was very boring. But Yunya had maintained this state for 4 years without any change. Attention, candidates, we are about to arrive at the next examination location. Sibillo Island. The sound of the broadcast appeared in each room, reminding the candidates. Soon, all the candidates gathered on the deck waiting for the start of the test. Bang! With a loud bang, the ship successfully docked. A brand new figure appeared in front of everyone. Next, I will explain the rules of the 4th assessment to you. This man is the examiner of the 4th assessment, Masita. He is wearing black sunglasses, a black suit, and a slightly fat figure. Looking closely, he is holding a number card in his hand. You should have seen the number plate in my hand. Everyone can receive one as the serial number for this assessment. This assessment will be based on a points system. 6 points is considered a pass. Your own number plate is worth 3 points, your prey's number plate is worth 3 points, and everyone else's number plate is worth 1 point. Masita glanced at everyone and slowly explained the rules. After that, everyone went up and received a number plate. I'm number 405. Xiaoji was the first to say his number. Then his body suddenly stiffened and he looked at Xisuo in disbelief. Number 1. Yunyi looked at his number plate casually, then looked at the people present. Looking at the other side, the prey this time was number 89, Zixi Tuer. He was a tall man with long hair. At this time, his eyes kept wandering, as if he was looking for his prey. Finally, his eyes were fixed on Yunyi. Are we each other's prey? Yunyi smiled. Next, you have 1 hour of protection. Run away! Masita shouted excitedly. The next moment, most of the candidates left the boat and ran quickly into the depths of the jungle, looking for a safe place to stay. Boss, there doesn't seem to be much food here. Jella felt that the breath of magic beasts on this island was very rare. Even if there were any, they were very few. In that case, come back and rest after you have prepared your points. You have been working hard recently. Yunya didn't care about it. After getting off the boat slowly, he walked slowly into the depths of the jungle. Along the way, Yunya felt that many auras were hiding around, waiting for a fatal blow. His mental power spread quickly, searching for the location information of Zixi Tuer. After a while, everyone appeared clearly in his mind, including Xisuo, who looked leisurely. I found you. At this time, Zixi Tuer was hiding in a tree. After knowing the location, Yunyi walked slowly in that direction. You probably won't find it here. But where would that guy be hiding? Zixi Tuer looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his sight. Are you kidding me? Zixi Tuer frowned and looked at Yunya who was walking slowly. To him, Yunya might have just been lucky to get here. I have seized the opportunity, and you are gone. Zixi Tuer thought confidently. Then he jumped down from the tree and slowly approached Yunyi. Every step closer made his heart tense. The quiet forest was blowing in the breeze, and everything seemed lonely under the setting sun. Yunyi ignored Zixi Tuer's approach and continued to walk forward. Buzz! Buzz! Zixi Tuer quickly jumped out of the bushes. Before he could do anything, another candidate appeared in the bushes and rushed towards Yunyi. Seeing this person, Zixi Tuer no longer hesitated and grabbed the number plate on Yunyi's chest with one hand, trying to take it away. The points are enough. Yunya still stood there, muttering to himself. The next second, 2 black shadows appeared behind the 2 men, grabbing their necks tightly, making them unable to move. I won't be polite. Yunya put the 2 people's number plates in his pocket and left the scene calmly. Just as he returned to a place not far from the boat, Yunya suddenly stood still and looked forward. He saw 2 figures slowly appearing. The sky is clear and the rain has stopped. Do you 2 feel that you are ready? Chapter 114. Yunyi looked indifferently at Hisoka and Illumi in disguise standing in front of him. They are indeed good friends, and they can get together anywhere. Moreover, both of them are first-class perverts, and they also like unripe fruits. Mr. Yunyi, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't you miss me? Xisuo said with a little sadness on his face. It seemed that Yunyi's words pierced his heart. In this situation, Yunyi can only say that his acting is really good. I don't know if his strength has become stronger over the years, but his acting skills must have risen like a rocket. Gaga gaga. Illumi turned his head like a robot and looked at Hisoka. This is also an Oscar winner. Yunya looked at Illumi, who was still pretending, speechlessly. This poor disguise was like no clothes in front of him, and it was exposed at a glance. Do you 2 want to compete with me? It's okay, you can come together, I can accept it. Yunya didn't take the 2 seriously at all. Their current strength was unsurpassable for Xiaoji and others. But in front of him, they were like ants, at the mercy of others. Haha. Hisoka smiled and said nothing. On the contrary, Illumi was eager to try Yunyi's strength. But after thinking about it carefully, he decided to give up. After all, the way he was taught a lesson before was still vivid in his mind. We won't bother you anymore. Xisuo said with a smile, and turned to leave. Seeing that the 2 chose to give up, Yunya didn't care. He continued to walk forward and came to the place where the big ship was docked. Where is the boat? Will he come after the assessment is over? I didn't insist on that. I just wanted to find a quiet place to rest when I got on the ship. It's boring to stay here anyway, why not hunt for the number plates on the entire island? Maybe the ship will come earlier by then. An idea suddenly appeared in Yunyi's mind. Become enemies with everyone and snatch their respective number plates. Challenge everyone by yourself. Adhering to the idea of doing it as soon as he said it, Yunyi's mental power began to spread to the entire island. Almost in an instant, a series of clear figures appeared in his mind. Among them were Hisoka and Illumi, who had just left. Then I'll start with you guys. Yunyi disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Xisuo. With a slightly surprised expression on his face, he took the number plate on his chest directly. Number 44. Looking at the number plate in his hand, Yunyi turned his head and looked at Illumi beside him. Mr. Yunyi, it's not nice to just take someone else's things. Xisuo said with a smile. Although he said that, he didn't stop his movements at all, and he punched Yunyi's abdomen fiercely. Bang! There was a loud bang. I still need to continue practicing. Looking at the fist on his abdomen, Yunyi shook his head. He looked at Xisuo with eyes full of grief and indignation. He felt sorry for his misfortune and was angry at his lack of resistance. He gently grasped Xisuo's arm with his left hand. Crack! With a crisp sound, the bone broke. Hiso's eyes narrowed slightly, without any unnecessary expression due to the broken bones. He wanted to pull his hand out, but found that it was tightly restrained and he couldn't break free no matter what. Crack! As Yunyi slowly exerted force, Hisoka's arm became abnormally twisted. Haha! At this critical moment, Hisoka's mouth showed a charming smile. His face was full of rosy, as if he was stimulated to a certain point. He was excited. That's great! Hisoka smiled strangely. His empty hand suddenly had a few more playing cards. He didn't care about his broken arm and threw them towards Yunyi's face. Joker! Yunyi released Hisoka's arm and caught the flying poker card. After being freed, Hisoka immediately took a big step back and kept a safe distance. It would be a pity to kill him, so let's keep him for now. He can still be a clown and have fun. It's your turn next. Yunyi looked at Illumi. When his eyes fell on him, his body stiffened visibly. Crack! Illumi chose to take the initiative and rushed towards Yunyi with his stiff body. He got close to him and kicked Yunyi's chest hard, trying to kill him with one blow. Boring! Yunyi yawned and grabbed the ankle without slowing down. Crack! Another crisp sound, the bone broke. He pulled Illumi over, pinched the number plate with his fingers and gently took it, then turned and left. Thus, the disabled duo was born. One with a disabled arm, the other with a disabled foot, they were a perfect match made in heaven. This indirectly promoted the relationship between the two. I am such a good person. Yunyi threw the number plate in his hand and admired himself in his heart. Swish! Suddenly, an arrow shot from a distance, shooting towards Yunyi's waist at a very fast speed. Seeing this, Yunyi slightly turned his head and let the arrow pass by. It's rare for prey to come to you on their own. Seeing that his arrows missed, 3 more arrows were fired from the bushes in the distance. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows formed a coordinated attack, firmly locking the blind spot. No matter how he dodged, he would be hit by at least 1 arrow in the end. It was obvious that the opponent was an expert in archery. Bow and arrow? Interesting. Yunyi transformed his chi into a bow and arrow. He held the bow in his left hand and the arrow in his right hand. He aimed at the target, pulled the bow to the full extent, and fired. There were no fancy moves, only simple and unpretentious firing. Want to run? Looking at the constantly moving jungle, Yunyi was sure that his arrow had hit the opponent. In the jungle, a figure was running wildly. What kind of bow and arrow did this guy just use? Beokul ran forward in cold sweat. At this moment, he still didn't understand the existence of thoughts, so naturally he knew nothing about Yunyi's chi. Damn it, if I don't solve it now, it will be troublesome. Beokul looked at the wound on his waist that was bleeding and felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have been greedy to provoke such a strong man. After turning left and right and entering a tree hole, Beokul was relieved, but he was still secretly alert in his heart. Where are the people? Beokul was a little confused. From the moment he escaped, it was his own one-man show. There was no sound of pursuit from behind him, and even the traps he set did not trigger. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a voice came from his ear. Bakuer slowly turned his head, his eyes instantly filled with despair. Yunyi appeared behind him at some point, and he was so close. Escape. Baoker had only one thought in his mind. He was about to run away, but was pushed back the next moment. "I am very friendly and will not hurt you." Yunyi smiled innocently. "I just want to ask you for something." Chapter 115. Baoker said with a cold sweat on his face, "I can give you anything you want. Don't panic, it's just your number plate." After saying that, Yunyi took off the number plate on his hat and left. Only the confused Bakuer was left staring blankly at the direction he left. "That's about it," Yunyi muttered to himself as he looked at the dozen number plates in his hand. Except for the number plates of key figures, all the numbers of passers-by were snatched away. Woo! Suddenly, the sound of a ship roaring came from afar. As expected, the test was about to end. Everyone understood and approached the ship at the same time. "Let's go." Looking at the two people behind him, Yunyi slowly walked forward. During this period, Lei Ke and Gray spent their time practicing boxing and sharpening knives, except for occasionally going out to hunt. It seemed that a tacit understanding had formed between the two. When they arrived at the ship, Mashita had already been waiting on the deck. "Candidates, please hand in your number plate. Those who have not reached 6 points, please step aside." As soon as the voice fell, most people walked to the side. They were all candidates who did not pass, and even their number plates were taken away. "Why are there so many people?" Mashita looked at the large group of people in front of him in surprise. In previous exams, there had never been so many people. Did something happen? Kurapika noticed something was wrong and turned his attention to Yunyi again. "This is my number plate." Xiaoji was the first to hand in his number plate. Since Xi Suo's number plate had been taken away by Yunyi, Xiaoji had to retreat and snatch other people's number plates. In the end, after much hardship, he successfully got 3. "This is mine." Hanzo threw the 2 number plates in his hand to Mashita handsomely. One was his own, and the other was his praise, just enough for 6 points. Then, people submitted their number plates one after another. "That's not right." Looking at the number plate in his hand, Mashita was a little confused. How could there be only this many people? "This is mine." Suddenly, a hand with a dozen number plates was handed to Mashita. Looking up, Yunyi's figure appeared in front of him. You. Mashita was so surprised that he was speechless. He obviously didn't expect that a 12-year-old child would be the culprit for most of the candidates being eliminated. It was not until Yunyi stuffed the number plate into his hand that he completely reacted and said to everyone. A total of 11 contestants successfully advanced to the next round. Those who are eliminated, please wait to participate in the next hunter test. Mashita ruthlessly pronounced the final result. A large group of people complained that the hunter test was too difficult. Soon, the ship started and headed towards the final destination. "It's finally over," Leorio said, his body in disarray. It was obvious that the test just now had left a deep impression on him. "Hunter." Zyja looked into the distance, his eyes full of expectation. "Not bad." A smile appeared on Killua's lips. The journey did not disappoint him, on the contrary, he made other friends. "Should we take them with us?" On the deck, Yunyi looked at the foursome with deep eyes. Logically speaking, if the child of luck is taken with them on the trip to the Dark Continent, the survival rate will rise sharply. But no one can guarantee that the final result will be good. After all, their current strength is too weak. The terrifying creatures they found before can probably kill them with just a glance. Who knows if there are still creatures more powerful than that hidden in the Dark Continent? We'll see when the time comes. Yunyi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The matter needs to be discussed together. Rest first. Yunyi was immersed in practice while arriving at the next location. Almost in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the test site. Hunter Association. Mashi took a few people to the test site and turned to leave. Looking forward, he saw President Netero, who had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, he was carefully looking at the group of people who came. "Congratulations on reaching the final level of the test. I have been waiting for you for a long time," Netero said with a smile on his face. "This assessment still implements the elimination system. Go to the ring to fight, and make your opponent surrender without killing him. The purpose of this test is to test the contestants' never-say-die spirit and fighting spirit. I hope you can show your strength and win. These words made Yunyi smile. What a familiar word. Netaro's speech at the fighting competition was also so passionate. The final result is naturally to mobilize most of the emotions. Just looking at Zyja's shining eyes is enough to see it. Then I won't waste my words anymore. The first test, Kurapika vs. Hisoka. Netaro announced the list of players for the first match. It was exactly the same as what Yunyi remembered, and everything was going according to the original plot. The final result was naturally that Kurapika won. Hisoka was regrettably out of the game. Every subsequent match would be played according to the list. The seventh test, Killua vs. Jitaraku. As time passed, it was finally time for the seventh game. Jitaraku was the pseudonym of Illumi in disguise, which was very thoughtful. Come on, Killua. Zyja cheered for Killua with a smile on his face. Yes. Killua nodded and came to the ring swiftly. Looking at the Jitaraku who was full of needles on the opposite side, he always had a bad premonition in his heart. Killua, long time no see. The familiar voice made Killua's body a little stiff. As Jitaraku pulled out the needles one by one, Jitaraku's body and face began to wriggle violently, gradually revealing his original appearance. The handsome man, Illumi. Until the true face of Lushan was finally revealed, Killua stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. How come you are here? Kia couldn't believe that Illumi actually chased here. Killua, why don't you listen to me and participate in the hunter test? Illumi didn't answer, but his pupils were dark and his tone was calm. But in Killua's heart, it was the most terrifying voice in the world. Even if his fate had shifted, the fear of Illumi could not be erased in any way. In a trance, Illumi's expressionless face was infinitely magnified in his heart. Really, even after not seeing you for such a long time, you are still as annoying as ever. Chapter 116. Yunyi said expressionlessly. Every time Illumi appears, Killua will have a psychological shadow. Brother. After hearing what Yunyi said, Killua finally reacted. The look he gave Illumi became fierce, as if he wanted to chop him into pieces. Illumi didn't say much in the end. A wise man knows when to act. If you can't beat someone, you should say less to provoke him. Netaro, who was standing by, was obviously watching the fun and didn't mind making trouble. He didn't start to announce until the two stopped talking. Game, start. After hearing the order, Killua did not rush to attack, but stood still and waited for an opportunity. Compared with 4 years ago, his strength has been greatly improved. He is no longer the Killua who would be knocked down by one blow. Bang! Illumi attacked first, pushing off the ground with his forefoot, and quickly came to Killua's front. He kicked Killua in the face, and the strong force even generated an air wave. Facing this sudden attack, Killua relied on his own flexibility to twist his body and barely avoided it. But Illumi reacted very quickly, and after the first attack failed, he immediately launched a second attack. He kicked directly at Killua's chest, and the speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Bang! With a loud noise, Killua retreated a dozen steps. Looking closely, he successfully put his hands on his chest, offsetting most of the damage. Killua, you are not worthy of fighting me now. Illumi said calmly. The next moment, his attack hit Killua like raindrops. Every attack was painful to watch. Killua. In the audience, Zyja said with a worried look on his face. Just when Illumi was about to use the final blow to end the battle, Killua disappeared from the spot. In an instant, a sharp claw pierced Illumi's waist from behind. Puff! Blood continued to flow, but Illumi didn't take it seriously at all, and looked closely at Killua. You have grown up. Illumi suddenly said. His voice was still calm, but one could hear the feeling of surprise. This game, I must. Before he could finish his words, Illumi grabbed Killua's shoulders tightly and hit him in the chest with a knee. The violent hammering sound made everyone present grab their chests. Poof! A mouthful of hot blood spurted out of Killua's mouth. In an instant, his heart was hit hard and stopped suddenly. Bang! After this blow, Killua fell heavily to the ground. The difference in strength between the two sides was fully reflected at this moment. Yunyi suddenly appeared in the ring, and his fingers gently touched Killua's chest. It's okay. Carefully sensing, the heart is still beating vigorously. It's just that the strong impact brought by the moment made Killua fall into a temporary coma. Turning his head to look at the expressionless Illumi, Yunyi rarely chose to attack. As the son of destiny, Killua must face it. In this match, Jitaraku won. Netero announced the final winner of the match. The medical staff quickly came on stage and took Killua away for treatment. Game 8, Boudreaux vs Leorio. However, since Boudreaux was already dead, Leorio automatically won. The sudden surprise did not make Leorio very happy. As a doctor, he was most worried about Killua's physical condition. After all, the heart is one of the most important parts of the human body. Yun, you don't have to compete. Netero did not let Yunyi compete. His strength here is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Netero still remembers the purple gold dragon that Yunyi summoned. That power that was enough to annihilate everything is always unforgettable. Okay. Yunya said indifferently. It doesn't matter whether we compete or not. It only takes a minute for him. Candidates who have passed the hunter test, please go to the reception room to take the oath. Yun, come with me. Netero called Yunyi, who was about to leave. He walked all the way and came directly to the president's office. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure. Light green hair, puppy ears, and big glasses. It was the dog of the 12 earthly branches. Kijou. It's you. Seeing the person coming, Kijou said with some surprise. The scene when Yunyi pretended to be a child to deceive him is still in his mind. Long time no see. Yunyi greeted with a smile on his face. President, I'm leaving first. No, you stay here. Netero did not let Kijou leave. It can be seen that what he said next was also related to her. Do you have an answer, President? Yunyi asked while sitting on the soft sofa. That's right, Netero's only purpose in calling him here was to ask him about the matter. Well, I've thought about it. I choose to go with you, but there is one condition. Netero's eyes flashed with a gleam. What conditions? Yunya asked with some doubt. I want to fight you. Netero said solemnly. Hearing this, Kijou's eyes were full of disbelief and even doubt about life. She must have heard it right, her own president actually wanted to challenge a child. If this kind of thing were to be spread out, 1 out of 10,000 people would not believe it. Okay. Yunyi was a little surprised, but he still accepted it. He didn't forget Netero's life goal. Find a respectable opponent to fight him in a hardy battle. Obviously, Netero found him. Kijou's drooping ears instantly stood up at Yunyi's promise. One dared to say it, and the other dared to promise. She was sure that the thing she regretted most today was not leaving. Haha, tell me what you know. Netero was very satisfied with Yunyi's answer. Since we are already partners, I will not hide it from you. After saying that, Yunyi glanced at Kijou, who was fidgeting. Kiddo, you go out first. Netero gave the order. Instantly, Kijou walked out quickly as if he had been pardoned. God knows what kind of shock he will face if he stays here any longer. Snap. Seeing that the person had left, Yunyi casually snapped his fingers. The next moment, a black shadow came in from outside holding a sleeping child. This child will be our guarantee for the future. Yunya told all the information about Aluka. The more he listened, the faster Netero's mood changed. I didn't expect that the Zaldik family actually had a hidden trump card. After hearing the outrageous wish mechanism, Netero's eyes were full of shock. The existence of Nanaga undoubtedly raised the exploration limitlessly. Perhaps we can really go deep into the Dark Continent and discover the unknown existence. Currently, we have 5 members in the Zaldik family. Maha Zaldik, Zeno Zaldik, Silva Zaldik, Aluka Zaldik. Finally, it's me, Kumono Zaldik. Chapter 117. Although there are only 5 people, each of them is an important presence that cannot be ignored. Qualitative change is also important. Only 5 people. Netero understood the strength of the few people, but the number was still too small. Facing the unknown and mysterious Dark Continent, 5 people were obviously not enough. Now, do you know where Jin is? Yunyi asked with a smile. Alas, I still can't hide it from you. He is currently exploring a ruin in the ancient Ganyu kingdom. You also know his identity. Netero sighed and slowly told the information he knew. As a relic hunter, Jin naturally spent a long time searching for and exploring relics. This also led to his habit of being elusive. People who were not well informed could not find his whereabouts at all. Ancient Ganyo Kingdom. Yunye muttered the name. It is said that there are many underground ruins hidden in the ancient Ganyo Kingdom. It is the favorite country of ruins hunters. A lot of historical information has been excavated from it. Needless to say, there are too many valuable treasures to count. It is understandable that Jin chose to go to this place. 1 gold is not enough. We need another enemy of his. Yunyi named the second person. It was Paristan who was against Jin. Hearing this introduction, Netero narrowed his eyes and was a little shocked. He didn't expect Yunyi's information network to be so powerful that he could even find out the relationship between Paristan and Jin. I'll tell him later. Netero nodded in agreement. He has always recognized Paristan's ability. I can get a few more people here. As for the rest, the president needs to solve it personally. Yunye stood up and said meaningfully. It's not enough to have combat power alone, and some scapegoats are needed to ensure emergency situations. There is no other way, this is the era of the survival of the fittest. I understand. Netero has lived for so many years, and he obviously understands what Yunye means. He has come all the way to the present, and he is now the president. How could he be a simple person? Besides, there is something else I want to ask you. Yunye looked at Netero seriously. Do you know the creature in the depths of the cursed sea? As soon as these words came out, Netero frowned and his body tensed up. It's out. Impossible. Netero denied immediately. If that creature really came out, they wouldn't be sitting here peacefully now. You really know? Seeing Netero's expression, Yunyi was sure that he had asked the right question. Looks like you found out. I don't know much about that creature, I just know it comes from a place called Endless Sea in the Dark Continent. I don't know why it was sealed there. At that time, 35 two-star hunters from the Hunter Association went to fight together, but without exception, they all died there. This also indirectly caused the Hunter Association to suffer a heavy blow. And the news I got was only one. There is a stone tablet in front of the creature, which may contain information about the Dark Continent. But because that creature was so strong, we didn't act rashly. Netero solemnly told the information about that creature. As Yunyi guessed, it really came from the Dark Continent. Is this the stone tablet you are talking about? The shadow behind him moved quickly, and a dark purple stone tablet emerged. Seeing this stone tablet, Netero's eyes widened, his eyes full of horror. This is the stone tablet. How did you get it? Netero hurried forward and asked in a hurry. This thing that so many hunters sacrificed but still failed to obtain appeared in front of him. I took it while he was sleeping. Yunyi said with a relaxed look. Apart from waking up the creature, nothing else happened. But this shocked Netero greatly. Although it sounds simple, it is actually very difficult to do. The pressure deep in the sea alone is unbearable, not to mention escaping under the eyes of the creature. Thank you for your hard work. Netero was silent for a while, then said slowly. It's just a piece of cake. And there's no text on it. It is a map from the Dark Continent. Yunyi explained the function of the stone tablet. Netero couldn't help but take a closer look and found that the words on it did look like some kind of mark. It seems that we need to prepare well. After reading this map, Netero understood the importance of this exploration. This time, it is no longer a small fight. It is to really go deep into the Dark Continent and open up a new way of survival for mankind. If the exploration is really completed, then they will be the pioneers of human society. President, don't be too happy. This map is incomplete. Just when Netero was still excited, a basin of cold water was poured on his head. That's right, after Yunyi's continuous observation and deduction, he found that this map was incomplete. According to reasoning, in addition to the existing stone tablets, another stone tablet needs to be found. In this way, a complete map can be assembled. Yunyi already has a clear clue about the news of the other stone tablet. It is likely in Jin's hands. According to what Yunyi knows now, Jin once found a stone tablet about the Dark Continent in a ruins called Luluka. This is also one of the reasons why he wants to go to the Dark Continent. It seems that you already have the answer. Seeing that Yunyi did not continue to speak, Netero understood instantly. His inner level of Yunyi rose again. From this moment on, he would no longer regard Yunyi as a powerful child. Instead, he regarded him as a truly intelligent trader. Do you know that you need the correct answer? If everything is okay, I will leave first. After saying that, Yunyi disappeared from the spot. The black shadow and Aluka also disappeared with him. In the office, Netero looked at the direction where Yunyi left, his eyes flashing with an unknown light. Yunyi! Brother! In the ward, Killua shouted with full energy. He didn't look injured at all. After all, in the Zaldik family, getting hurt has become a normal and even a habit. Killua, do you want to go home? Yunyi sat down and asked softly. If you don't go home to see it this time, you may never see it again. The Zaldik family is already weak, and this time 5 people were dispatched, and each of them is a pillar, which can be said to be a big mobilization. What's wrong, brother? Killua realized that something was wrong and asked in confusion. Nothing, just asking. Yunya didn't say it in the end. Anyway, Killua himself didn't really want to go back. Next time, I will go to the ancient Ganyu kingdom. If you want to contact me, I can use the radio. If you don't want to go back, then don't go back. No one will do anything to you. Grow up well, Killua. Chapter 118. Yunyi gave a final smile and disappeared into the ward. The breeze outside the window blew, moving the pure white curtains, making Killua more awake than ever before. Then go home and have a look. On the other side, Yunyi is already on his way to the ancient Ganyu kingdom. He doesn't know yet that his words have put the plot back on track. Killua still takes a group of friends to Kukuru Mountain for training. Boss, is there any good food where we are going? Gray asked curiously on the combat helicopter. I don't know if there is food, but there are still many blacksmith shops. Yunya said with a smile while operating the helicopter. The ancient Ganyu kingdom is a well-known mineral country. Many underground ruins have also created a rich variety of minerals, and the main function of minerals is naturally to make weapons. This made Lai Kei's eyes light up as he sharpened his knife, and his eyes suddenly showed an expression of expectation. Don't worry, there is still a long way to go. The ancient Ganyu kingdom is located in the western continent, which is very far away from Yunyi's current location. Even if the combat helicopter uses its full speed, it will take 3 days and 2 nights. Along the way, Yunyi saw the ecological evolution, from wilderness to jungle, from desert to ocean. These scenery are also the reason why he chose to go by helicopter. We are almost there. Looking towards the city covered by wasteland. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing but yellow mud. Countless earthen houses are crisscrossed everywhere. People here walk barefoot on the scorching earth, wearing light gauze clothes to prevent themselves from fainting due to the heat. It is a very strong contrast with the extravagant Yuk Xin. It's really special. Walking on the street, a constant stream of people are wandering around the market to buy. Most of the vendors mainly sell minerals, and the rest sell food and daily necessities. As for luxury goods, they don't exist here. Due to the geographical environment and the country's particularity, no big boss would choose to develop business here. So even though this is the center of the ancient Ganyu kingdom, it still looks no different from a slum. From this point of view, it is hard to imagine that the ancient Ganyu kingdom is actually one of the V5 countries. You two go first. Looking at the 2 people beside him who were ready to move, Yunyi did not stop them. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them disappeared from the spot in an instant and walked towards the place they were interested in. Really? Yunyi shook his head helplessly and continued to walk forward. The market was unusually lively, and many vendors were working hard to introduce their products. Dear guests, come and have a look. This is an antique freshly unearthed from the Kokai ruins. It is a rare treasure. Come and have a look. Felt metal ore is now only sold for 300,000 rings, don't miss it. The specialty food of the ancient Ganyu kingdom, the red oil fruit, is sweet and fresh, very delicious. Along the way, Yunyi heard a lot of new things that only existed in books. It's quite delicious. After taking a bite of the red oil fruit, the juice inside seemed to flow out like it was free. Compared with ordinary fruits, this is indeed delicious. Coming to a secret place, Yunyi gently snapped his fingers. In an instant, countless black shadows emerged from the shadows on all sides, standing in front of him in an orderly manner, waiting for orders. Find him. With one order, all the shadows moved out. I wonder if you have left yet. Yunyi thought. The person he was looking for was Jin. According to Netero's specific hint, he was at the place where Yunyi was currently. This was also the reason why Yunyi came here. During this time, Yunyi continued to go to the market to buy things he liked. In an underground ruin. Jin, I found a tombstone. A thin man pointed at the deep grave and shouted. Have you found it? That's great. Jin stood up with a smile on his face. Behind him, many of his companions also smiled at the discovery. Suddenly, Jin seemed to have a feeling, and his whole body tensed up and entered a state of alert. The companions around him saw this scene and understood it, and they were alert around them without leaving any trace. For a moment, the originally cheerful underground ruins became serious, and even the sound of falling rocks could be clearly heard. How to return? Just as someone was asking questions, a figure appeared in the shadowy areas around them. Soon, countless black shadows looked at the living people with empty eyes. This is it. Seeing these shadows, Jin understood instantly. After all, he and Yunyi had been together for 2 years, and they were very familiar with each other. As for the shadows in front of him, he naturally understood that Yunyi was looking for him. It's okay, don't worry. My friend is looking for me. Jin's words comforted everyone present. But they still looked at the shadows with caution. People always unconsciously have fear and vigilance towards unknown creatures. Go back and tell Yun that I will meet him soon. Jin said quickly. As for how to find Yunyi, he naturally has his own way. Sure enough, after saying these words, the originally dense black shadows instantly poured into the black shadows and disappeared. The crowded underground ruins became empty again, as if nothing had happened. Jin, was it your friend who was looking for you just now? The companion asked in disbelief. He could sense that the strength of these shadows was not weak, not to mention that there were so many of them. As soon as he said this, the others also looked at Jin. Hearing the question, Jin smiled and told the story. Will he come to see me? After receiving the news from the Black Shadow, Yunyi leisurely drank a sip of the ancient Ganyu Kingdom brand boiled water. Since Jindu said so, he would naturally wait. Looking at the sky getting darker, Yunyi stood up and swallowed the parasol with his shadow, and walked slowly towards the town. He found the most luxurious hotel and checked in directly. He didn't care how much money it cost. Now, his assets have reached 100 billion ringgits, which is enough for 10 lifetimes. At this time, Gray and Lei Kei returned with a lot of things. They have bought what they like. Let's go and get ready to welcome the guests. As soon as I entered the room, I saw a figure waiting on a chair. His bright eyes stared at Yunyi and said slowly. Long time no see, Yun. Chapter 119. Looking at the person in front of him, Yunyi smiled knowingly. Yes, it's been a long time since we last met. You've gotten older. Faced with the teasing, Jin casually stroked his long unshaved beard. I heard that you found anything in the underground ruins. Yunyi asked curiously. As far as he knew, Jin would never shoot an arrow without an arrow. Everything he did had a purpose. I was there for about 6 months and I did discover some things. Especially the last tomb, a breakthrough was made. Jin did not hide the information he knew. After all, he and Yunyi had been together for 2 years, and the trust between them was still very strong. Tell me about it. Yunyi lay on the bed and looked at Jin lazily. The ruins I discovered are the most magnificent underground ruins in the ancient Ganyu Kingdom. Along the way, our team discovered many rare and precious funeral objects, each of which is priceless. It took us nearly 5 months just to collect these burial objects. Then I spent a month going deeper and finally found the tombstone on the last day. There are ancient characters carved on it that do not belong to this era. At this point, Jin paused for a moment. Then his tone became serious. After comparison, we found that it was the tomb of the ancient king of the ancient Ganyu Kingdom. The tombstone records his legendary life. About 300 years ago, he led a group of guardians to explore the Dark Continent for a year and finally brought back a crown. Later, under his management, the ancient Ganyu Kingdom gradually became stronger and stronger, and now it has become a V5 level country. When these words came out, Yunyi was very surprised. I didn't expect that the ancient Ganyu Kingdom had such a history. No wonder this country was so weak and could still stand firm in V5. It is probably relying on the remaining power of this king. As for the guardian mentioned above, it is most likely the current Nen ability user, but with a different name. It can be seen that the inheritance of Nen is very long. Crown. The world library in Yunyi's mind flipped quickly. Soon, all the information about this aspect rushed out. The ancient Ganyu Kingdom used the inheritance system. When the current king reached the age of 60, the throne would automatically pass to his son who was related to him by blood. And the way of inheritance was to inherit the crown. Why, are you interested in the crown? Seeing Yunyi thinking, Jin asked with a smile. The crown of the king of a country has become a topic of conversation for the two of them at this moment. Aren't you curious about the crown that the king brought from the Dark Continent? Yunyi asked with a chuckle. Of course I'm curious. Jin didn't hide his thoughts at all. As a relic hunter, he was naturally interested in this kind of ancient treasure, not to mention something related to the Dark Continent. It should be fine to bring it for viewing. Yunyi said hesitantly. I don't think there's any problem with that. Jin immediately agreed. The two hit it off and immediately decided to borrow the crown to study it. By the way, you must have something to ask me, tell me. Jin stretched his stiff body and asked. Netero and I are planning to explore the Dark Continent, and we want to find you to go with us. Yunyi said slowly. The stretched Jin paused for a moment. These words were like a depth charge to him, and they caused a lot of waves. Really? Jin's face turned serious and he asked in a serious voice. You know, he had wanted to go to the Dark Continent for a long time, but he had not set out because of Netero's restrictions and the 3 conditions he set. It couldn't be more true. Currently, there are. Yunyi told Jin all the people who were going to go, including the top secret information about Nanaga. I didn't expect that your Zaldik family still hides such a monster. Jin's eyes could not hide the shock. Others might not understand, but for the resourceful Jin, he knew exactly what Nanaga meant. As long as it was used well, it would definitely play an extremely important role. How about joining? If you don't join now, you may not have the chance later. Yunyi didn't brag. If Jin suddenly wanted to go after they set out, no one would be willing to go back and take him with them. I join. Jin didn't even hesitate, and chose to agree. Even if the 3 conditions he set were not met, the opportunity was rare. Jin knew clearly that if he didn't make a choice, he would have no chance in the future. After all, everyone was smart, and what they had to deal with was the bloody reality. Very good, I would like to remind you that your mortal enemy may also come. As soon as these words came out, a dark smile instantly appeared in Jin's mind. Will this guy come too? That might make things interesting. Jin smiled. He never took Paristan seriously, just like the president was willing to keep him by his side. The trouble he created would only make people feel happy. Okay, I've finished talking nonsense, now it's time to get down to business. Yunyi stopped talking nonsense. This surprised Jin, who was about to leave. What he just said was nonsense. The shadow behind him moved quickly, and the dark purple stone tablet emerged and entered Jin's field of vision. You should know this stone tablet. Yunyi asked while stroking the stone tablet. Where are you from? Jin's reaction was exactly the same as Netero's, and he hurried forward to ask. I got it by chance. Yunyi did not explain too much. The horror of that creature was enough to make Jin feel desperate. Even Netero's resolute eyes could not help but reveal a sense of fear when he talked about that creature. Well, I did find such a monument. Based on my observations over the past few months, this is a map, but I don't know where it leads to. Jin is indeed an all-round player, and he discovered the clues on the stone tablet just like Yunyi. Where is that stone tablet? Yunyi put the stone tablet away and asked. I have been taken to a secret place. I guess you already know it, it's in Greed Island. Jin slowly said the location of the stone tablet. It was in the game he was studying. Greed Island. Really? For Jin, the safest place is in the game he developed, Greed Island. In it, he is the creator god, so he can naturally preserve the stone tablet well and prevent it from being taken away by others. Let's go now. Don't worry. Yunyi interrupted Jin's operation. Since he was now in the ancient Ganyu kingdom, he naturally had to choose the principle of proximity. Let's borrow the crown first. Chapter 120. In the remaining time, the two made a series of plans. The king's palace was heavily guarded, and there were many non-users guarding the depths. In order to sneak in safely and borrow things without being discovered, they naturally had to plan well. In a short while, Yunyi and Jin's wisdom condensed a perfect plan en route. Let's go now without further delay. Looking at the night outside the window, Yunyi decided to set out now. It was a dark and windy night, and it was the right time to borrow. There was no better time than now. Okay. Jin nodded in agreement. As for Lei Ke and Gray, they were responsible for keeping watch outside the palace and providing assistance. If they were discovered, they could get the news in time and slip away. Anyway, with their strength, there was no way to stop them from leaving. After making the decision, the few people disappeared in an instant. Even though it was already night, the bustling market was still very lively, with a constant stream of people. If someone looked carefully above their heads at this time, they would find several figures running towards the king's palace at a very fast speed. There are indeed a lot of people guarding the place. When Yunyi came to the periphery, he took a closer look. He found that there were countless soldiers patrolling back and forth just outside the wall, holding the latest developed guns in their hands, always paying attention to the surroundings. But this also made him more certain that the king of the ancient Ganyu kingdom was in the palace at this moment. Go according to the original plan. Jin whispered and ran away again. After receiving the order, Lei Ke and Gray guarded the two sides of the palace respectively. If there was any movement, they would inform the two in a unique way. It's my turn to perform. Yunye was able to blend into the inner world, so he naturally became the first choice to explore the interior. As night fell, everything he saw was covered by shadows. For Yunye, this was heaven. Night was his home court. Without any hesitation, his body directly blended into the shadows and entered the inner world. He easily entered the heavily guarded palace, as if he had entered an unmanned area. He went straight to the inside of the palace, slowly emerged his head and looked around. Looking around, all kinds of luxurious interiors were available, highlighting the rich appearance, which made people admire that it was worthy of being a palace of a country. On the high platform, a throne made of pure gold was standing quietly on it. Since it was already night, the king was resting at the moment, and no one came here. Isn't it here? Yunyi carefully sensed it and found that the crown was not here. After telling Jin in a unique way, he integrated into the inner world again and jumped straight into the depths of the palace. Not long after, Yunyi felt several strong auras hiding around waiting for an opportunity to move. It can be seen that this should be the place where the king lives, otherwise there would not be so many strong people staring at this place. Thinking of this, Yunyi slowly approached the house. Passing by a telepath who was observing the surroundings, he came straight into the house. Zinzi, how long do you think we can last? The erosion brought by the crown is getting worse and worse. I'm afraid Hill can't bear it. On the bed, the king said to the woman beside him with a worried look. Zinzi is the wife of the current king, and Hill is the next generation king. It seems there is something inside. After hearing the conversation between the two, even a fool could tell that something was wrong. From the fragmentary information, Yunyi speculated that although the crown brought by the Dark Continent could provide help, it also required a price. Just like restrictions and oaths, if you want to gain power, you must set corresponding restrictions. The erosion that the king mentioned is most likely the price of use, and this price has become more and more serious with the changes of the times. Until now, the king began to worry whether the prince who was about to inherit could bear it. Hill will definitely be able to make it through. Zinzi could only continue to comfort the king. Once the prince could not bear it, the ancient Ganyu kingdom would be faced with an unprecedented catastrophe. You two can talk first, I will take the crown first. Hidden in the inner world, Yunyi looked at various places in the room. Finally, he set his sights on a corner. What surprised Yunyi was that there were hundreds of places to hide in the whole room, and each one was very secretive and ordinary people could not find it at all. It can be seen how much the king values his crown. Fortunately, Yunyi's mental strength is strong enough, otherwise it may take some time to find it. When the king and the other were still in love, Yunyi had quietly groped over. Are there really any restrictions? I came to the mezzanine, which was covered with layers of mind lines. If anyone touched it, the surrounding mind users would get the information and rush in directly. Although Yunyi could easily deal with them, the purpose of coming here secretly was to avoid making things complicated. A trifling trick. Yunyi slowly condensed a talisman in his hand. Sealing technique. In an instant, the entire mezzanine was deprived of time, space, and other powers, and everything was completely sealed. Yunyi took the crown in his hand through the layers of thought lines as if he was taking something out of a bag. After a careful look, the crown was golden in color, with an exquisite and luxurious appearance, inlaid with circles of rubies, which was very consistent with the elegant and luxurious temperament of the royal family. But what really caught Yunyi's attention was the dark aura emanating from it. Even without Jin's information, this aura alone could easily deduce the origin of the crown. It's time to leave. Without stopping for too long, Yunyi casually put a red oil fruit in it and left here in a swagger. He soon met up with Jin who was lying in ambush nearby. Have you got it yet? Jin looked at Yunya in front of him with surprise. He obviously didn't expect that he had got it in just a few minutes. That's right. Yunya slowly took out the crown. The aura it exuded confirmed its authenticity. Is this the crown that has kept the ancient Ganyu kingdom standing forever? Jin looked at the crown curiously. You should know the function of the crown, right? Yunya asked directly. For a key item that drives the entire ancient Ganyu kingdom, it is impossible that the tombstone only mentioned it carelessly. There must be a lot of words about the crown. I do know. At this point, Jin no longer hides. This crown is called Guilty Crown. Any king who wears this crown can see the sins of others and enforce judgment. The more serious the sins, the more cruel the punishment will be. With this characteristic, the ancient Ganyu kingdom continued to rise. But there is a side effect of using the crown, that is, every time it is used, the pain received by the next heir when inheriting it will increase.